ANC.
The three-man team, they are running in, they're pushing in, but Divine matches by one, finds two. He could possibly get this, the smoke dissipate.
Execute again towards this A site, but they've tried it time and time again and they lost it. The tripwire is perfectly done.
And now they're fighting for their lives up in main. Behara's running so much juicy with the blitz, with the spam.
Even if Elevate win these last 2 rounds, which I think is a necessity, it's still going to be hard for them. What a shot coming in from Vera. Crash available, but Zed just takes out the Doctor. Hunter's Fury, but Fixie finds 2. Up traps, dodges it. Divine with a nice trade there, but Markel's in the side. Markel's in his cage. He swings out. That finds 2. They're jumping around on the side. He gets 3 kills, and just like that, the round is over. Markel. You know where the last 2 remaining players are going to be coming from. The Doctor goes in hand. Why is it from Kenji? That is questionable. Beautiful entry from Pudjay. As the rest of the team of PSG flop on the back of the side. Pudjay just holds down. Juicy has the up in hand. It's a contact play set up straight into the side, but Grumble with a great opener for once. Orbital strike comes through, but Nakia picks up both of them on the retreat.
Now they're only 1 point of a match point. Veto is taking a question. Welcome everyone, this is Valorant Challengers MYSG Split 2 and today is the playoffs lower bracket finals. The winner finds themselves in the grand finals and the loser, unfortunately their journey ends here. I'm Tashmani alongside Universe, your casters today, and for you guys who are not familiar with Universe, he is a caster based in South Asia here to join us today. Universe, how are you feeling about coming into a whole new region?
I'm excited. It's been amazing, really, to find an opportunity in this region, especially with some teams and players that have shown that they could be the next big thing. And of course, MYSG, I've been coming to your watch parties as well to watch the games, but sometimes I know it's not been as often, but I've really enjoyed the quality of games here, and to be able to cast the lower final and the grand final, it is an honor, and I'm excited for what's about to come.
I'm very excited as well. So coming into today, we have 2 very, very big teams. One, a team that was picked up last season when Redco himself held up the sign on the screen, please sign us. And a team that I did not expect to come together coming into Split 2. Regardless, before we go into the more of the formalities of this team, let's have a look at the tournament format for this split.
Welcome back to VCT Malaysia Singapore Challengers. As we come halfway into 2024, the competition rapidly heats up as we dive into its second split. Split 2 consists of 3 stages: the promo relegation, the group stage, and the playoffs for the Challenger Ascension. We began with the promo relegation, where the top 6 premier teams and the bottom 2 teams from our last Split 1 group stage battled through an elimination bracket to fight for their spot at the group stage. Only the top 2 teams from the relegation bracket will proceed to the next challenge, the group stage. At the group stage, the top 2 teams from the relegation bracket battled it out with the 6 teams from our Split 1 playoffs. To make it out, all 8 teams will face off in a grueling gauntlet of best of 3 matches, with each victory awarding the victor with points. The more points, the higher their placements. And only the top 6 teams with the highest placements will then be propelled into the final gauntlet of Split 2, the playoffs. When the playoffs commence, the top 6 teams will move on to the double elimination bracket. The top 4 teams from the group stage will be fighting for their spot in the upper final. The victor of the upper final will be launched straight into their spot in the grand final. The second half of playoffs pitted the losers from the upper bracket against the bottom 2 teams of the group stage, all equally fired up to prove themselves worthy of climbing the ladder into the lower semi. The victor of the lower semi will meet the losing team of the upper final in the lower final. It's a duel that will determine who will make it to the grand finals. Now, we approach the grand finals, where champions are made. In a best of 5, the final 2 remaining teams compete in the final showdown to claim the crown as the champion of Split 2. The crown champion advances ever more towards the VALORANT Challengers Ascension Tournament. And that's all for this video. Have an amazing day, and be sure to follow us on VALORANT Esports MYSG's Facebook page, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to catch the latest updates.
And as we know, this tournament is sponsored by none other than the gaming company and Creative Labs. As you guys can see here, these 2 speakers plus this really cool headset here is brought to you by them. Now, for those who don't know, Creative Lab is a Singaporean multinational technology company that designs, manufactures, and distributes digital entertainment products. So it's going to be really cool how we're going to be using these for today and how well it's going to sound as well. I'm really excited to use it for my gaming sessions as well. Now, moving on into the tournament for today, we're looking at Elevate head-to-head with Rev Drift Arena. Elevate and Rev Drift Arena, this is not their first rodeo going together, going head-to-head here. And the previous time they went up against each other, Elevate came up on top. What are you expected to see in this one?
Well, I am expecting a little bit more of, I would say, a closer matchup. Last time they played, it was a 2-0, and this time I expect it to go probably, 3-2. It is a best of 5, of course, and we're starting off on some pretty interesting players who've been taking the front stage for both these teams, right? It's not been a one-man show for either of these teams. There's been players who've been putting up performances across the board, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to be putting up today. Which team is going to take the front foot in the first 2 maps, or maybe even take this 3-0, or, as I would love it, make it a 3-2.
Right, for now, let's have a look at the brackets here to see a little bit of the journey that's been going on here in Split 2. Now, we already seen, again, a 2-0 there by Elevate RDA, where Elevate had gone up into the upper finals. Unfortunately, lost to DSG as of last night. DSG swept them a 2-1 going into their game, where today they've been knocked down to meet against the lower semi-final winners, which is RDA. Now, Elevate and RDA, as I mentioned before, not their first rodeo going head-to-head against each other. Historically, these teams are the type of teams that have been more of, I would say both teams are equally as full of brains. Very, very smart, out plays, at strats. I mean, when you look at these players, all of them have at one point played with or against each other before. And I think for RDA, a team that recently just came into Split 2, had really taken us all by surprise.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, you were expecting RDA to maybe not make it as far as they currently have. It's probably going to be a little bit more of a, that sweetness that keeps, dripping into their plate as they move further into this competition. Now coming to the top 3, one step away from possibly fighting off these guys once again in that grand final. It's going to be quite the, I would say, boost to their confidence as well. And I'm expecting RDA to actually put up probably the best fight they have today, because Elevate right now, they might have the upper hand going into this game, given that they did win the last bout against this set of players. But what do you expect, Tash? What do you think is going to be the story for today?
Okay, not to age shame anyone, but if you were to look at, the average ages for players, I think RDA has some of the older players, but they also have some of the most, I would say, experienced players coming into this tournament. The Doctor, as we know, had played here in MYSG, has gone to China, has played in South Asia, giving him so much different varieties of styles of IGLing and playing. And of course, we also have Riza, who has pretty much, I wouldn't say he has done the same, but he has played in some of the biggest teams here in MYSG itself. And I'm really excited to be seeing most of these players. We have, you know, our brand new, I would say, debuting player, which is Fixie. And speaking of that, here comes the lineup when we want to talk about these teams. Now, coming into this one, for Elevate, what's really interesting is the fact that, okay, we have Pajay that debuted, I would say, last season-ish. He has played before, but this one is, I would say, his debut into a more flex role, as opposed to Fixie, who seems to be permanently on that duelist role unless he's running that chamber. So these two very young players are two players that I'm keeping my eye on, honestly.
I mean, there is a dynamic about both these teams that really works into their favor. And number one being RDA, who've got the Doctor absolutely going crazy this entire split, right? He's been one of the best performers across the board for the entire split, not just for his team, but across all the number one players in every team. And to be there at the stage that he is and to get the frags that he is on the role that he plays for the team as well, while also leading his team from the front, it's really commendable, especially the fact that this guy has brought the team together in a way which I'm pretty sure that was expected of him, because he's been a player, he's been a coach as well multiple times before. He's gone up and down with the career, but right now he's at a stage where he can probably show what he can do best, and that is be a fragging IGL of the top order.
Yeah, and the same could be said about Redco, honestly. I would say if I were to do a head-to-head between these two players, they are definitely... there we go, the IGL head-to-head that we're going to be talking about. So these two IGLs that we've been talking about, they are, again, fragging IGLs. They are IGLs that not only can do those calls, but also IGLs that have insane firepower, especially in the headshot percentage. And I'm giving it sorry, I can't speak today. I'm giving it a little bit more to the Doctor, because he's a player. I mean, we saw last night how he was almost able to do a clip of the tournament when he nearly popped 3 heads in a row with that Sheriff. The same could be said about Redco, but for Rev Drift Arena, the way that they've been playing, it relies so much more on heroics compared to Elevate.
Yeah, but there's one thing that I really want to point out for both these players is the fact that look at that KST percentage. Being an IGL and having that high percentage, it's among the best in the league right now, the best in MYSG, and they are the ones who are the brains of the operation of the team. And to be able to put up those numbers is absolutely amazing. To watch both of these veterans go at it constantly against each other. Now this time, what possibly could be the final duel between these two, at least in the form that we currently are seeing. Atash, fragging IGLs are something that we love watching, of course.
Yeah.
We enjoy seeing the brains of the operation be, you know what, saying that we're not just about that, you know, brain, we're about the brawn as well. We've got the muscles that work really well.
I think it's a very interesting situation when you look about it. I mean, there was that, you know, that tale about Stacks in DRX before, right? About how he always felt like it's easier for him to go down first, so he's able to really micromanage a team if he wants to. But is that for the case for these two? If you talk about the story trajectory between these two players have gone into coach roles, have gone into IGL roles, going up, down, back, forth in between these two roles. It gives a little bit of depth in terms of how they're playing, and it's honestly very surprising if you think about it, that how these two players are able to frag out while they're doing these calls. Now, when you talk about another IGL that's pretty legendary, it's always going to be Riza in my eyes. And he's just been the player that has done these pretty insane calls. But it feels like for this particular split, now that he's stepped out of that main IGL role, he's able to really focus on firepower. He doesn't have to really worry about everything else. He's able to play his game. And he has one of the highest, I would say, one of the craziest anchors we have seen here this tournament. You leave him all alone as a Cypher on a site, he's going to be able to snag 3 before the team rotates over.
Yeah, that's true. And I think that there's a lot of variety that comes into, you know, Elevate's game style as well, because Nakia has been really good as the entry as well. But let's have a look at who he's going up against, right? His counterpart on the other team, a head-to-head to take out what these two bring to the table. Both the duelists here have got their ways of playing, but of course, Fixie has got a certain style which I think you can describe pretty well.
Oh yeah, it's that I really like seeing Fixie. It's raw, young, insane firepower. He's like fireworks, you know, the way he plays. He just explodes onto the side, goes insane, goes crazy. But there are those moments that I do question Fixie because his team is not able to keep up with him. He gets so separated from his teammates, but he is able to get a person or two before he goes down. But that separation sometimes it just shows that they're not necessarily on the same page when it comes to their style of play, as opposed to Nakia. I think that Nakia, maybe perhaps it might be the experience he's had coming in from Indonesia, Alter Ego, in fact a team that's, I would say, has quite a legacy in that region of Indonesia. He's a player that, yes, he is explosive, yes, he takes up that space, but it's a way that he knows his limits compared to Fixie.
I think there is a good amount of rivalry that could develop between these two here.
Yeah.
And of course, if Nakia is able to perform the way he did in the last couple of games, it is not going to be easy for Fixie to keep up, especially because there has been a little bit of a change. They do make that jet and chamber thing, that they've recently picked up on Lotus as well, which of course I believe is going to be in the map pool today as well. Best of 5, you cannot dodge a map that you've played the most number of times. So I think RDA are going to be expecting Lotus. But what do you think about that comp? We speak about Fixie as a duelist, but you have told that he's got his style of play, and we spoke about it off camera as well, that the raise on Lotus was there for a long time, but the minute they came into playoffs, there's been that jet influx. What do you think about that?
I'm just honestly wondering whether it's that question if Fixie is more comfortable on that jet. Because as we know historically, many teams, whether it be tier 1 or tier 2, prefer to run the Raze on that map. And for good reason, there's a lot of corners, you want to clear with the pain shells. But the fact that they want to run this jet just tells me a story that perhaps he's just more comfortable on that agent. And I'm not surprised. We've seen his performance on that map. He's able to go haywire, get these pickoffs. But the fact of the matter is, you can't get as much impact on a jet as much as you do on a Raze. So my question is, what can they do to change that?
Well, we're about to find out. Let's have a look at the map veto. Is Abyss going to be banned today, or are we going to see it in the... There it is. It's at the end. It's at the tail end of the entire veto, but I'm at least happy that it's there. I would love to see another Abyss. I mean, not in the way that it went the last time.
Oh yeah, that was rough.
Maybe not.
That was rough. I mean, before we talk about Abyss, let's talk a little bit more about all these 5 picks here. Now, coming into this, I think we had a bit of a chat, right, about what we can expect from Abyss last night. It was rough. The first time Abyss is played in MYSG, and Elevate completely was demolished by Disguised. Now, coming into the rest here, I think, if anything, I think both teams has had significant experience running on these maps.
I agree that they've got pretty great, experience. Both the maps, Icebox, Lotus, a little bit of Haven as well. Not too much for
I mean, Haven
Elevate,
has always been more of the decider map between these teams, if I'm being honest here. Icebox and Lotus were I would say, the staples. Honestly, I'm surprised that Bind was banned because that was picked yesterday.
I agree.
Yeah.
I was gonna expect maybe Abyss to be, taken out of the equation here, but a ban of Bind is something that's kind of throwing me off because RDA have been pretty decent on it.
They picked it yesterday, in fact.
Yeah, exactly. They've been pretty good at it, and I would expect that it would have been there. But Bind being banned by RDA themselves does throw a curveball because Elevate then had to choose between Ascent and Abyss, and they went for Ascent. They wanted to take out the map that they still feel like they could play, and that was, of course, Abyss. Although there was a rough loss yesterday, we're going to head into, of course, what's going to be the first map. Abyss is a long way out, although I'm a romantic about it. Let's have a look at what's happening on Icebox.
Right, okay, so Icebox, I think both teams are going to be running the same thing that they usually do. Now, if you go into, I mean, we had a chat about Icebox before. What is your opinion about RDA on this map, since they are picking this map?
I think RDA have been really, comfortable on this map, and I think that with that Reyna pick, they really enable their players to play a lot more freely, especially that Nakia on that Reyna does give him the ability to frag out the way he wants to, get into situations, get out of places, play on his own, exactly. So he's got his thing completely set in, complete freedom, whereas Pudjay, on the other hand, he's got that solid role of being the operator main. He's the anchor when it comes to the A side especially, and he takes good control of it as well. While they've got both the duelists really, fond of aggression, Pudjay takes one step back in this kind of role, unless, of course, they have a set execute when they play on this. But on the other side, that Gecko pick as well from RDA, pretty standard. You don't see that out of place at all, unless maybe you put it a little bit of a mix with the KO usually, like how Gen G do. They've got that infamous comp, but here we are.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is the time where you'll pay attention to the screen because this game, map number 1, is a long way to map number 5, but first to 3 makes it to tomorrow. The question of matter is, which team will be meeting Disguise over in the grand finals is the question that we have here. Now, coming into this particular map, what makes me really excited to see is, I think we talked about this universe, about how Elevate's a little bit more, I would say, adept at playing on the defense side, while RDA seems to be a little bit more toward attack side.
Yeah, that is true. And as we're heading in, the first round already begun. A bit of aggression, actually a lot of aggression on that B side as we have the takeover. KO Knife clears out quite a bit. A little bit of information. The Viper will be spotted out. Markel going to hold on to that position of his as the mollies come through, but Redco gets the plant anyway, and they get out of dodge immediately.
Just waiting and biding for time. Nakia here over in yellow. Spots nothing quite yet. Sube preps up that shock dart, finds nothing. But the plant, so the defuse does come. The flash comes forward. PC buys time. Flash finally now Ken able to see, but it's gonna be Elevate that goes aggressive, takes up that space forward. Gonna just completely choke them from 2 different sides on yellow. A little bit hard as the numbers dwindle for RDA. A trade at the very least. Pache for 3, and Riza finds Doctor, the final straggler, going in for the flank.
That was quite a re-clearance. I really didn't expect them to go back in and take the fight once again, but of course, they've got the flashes to do it. They've got the duelists to do it, and that re-clearance once again was amazing from Elevate, making sure that they get the plant and then instantly hold back, let RDA think that they're going to be able to flush into the site, and the minute they do, they hear the perfect timing of the Jet dashing in, being in a little bit of a complacent position, put out the flashes, and there go the duelists, fragging out Pache once again, the hero, as he starts off with a 3K.
Silence. Playing this very quietly. Elevate had a bit of a discussion by Elevate last night, how disappointed and heartbroken they were, especially on Bind. Perhaps a change of mindset is something that they want to move into today, their last chance to move forward. But the same could be said for RDA, who wants this just as much.
Doctor, he's creeping in a little bit close, and he's got a killjoy turret. He's heard it, and he's going to hold on to that angle. Clearing is not really cleared that, and this could be problematic if they choose to actually get in closer and maybe pressure that mid position. But no, Doctor's been left alone here, and he's listening to all these sound cues. He can hear it's B. He's calling out to a team. Look at the rotations here. They've already made their win. This is going to be a stack gamble. Not really a gamble, actually, but it's all about the fight. The fights are the gambles here. As the wall goes up, and RDA prepare for a 5-man execute.
Pache still waiting and biting for time. The biggest problem just now was that Fixie was able to just go forward. It's going to be flaring with that opening onto the Doctor. Can do more than that. Sentinel down, and so does everyone. A set up by Riza. Massive Nanoswarm kill as well. Collapse. Huge here by Elevate. Only losing 1 player in this skirmish.
Yeah, that was a little unexpected. I was really looking forward to the fact that RDA could probably, kind of hold on to their push a little more. The utility could have probably been timed a little better along with the peaks, but hey, it was an eco round, and they're going to have to now focus on what's ahead of them. And the full buy round comes in. Vandals across the board, but the buy on the other side, the bonus is still pretty massive for Elevate. Look at that. The set of Vandals that they've got, 2 Guardians and Bulldog, that's just as good as a full buy here, as Elevate looking to assert dominance early on towards B-side once again. Fixie taking first contact, needs to get away, but smoke is his detriment.
The
teammate himself.
To happen from the Duelist, that's that. It's just how fast Riza is already on the site itself. Spams on the top side on Haven. Finds no one. Mark L waiting, biding for time. Waiting for the screen to go down. Doctor pushes through Decay. Finds no one. He's safe for the time being. Has a bit of our space to work with. But Elevate places themselves so far back. Nakia good for 2, in fact. Played as silently as a mouse here. And they get that bonus.
That smoke from the Viper, the poison orb, was the cause of death for Fixie there. Unfortunately, Markel, he triggered it, but Fixie didn't seem to be ready for where he wanted to peek out. He seemed confused about what fight he wanted to take, and he was I think he was hoping for the flash to come out from Jensen sooner than it did, And that's exactly when the entry was found, because Nakia was ready for it. And the minute it comes out of the bag, it's over. 3-0, RDA in a bit of trouble here.
At least one of the saving graces is the fact that for RDA, they're one of those teams that you can give them a share and they pop hits. Bit more of a passive round for them, as the members of Elevate once again finds themselves at a slow start. They really take their time fighting and finding information. We do see sometimes there are some moments where we see maybe perhaps the Doctor push down toward mid side, doesn't get caught, but it's enough for Flair to really put a bit more attention there, put a bit more pressure, playing with a turret to see if anyone were to walk down tube.
They left Killjoy alone on B. That's actually a pretty decent stack from RDA as well. Once again, they've read the situation well, but can the guns sing?
Oh,
They want to try.
No push out. Yeah, I'm
Knife does
surprised.
give out.
Sorry. I'm so sorry for cutting you.
That's all right. The knives do give out a little bit of information, but look at that. The rotation, once again, from both ends are on point. The wall goes up, and they're not going to be able to stop this plan. Just the one nanoswarm, but that is probably going to be broken. Never mind. He's actually going to be forced off Redco, and he's going to have to wait.
It's all about that wait. Riza's there just prepping for that post plant. Haven't planted quite yet, still biting for time. They have that space, but they can't push forward. No information. Nakia gonna go for that Lear, finds one, moves out of the way, and they're so quick to just quickly collapse onto that blind. Spots one, takes on that space, punishes that. Markel for two with the Sheriff, and so does Jansen. The Banana Man strikes again, and so does the other members of RDA. This was exactly what I was talking about. Give RDA any weapon, and they pop hits. And this is just one of those moments where they just come up on top in these thrifty rounds.
This is exactly what I was expecting from them in that second round as well when they had that stack, but unfortunately back then, it wasn't the stronger pistol that they were holding on. This time the Sheriffs do sing the tunes of death as once again, RDA with a really solid round here. This time, as it turns out to be in their favor. Elevate, no problem whatsoever for them. They're one away from the Killjoy lockdown as well. So Riza is probably going to be hoping for that execute on that A site. Ultimate economy slowly building up for the side of RDA as well. As Jansen too, one away from the Thrash. The economy actually does not miss. Yeah, it doesn't check anybody.
Yeah. RDA, they still hold on strong. Bit of util just to clear out on the top side of Pipes, finds nothing. Once again, Elevate. They're playing this very slowly, very quietly. Vixie quick on that contact. Pops the head of Pajay. No Julius to really take up that space. And now they decide to go aggressive. Vixie good for two, and so does Sube. Aggressive contact play coming in for RDA. And they played the game of collapse so very well.
That was really well coordinated. I was a little worried about that flash and contact play because it's just a Gecko flash, right? It's easily breakable. And they did break it, but unfortunately they were not ready for the fights. The number of angles that they had to figure out that the peaks were coming from were a little too much, and that ended up forcing Elevate to take fights that were not in their favor. RDA, really well played. It kind of felt Genji-esque, but usually it's a KO flash accompanied with that Gecko flash. This time, it's just going to be pure aim. 2 and 3, RDA back on the board, and this time for good purpose as well.
The Lear already used by Nakia, finds no one pushing up forward. Elevate, they took a little bit too much time taking up space. This time around, Nakia decides to go a little bit more aggressive onto that Pipes area. Trying to make sure that they don't get punished, get their heads popped quite yet. Waiting for any info. Lear used once again. Pajay already onto the side. So quick on that. Finds nothing. In fact, gets flashed. You already see the lockdown used as well. They try to put in the damage. All tip damage all around. It's a massacre on this side. Lockdown on the other area.
Oh, wow.
And Elevate completely collapsed onto that side. The Doctor, final man left standing. Not able to meet up with his teammates before they go down. Not a tall ask, 1 versus 2. Redco and Flaring are here. Brains for brains. Space for space, excuse me. The Doctor, if he's able to go for the isolate, great. Can go for these 1-for-1s. Can go for perhaps a lineup kill. But identifying where these members of Elevate has placed themselves is going to be the problem. And they've placed themselves so far away out of the site. They go for the tap, spots 1 on 2, catwalk, finds nothing, moves out of the way. You can spot all of the utility thrown onto the site itself. Redco is there, takes up a lot of damage from that fragment. Not enough to take him down, and Flaring will be the one to end him. as they go finally get another score on the board.
Elevate responding kind after losing 2 in a row and not giving up all of it just yet. And Redco, a great lineup there to keep things intact because it was really close for Flaring. He did take a couple of bullets through that wallbang and was about to get taken out, but in the end, it was him winning out that duel. They've got the no command now for Redco. That's going to be an execute towards A once again, I think, as it seems to be the case. All the members of the attack are lined up behind there. A little bit of destruction towards mid. That turret is going to be taken care of for the lineup from Riza, and that's actually really good. That throws in the rotations to come in, but look at what Fixie's holding on A main, and that works magic as the op delivers.
Fixie has really positioned himself in an angle that he knows that he cannot be caught out by Nakia's Leers. So the way anti-flash is there. But the other members of Elevate, they're being very wary. He's sure they get caught out by that op, but it's gonna punch in. It's just quick on that, quickly reacting to the sound of that owl drone. By some time pushes through that wall, and Riza quick to find Jansen in the other side. The plant is here. As the other members of RDA man his advantage, they're still holding strong. Fixie finds himself, equalizes. Bladestorm out. Redco finds the doctor in the end. Not able to get that, finally does at the end. Riza, last man standing. Can hear the sound of the guns shooting through. He pushes up forward, but Fixie aims sharp and true as he takes the defuse.
Fixie, the MVP of this round. The first frag itself was the most important. Nakia could have turned that round around by himself. I genuinely believe so. But the minute he found that first frag, and there was a trade up when the 4-man push came in, boys of Elevate, they got the site in control, yes, but the one thing that they did not account for is Raptors. The fact that he could just walk out of there. Flaring was jiggle peeking that, but against Fixie's crisp aim, it's not going to be easy to dodge those bullets, even if you're jiggle peeking, and that's going to throw them into a mix. Now they need to be more aware of this operator and the fact that Raptors really needs to be looked after, especially in those retake scenarios.
The biggest problem right now that Elevate has is trying to pinpoint where that op is. He plays so many different angles. You throw a Leer, yes, you expect it to move out of the way. Finds no one. This time around, they're being very careful here. Look at where he had placed himself. Fixie had placed himself on B. And as soon as the Leer comes through, the quick rotation comes out here. Have Sube popping that Hunter's Fury just to buy a bit of space and time. Punch in this time, answers back with his own Bladestorm. Finds Fixie, moves out to heaven, spots no one. It's just a matter of time as the smoke screen, the toxic screen goes down. Takes in quite a bit of damage from the snake bites, from the spam, from the area of screens. But they move back. Markel is here, and they have the pit to use to take up that space and deny any vision from the team itself. Elevate is here, holding down that space. You have the knife just to see if anyone is there. They break it. Sube good for one. Nakia is there, Doctor as well. They play these angles to perfection, micro angles in fact. Redco at least for 3! This is the fraggy IGL we talk about! 7 HP, spots 1, Jansen is here, and Jansen once again! The Banana Man strikes, the clutch master of RDA!
What a round. 2 individuals stepping up massively, but in the end, all that mattered was the Gecko that stood still with 2 HP. That could have been an easy 2v1, honestly, for Elevate, but they decided to take individual fights. They gave Jansen what he wanted, was individual fights, and he took them really well. I believe that there was a bit of a problem with, the support that Redco was not getting. He did get 3 by himself. Flaring was up on top of Belt, trying to play for that lineup. But unfortunately for him, the timing, the communication was a little bit off there. And the 2v1 that could have been easily avoided to make it 5-3 right now has ended up making things level.
RDA as well. Fixie without an opener. With only an outlaw in hand, Nakia goes down. Almost gets one more. In fact, it's gonna be Jansen that finds the entirety of the members of Elevate. Wow. They make quick work of the entirety of this team and Elevate. They're just falling one by one like dominoes.
Yeah, he's fired up. He's feeling the clutch strike right through his blood. And he's going to be absolutely ecstatic about him continuing this form. RDA taking the lead now. 5 and 4. They've got the Thrash as well, so retake possibilities are heavy on that A side, and that's exactly why they're stacking up on B. Unless, of course, they want to actually push in with that Thrash, because they've got Jensen here set up a little bit on the bait position. Fixie's going to be first contact.
Question where Fixie is. That's the problem. Moves out the way, does not spot the Leer. Biding time, waiting. Everyone's being so careful, but it's gonna be Fixie. There's gonna be a little bit more brave to push up forward. He gets 2, in fact. Nakia answers, and so does Riza. Numbers equalize between these two teams. Buzz one out, sprays, puts in a lot of pressure towards that toxic orb, finds no one. Nakia is here. Here comes the trash as well to buy some space.
Oh, wow,
had already moved towards yellow. Gonna slowly try and break down that lockdown. Riza is there, protecting it as his own. And now we see the battle of the Killjoys, a one-on-one. The ex-IGL versus the new one. As they move forward, and Riza says, hasta la vista, baby. I've decided B is not where I want to plant.
He does have a keen eye about where the Doctor could be coming in. Backstab going to be taken care of, and the Doctor, he does have utility here, so he could stop that plant if need be. Nah, he's going to go backside and give it a little bit of a tap, and he's playing it to perfection here. Riza! What a clutch! Played into the mind of the Doctor, and that IGL that was pretty much not doing the brain work right now is still having to do it once again, but this time in the form of a clutch. Absolutely amazing clutch there. Fixie did everything for his team in the beginning. They got the frags, they got everybody. Markel got a double as well, but unfortunately for them, Riza was ready to take the duels one absolutely on point. It was the communication gap once again here, Tash. They were not able to make sure that, okay, you know what? We've got a 2v1. We don't really need to step out of our positions to give Riza what he needs.
Riza played that so well. Understanding, taking aggression. But Jay is here, taking a little bit more of an aggressive stance. Belong completely in their control. This time around, they're very wary. Every nook, cranny, angle checked first. No clue where Fixie is, no clue where Markel is, and that's been the problem. Every time you think you found Fixie, immediately another member of RDA pops up from another end. Fixie was merely the distraction. Now it's all about waiting for that first contact.
Setup from the Killjoy and Viper both here, so it's going to be a little bit of a messy situation when they try to enter this site. Doctor, he's ready for it. One alarm bot and both Nanoswarm taken out, and that's going to be actually a lot of utility broken here, which means the bait comes in. Markel had to peek.
Here comes another Leer, as Pudgy is still waiting on the side of yellow. His teammates already rushing up toward container. Finds no one. Jansen drops Strike but can do more flaring, and Pudgy is here as well for that trade. Loving the way they come onto the side. Water falling from 2 different sides of yellow Visa. It's hard for them to really hold on to the area. Even towards Snowman, excuse me. They can't even push through. Hard to go against a team that moves and communicates this strongly to each other.
Yeah, Elevate really picked up the pace there, and they made sure that they found the one little, needle that could have cost him a lot of trouble, and that was Fixie. The minute he had the operator in his hand, he kind of got confused at the last second there. Where to peek, where to go, what to do, because the KO was taken care of, and then instantly he thought, okay, you know what, maybe I should turn toward the right, towards the left. He kind of lost focus there, and that was exactly when Elevate decided to move in. A timeout here from Elevate, as they might be looking to kind of talk about how they want to finish off this first half. 7-5, of course, is going to be their favorable side. They've got the Viper's Pit activated, and they should be looking for a bit of a use for it. But the problem is here, Tax, that the Doctor also has got the lockdown, which means there is a bit of flush possibility here. How do they want to use this? Where do they want to go is the call. Do they want to actually go for a bit of a pick towards the Doctor, or do they want to try and work it for flaring, irrespective of whether or not they've got the lockdown?
It's going to be very interesting what Elevate wants to do here. Wondering, how are they going to come through this? In this time around, we have flaring with the pit, we have Nakia with the Empress as well. But the same could be said for the Doctor. I'd say that one of the natural counters for the pit itself has always been the lockdown. But this time around, RDA is taking a more aggressive stance. Fixie taking up that space. Oh, he moves all the way to the backside. taking advantage and wanting to punish the slow push coming in from Elevate, and Riza only good for one. But it's gonna be a trade at the very least by RDA. Pajay is here to find Fixie in the other day. 3 versus 3. Mid-side, Redco with the flash. But the Doctor plays a very close corner. One more player to worry about here.
Oh my god, okay.
Pajay has nowhere to go.
Well, here I was kind of speculating where the ultimates would lead us, but instantly RDA say we don't need anything from our own side, neither do we need one from the opponents. They take up that A main space, kind of due for a pincer movement between mid and A, and it didn't work out in the beginning as well as I thought, but then eventually towards the end, when the trades came in and the Doctor had to clean up the round at the very last second. That dash, unfortunately, was not in his favor, Pajay, but that's going to end up the half 6-6. Nothing separating these two teams as they head in to the second half of Icebox, and now Elevate have got probably the advantage, at least in my opinion, because they usually have taken a lot more of their stance towards this defensive side here, Tash. What do you think? Do you think this is going to be Elevate's to take, or can RDA pick it up?
Interesting. Here, I'm a lot more surprised seeing RDA decide to go aggressive there that final round, and Elevate wasn't able to really capitalize and just really punish them for that. Riza was the only one pretty much ready for that push. Regardless, this time around, question marks all around. Elevate, as you mentioned before, a team that prefers or does a lot better on the defense. You have Nakia, who's able to play his own game. Riza, who can take so much control of A side. In fact, he's there all alone with only the toxic screen as well as utility. B side is where they're hitting. It's a good gamble, I suppose, from Elevate. The question is whether or not they can really capitalize on this. Fixie is here. He takes up so much space. Pajay and Nakia coming in from the mid side. Good to really crunch this team from being able to go all the way to Snowman. Pistols all around. It's all about finding Doctor. He can't do more than that. And that's both pistols to Elevate.
Absolutely. A great retake here once again from Elevate. The push and pull techniques that they've been using, the utility that they're expecting has been really good. They knew exactly where that recon's going to come. The flash was going to pop in from Jansen as well, and they were ready for it. The mid pincer that came pretty slowly for RDA did give them value because the setup for that util from the initiators was actually for the person walking in from mid. Unfortunately for him, he already had flankers coming in. He had people watching him, and the trade was instantaneous. And that's going to give Elevate round number 7 and another reason to keep moving on forward with better weaponry.
Riza 14-8. Our anchor per se on attack side. This time around, let's see what the Doctor has to offer. For RDA, this situation, this, I would say, eco round where everyone are on these sheriffs are almost terrified. We saw what they can do with these plays. They take it silently this time. Heard the sound cues, but it's all being able to capitalize. Yes, Fixie is suppressed, but he just buys the time. Spotted out by the alarm bot, gives every single member of Elevate the idea where they could be. There's out Rogue, finds no one. Unfortunately whiffs, red coat for one, but Fixie answers right back. Cloudburst, just to give him a little bit more space. Popping his gun, moves back and decides perhaps this time for a quiet cut of noise, a re-hit perhaps. But Pajay has all his eyes on mid. Fixie is still here. He's making so much noise. No hit spotted. Riza flaring. A kill apiece. They found the spike already. It's all about just holding their ground. Pajay
oh no!
moves all the way to a mid, finds the lurking Markel. Cuts off all the rotations, all the movements in RDA. Not able to get a thrifty on this round.
I was so looking forward to what could have been the potential of that round with the double lurk there. Both the Killjoy and the Viper finding so much ground there, but the one and only problem, the spike left at A. And they were holding on there for some reason, waiting for the lurk to call them out. I don't know what exactly was going on there, but I would love to hear what happened, because the minute Elevate decided, okay, you know what, guys, it's time to push in and find a little bit of more value, they're not afraid to aggress. They find the value out of it. What is it? The spike at their feet, and the two lurkers, their entire effort goes to nothing.
Honestly, a good read. Markel and Doctor have always been the stragglers, taking the time, playing toward mid-side. With Elevate already reading this, it's all about just making sure they're positioned and ready to answer those pushes, those takes toward mid-side. This time around, Aldrone used already. Flaring, taking a more aggressive stance, plays close. A lot of trust to his teammates to at least trade him out, or perhaps his teammates to help bait him. Take up that space, go for that contact play. Here comes the Dizzy. Finds two and Elevate completely react onto that. Jansen, Sube, Fixie all knocked down to the ground. Elevate's quite low here. Markel and Doctor, they know exactly where they are. Eyes onto screens, but they already heard the sound cues. 2 players against 5. Tall order. Tall mounted ask. Doctor spotted out here already. Markel, he's sharp. And so is the Doctor. 2 down. Very, very winnable round. Markel, 21 HP.
No
the Doctor
way.
makes it so much easier for them. They isolate this fight. It's all about taking their time. Riza, don't know that he's
Riza.
here over in maze. Spots one out, drops the spike. Unfortunately, the Doctor is here. 3-man dwindled to a 1v1 from a 2 business 5. But Pajay saves the day. A little bit too close for comfort. Elevate, a round win, but at what cost?
Well, a round wins a round win. They're going to take it. 3 rounds in their bag now. A little bit of a comfortable lead, but it is a bit of a heart attack that came on the back of it. RDA going to be kicking themselves that they were not able to convert this, especially that first little contact towards A. I'm not quite sure how, but losing 3 players like that on the back of a good set execute when 2 of them were actually blinded is a bit of a misfire. And RDA need to be not making these mistakes at this stage of the game. Got to do better. But then again, this of course is their map pick, so that's exactly what I expected out of them. Fixie once again with that Sheriff looking to poke on that A side. Maybe this time find value the other way around.
Okay, I'm prodding the Doctor. Knocked down to only 20 HP. He's a little bit more passive this time. RDA, so many rounds already, not able to burst on the side, playing as much as they can. Questioned the other day in terms of stats. RDA on attack side seems to be where they're a little bit more comfortable on. But Elevate this time giving a taste of RDA's own medicine. Taking a little bit more of a aggressive stance!
Wow.
Quick on that! Clutch Master Jansen out of the way. Initiator out as well. A little bit harder to get onto site. They still have Sube for the recon, for the shock darts. But now they decided to pivot onto the A side itself.
Well, they're going to be met by the Killjoy utility that's still in place on Narbot.
30 seconds
Swarm.
left.
They did get a little bit confused with that turret being broken, but now the A side's full of attraction from RDA. How is this going to turn out?
Oh, Riza and Nakia want a piece.
Down
Was
A.
good read by them.
Enemy remaining.
Hard for them to do anything. The biggest problem for RDA right now is that the numbers dwindle down too early. Losing their duelist too early. A problem to get onto the site.
I feel like there's a lot of problem in the terms of getting the control of site as a team. The utility is on point there, yes, but they're not exactly going in for the trade fights. The trade fights are missing out by small little angles that they're not able to cover off each other from, especially on that A main side when they've got the, Sova recon and they've got the Gecko Flash coming in. The problem that's occurring for them is that Elevate are spread out across 3 different angles at the same time. And even though 2 of them are going to be flashed or revealed, they're not able to capitalize on those kills because they're not pushing in together as a 2 or maybe even as a 3. Jansen's going to be staying behind. Fixie is the first one taking contact, but who's the one taking the fight with him? There's nobody really pushing in with him. I would like to see that change coming out after this timeout where they maybe take fights more as a trio or even a quadruple at this point because they need the rounds. They need people to swing off of the utility because that right now seems to be their biggest problem.
I was sort of expecting a more aggressive, explosive style take with the knife, with the flash. So it happened many times. Hesitation, probably running through RDA's mind. Question now is, how are they going to be approaching this? It's all about being able to play as a team, as you mentioned before, Universe. But in a situation when they're just completely picked off one by one, that's the biggest problem. And you see that for Elevate, they don't have to change anything when RDA is doing the same thing in the beginning of every single round.
Yeah, but this time it seems like they're focused on completely taking over this B side. All 5 members here. The drone was broken, yes, but here goes full force of RDA. They're desperate for rounds now. The recon, pretty default B execute here. They're pushing Fixie up into spawn. This is quite the push here.
Fixie, we've seen him go and just burst onto sites, take so much, pop so much hits, excuse me. holding on to Snowman. This could be huge. Nakia, already anticipating this, takes out a bit more space, clears him out. I think he has an idea that Fixie is close by. Good anticipation, pushing as a 2 with Pajay. Pajay with an op, finds one. Sube answers. Riza to go down. Sube moving all around the site. You can see the Thresh coming forward as well. Finds no one, unfortunately, but it does give away all of their positioning. They do need to take up space. Sube is close. Nakia, aggressive with that, pops one head. Dismiss, takes out the space. Spots Sube as well. 3 in the back. Can he go for another is the question. No need to, and Pajay is there. Time running out. I'm pretty sure they're going to be getting the time. Are they diffused by the skin of their teeth? Yes, they do. 0.3 and 7 seconds to go and elevate. A heartbreaking moment for RDA.
That round right there might just be tying up this game with the bow pretty neatly. Sube did really well to get the first 2 frags, but unfortunately, once again, Tash, it was that miscommunication that kind of comes in. The Gecko is throwing in the mosh pit while there's a swing out from his teammate right across yellow, giving that 1v1 once again. Not even 1v1, it was a 2v1 because both Pajay and Nakia were out in the open. So it was the duelists getting the fights that they favored the most. And instantly, the minute it became a 2v2, they knew that that Sube is split across from his teammate. Jansen couldn't help him. And that right there ended the round 11-6.
I say that for Elevate, you're a team that likes to capitalize on mistakes. You can already see lockdown use. He's taking a little bit more space for the team. The other members of Elevate, they want to go for that crunch! Pajay was already waiting for that. Finds one. Not good enough for 2. Nakia down already. Lisa 4 versus 4 still. Riza takes up space on mid side. Hoping and holding C if anyone were to cross. If anyone were to decide to even just pivot over onto A side. Gives a lot of info as well if they were to run over, but might be a B re-hit here.
Yeah, he's called out for that rotation to stick on towards B. Look at Redco and Flaring, both of them in pretty good positions here. Flaring's going to take the first contact, but the wall goes up, and now he's going to be worried about somebody climbing up. Redco, he's holding on. They've got one Molotov, the poison that could be detrimental, but Mark yells, he's kind of curious. Oh, he saw the gun barrel, and Fixie gets the first, and Flaring will throw back, but Fixie good enough for the second, as well as Riza coming in for the flank. Do they expect him here, though?
Might be. They're all checking. Jensen quickly finds him. He's going to be using the Dizzy once again. Up in hand, Pajay timing. Both players just really barely missing each other. Finds the one to mid side. Might be a save if you think about it. Has some time. Maybe.
No, they seen him.
Pick off. Yep, they saw him already. Sneak to come through, but it's gonna be Fixie that rushes forward. Beautifully done by RDA. It took a while for them to really figure out how to break the defenses. Finally, they do.
I mean, it wasn't really them breaking their defenses, but Elevate getting a little bit antsy about finding their, picks on towards that B side. I was convinced that, of course, they've got the confidence, why not go for it? But they gave RDA what they needed, a little bit of a free 50-50 fight, which they took complete advantage of. This is exactly what they have been moving forward with. Sube does have the Hunter's Fury. Does he utilize it towards that B side? Great knife. Stops him for the push instantly. Nakia in a good position. He wants to do what Fixie did in the previous half against him. And they're expecting it. They saw him. They're going to push him off that. But the operator will not be taken out here. Pajay.
Answer back by Sube though. Dizzy, the other members here just going down. Doctor playing a Davaya style play. The op on that Killjoy. Rico still playing back of sight. Hasn't been found quite yet. A jump down here. And completely punishes Jansen for daring to take up space. Post plant on the ready, everyone playing on the off-site. Markel decides to play a bit more aggressive. Onto Maze. Wants to punish anyone who decides to push up forward. Null command online. Gonna slowly push through. He spots on one, but gonna pass around each other. Riza understands one close. Shoulder to shoulder there. Doctor and Sube, one each. Redco. Still very much alive, needs to be revived, but that aggressive push from Flaring cannot be capitalized upon.
I got so scared for a second there. Markel should have gotten that. He saw the gun barrel coming out through the wall, and I really thought he was gonna. I really thought, he's just gonna, instantly flick to the left and spam it down. unfortunately for him, he was just gonna hold on to that gun trigger a little bit longer.
I think he was
and,
a little bit too distracted by the person that was
revealed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that
was
was yeah. It
revealed,
was
yeah.
Redco. Redco was revealed, and he thought that maybe he can just walk in, crawl, and find 2 kills, not give out too much by even giving out a single bullet. But RDA, they make sure that it does not go any other way except for an 8th round in their bag. Flaring takes early contact. Once again, that drone been taken out instantly in the first 3 seconds of the round, which has not given them much value.
It's enough to give them an idea that someone is playing a little bit more close. Shock dart just to clear out yellow, finds no one. Back Dizzy into the game. Fixie. Look at the amount of ultimates that's already been built up toward RDA. Hunter's Fury, the Pit, the Blade Storm. Guys here. Cleared it out. Popped the nades. Flashed out already. Riza has to give up that space. Finds no one. As soon as he goes down, he pushes up. And here comes the Pit. But look at Pudgy coming in. I don't think that the doctor spotted him quite yet. Probably the noise cues, but finds no one.
Oh, but Pudgy kind of expecting this, and there's the sound cue as well. They know this is A now. This might just be a mistake here. Elevate are ready for this.
Pudgy moved out of the way, flashed out. Doctor good for 1. Adept. The Killjoy op. Loving to see it here in MYSG. Right go for 2. Lethal. Doctor and Markel finds 1 each. A shot from the classic from Pudgy. Capitalizing onto the Doctor, and Markel left into a 1v2. Markel, he's won this. We've seen him time and time again. Hate using that word, but it's true. Markel, a player, has been able to isolate. If I take these into a 1v1, not able to this time. Flaring coming up on top.
Match point.
It almost seemed like there was a moment, a small little time gap that he could have exploited. Markel did have an opportunity, but unfortunately for him, the turnaround from Flaring to make sure that A main's getting checked was instantaneous. But this setup, that one little sound cue, I'm not quite sure what made Pudgy stick onto that A site, but I think it was the fact that the alarm bot on B main was not exactly broken even after the Viper's pit. It was broken way too late, and by that time, Nakia already made his way onto the A side, and they knew what RDA was doing. 12-8 Tash, and this might just be the end of it, unless, of course, Jensen has something to say about it.
I mean, Nakia down first. Jansen with that first contact. Huge! Not able to do more as Riza finds Fixie on the top of Tube. So adept, so aware. Knowing almost how to read where the members of RDA are. Lockdown used. Moves out of the way. Sube using the Hunter's Fury just to completely break it. Doctor finds Riza and yeah, Doctor part 2. He taps that, answers back with his own lockdown. Space taken, a 2-on-3. 1-man disadvantage for Elevate. Thresh is also here. Quite a few ultimates used up already.
Oh, they got
found. Pushing up to the back of site. No time to stop him before it goes down. Flaring is here. Raptors. Finds no one. The alarm bot spots him and the Doctor pops his head. Swaps onto the Vandal. Pudgy left all alone. Might go for the save.
Yeah, he probably has to. There's nothing he can do. Probably a couple of exit frags could come his way, but he does have only 150 credits left, so there's no point in actually doing anything except for saving that op. He does get spotted. Now he needs to run away. The op in his hand, but how long can it stay safe? He's got players spamming across. Doctor jumping. About a
like
second
a horror
away.
Movie. I held my breath, bro.
About a second away, but that's it. 9-12, and Elevate are letting RDA kind of cozy in a little bit closer to them. And that's going to be a little uncomfortable in about a round or 2, because Elevate right now have got 1 operator intact to play with. They've got the Viper Spit, if at all they decide to use it towards that B site. But that's about it in terms of firepower, except for a Stinger, which of course is known to be the weapon of masters.
He's out of the way here. Punished already. Some damage onto Riza. He's out of the way. Forced to play a little bit more defensively. Space taken up so aggressively by RDA, and the Doctor sliver of pixels showed up at the top of the smoke screen, and they completely capitalize on it. Members of Elevate fall one by one, bodies hitting the floor, and Riza finds himself alone. Only a sheriff in hand. In this situation, what can you do? Exit frags, perhaps? Bits of stragglers? Can he do that? Here's footsteps from Fixie onto mid. The pings are all there. Can't spot anyone quite yet.
Targets destroyed.
Plus one.
Variable removed.
Jensen knocked down already. Two in
Woo!
fact! Riza making it work! Can't do more. Sube said that's enough. As they bring themselves to 10.
Honestly, at that point, I don't know why, but I was expecting him to just run into that A side and just go for the defuse, like, and get a ninja done. But dream is a dream, especially when you've got 5 players alive on the other side and it's a 1v5. 2 out of 10 now, ladies and gentlemen. Flaring has got probably the 1-win condition for his team right now with that Viper's Pit, because on the other side, they've got no ultimates to work with at all. This is going to end on a bit of strat calling from the Doctor and Co. as RDA desperately need this round.
Oh, aggressive by Fixie. Huge in the opening, and Nakia finds himself punished once again. Daring to take up space all alone with no support. Redco low already. A lot of pressure coming through. They're alright to move to play with each other. The knife's gonna be broken at very least, and Redco does get spotted. Riza with the spam finds Fixie. Look at the answer. Markel finds Flaring in the end of the day. Still holding. Man an advantage here for Redco. Can't do more than that. Markel for 3. Planting with Wickman. As Pache all alone with the op once again. What can he do?
Planted.
Perhaps a pick up with an op. A retake with an op is a tall ask though. Isolated fights perhaps could be huge. Huge fight 1. But Markel's strafe saves the day.
That's going to be 11 to 12, and Elevate have allowed RDA to come in a lot closer than they were expecting them to. This is going to be overtime on the cards by the way it looks in terms of firepower, and a timeout at the very last round once again of the half. They did this in the previous half. They're doing it once again. The plan here should be to try and curb out any first picks being given away, because they've given away that first blood at least the last 3 rounds, and it's not been pretty for Elevate. Scrape out 1 round on that defense and they're done, but they've been absolutely smashed across in the last 6 at least. Even though they've lost 1 of them, they've been absolutely, toyed with. And I think right now the biggest thing that they can work with is that Viper's Pit. Shut off a site completely, maybe towards A itself, because that's been a lot more attacked by RDA. Completely shut off that A site, keep that in control for as long as you possibly can, because there's nothing that can really flush out Flaring from that Viper's Pit on that A site. There's no lockdown, there's nothing else, there's no thrash, so he can play that comfortably while the others try to maybe work out a pick towards B. I think that kind of might be the best course of action, but hey, they've got a timeout to discuss, and it seems like Flaring, yeah, he's going towards A. Yeah.
I haven't really seen Flaring be able to use that pay. It was, 2 rounds already since he's gotten it. Hasn't been able to capitalize. Might be huge. Looking forward to see if they're able to really use what they want to. There you go. Paul, you said Universe used already. Nice space, denies information as well. A bit of a more passive stance. Doctor and the other members of RDA will be trying to at least find the snake in that pit itself. Flaring keeping themselves very cozy in the corner over on pipes. The other members of Elevate hasn't moved in quite yet. They're still holding on. 3 on B. Flaring is still all alone. Moves out of the way. Has to give up that space. Call for his teammates. Not quite there yet. I think it's going to be a retake if anything. Waiting for the right time. Haven't seen anything yet. And RDA, a lot of questions, hesitation to come through.
Flaring, he's been pushed off by just an alarm bot at max. The Viper's Pit falls on the back of just a mere alarm bot, and that calls for the attack. They flush in Tash, but they've got so much to deny. Nakia with the first. He's gonna get traded off, and Sube gets one as well. That's gonna be RDA in the post plan. Is this overtime in the works?
Not quite yet. Fixie playing inside of the pit. Shorty in hand. He can capitalize off this. We've known him to be heroic. We've known him to be with the aggressors. Members of Elevate playing on the sides of the pit. Doctor good for 2, Redco only good for 1. Can't do more than that. And RDA claw their way to the top. We questioned RDA's capabilities on playing on the attack side. And they show us what they can bring to the table and Elevate. Overwhelmed by the sheer firepower and the explosiveness RDA brings to the table.
That push and pull movement that Elevate showed on their attack has kind of been absent on their defense. They take the first pick, yes, but they don't actually fall back instantaneously. They're not taking a little bit of a breather. The patience that I saw from them on their attack kind of seems to be dwindled away due to desperation, of course, which, of course, understandable. But it is in these situations that you expect yourselves to be at the top of your game. If you're losing rounds in a row and you've taken a timeout, you need to understand that patience is key, especially in a final, a lower final as important as this one.
It's also a best of 5.
Poison's off.
Possible. These teams would end this game as fast as possible. Another long day for them tomorrow, but getting too ahead of myself here. Again, slow push forward from Elevate. They thrive on the attack side. The question is, can they play that boost plant to perfection?
Oh, here we go once again. Attack towards B as they found themselves in a good position for a bit. They gave off a couple of sound cues, and that's actually called in the cavalry towards that B site. Look at the number of people there, and they've left the one man only on A. Fixie, he's got a lot to do here. If at all the contact comes in, one single flash from that KO could ruin the chances of Elevate. Forgive me, of RDA. Because he's the only one defending this site. There comes the first flash. Now they know the rotations need to be called in instantly. And honestly, Fixie needs to get out of here. He needs to play safe. Play on the 5-for-5 retake, because that's the only option you got.
Hands on the top side, done already. Fixie coming in, waiting for his teammates. Aldrone used already. Sound cues all around. And this time around, Elevate changing the way they play post plant. Play a little bit more closer, less off the side itself. Pudgy good for one. Markel Trace answers back, and so does Sube. The players of Elevate fall one by one here. As Jansen gonna be denied because of the utility. But Riza, they played this so well. He bought so much time popping at the last possible moment.
Match point.
That was amazing. Elevate at the last second, making sure that their fights were a lot more coordinated, taking exact measures to make sure that they find the fights that are more focused on the fact that they're going to win the round rather than just eliminating people as a whole. 13-12. This time, they've got Pudgy on the op here. The glass cannon, of course. Is he going to be able to deliver? Once again, he's got support on that A site. As Riza, oh, he's going to take a bit of information. Delivers a little bit of damage as well. As RDA got a little antsy to take out that turret out towards mid. And now, look at where the operator set up.
Pudgy asking his presence there with the cloud burst, but fortunately for Sube, his head moving out of the way right in the nick of time. Whips that onto the Aldrone. The Aldrone surviving quite some time there. Flaring. Jump peaks will be punished. Just a little bit though, chip damage to come through. Moves out of the way. Playing with his utility.
Oh, he spotted.
Yeah, gives out that space. Has to wait for his teammates. And Fixie, he loves this. He capitalizes on this. He thrives on that chaos. Finds Riza at the top side. Punishes him. His teammate gonna be crunching from the other side. The members of Elevate cannot hold quite yet. The plant comes through. Pudgy once again finds himself alone with that op. Tails all the time. Call it deja vu. But Albert Anti says, if you do the same thing over and over again, it's madness. And it feels like that for Elevate on this defense side.
Overtime.
Well, back again we go. It was a pretty good execute. Setting up Fixie in this spot was massive. And then in the end, it was all him taking his aim right on precision. All headshots across the board as Fixie, once again, he gets them out of tricky situations, make sure that they find the most important entry, and that was onto Riza there. As we once again go on the rodeo. This time it's Fixie with the operator.
Goes aggressive. Fixie again, not afraid at all. Spots one out. Pudgy tries to break the leer, punished for it. Why is no one? Makia holding all alone. No Pudgy, a little bit harder to get outside, not impossible. 6 bullets in the barrel. Can't capitalize.
What?
Fixie, so quick on the reposition. The aggression, the firepower from this young blood is there.
Oh my god.
Supe's aggression is here. RDA takes another one. Huge on that. Hard to pinpoint where this duelist should be. And we go again.
Fixie. He's taken things into his own hands. as we head into another round of overtime, but 2 rounds in a row. He's been the hero. 3 in the previous, 4 in this one. As this little man here, with quite a bit of firepower, has put RDA up in front, and this is for the comeback to be secured. Can they finish it off on the attack?
He is here, aggressive. He feels himself right now. Punished for that, Nakia. Plays very closely with PUBG here, becoming the gatekeepers of A site. Denying any close contact, PUBG was merely the distraction. He's so low. Still waiting, biting for time. It's only the duelist out. PUBG so low, will be punished. Nakia is there for the trade out once again. A change in pace for these 2 duelists. Aldron's used, broken so quickly. Sube left in the dark, no information gathered. Still has a lot of utility to work with. You see the orb taken as well by the doctor. Oh, I still need 2 more orbs. Just use that lockdown. Breaks the nano swarm as Sube gonna just quickly see if anyone is playing close towards screens. They break it. That's enough information for them to play on us though. Waiting for the toxic screen, they go down. Waiting behind Dice. Jansen good for 1. Sube as well. Riza 1 for his, to his name. They play a little bit more safe. Wants to punish anyone going a little bit more aggressive. Snake bite out. Riza still holding.
Enemy remaining.
Completely finds the dome of the doctor. Surgical, in fact. Ironic since he does find the doctor. Jansen finds himself in a clutch situation, and he can do more than that. And Elevate equalizes a 14-14. The question is, I have to you, Universe, are we gonna be stuck here all night on Icebox?
Well, it's just the first map, so I'm gonna say, yay, let's go. We're gonna enjoy this, of course. But it was a pretty, you know, interesting and gutsy call for the doctor to go out towards CT and trying to take that fight all by himself, while his teammate did get the plant down. I feel like he could have been a little bit more passive there, held on, played for the 2v2, instead of giving out a fight to an opponent who's probably expecting it pretty well, because when you're in the 2v2 in that situation on the A side, you do have control. You're going to be antsy for a frag. You want to give your team the advantage, and that's exactly what the doctor tried, but unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. Once again, they go as we are heading into round number 29.
Hear the sounds of utility. Knife, Lear, Recon all thrown out. Both teams not getting any information at all. Lear, once again, Nakia's in. Nakia has been massive in the previous round, playing very closely with PUBG. PUBG, first contact hasn't been huge. Mixing quick on that. Jansen for 2, 3, in fact, the Banana Man strikes again. Aggression is here. 1 by 1, the members of Elevate fall. Flaring, perhaps a big ask to go on against the 1v4. You see the thresh used already. Sube finds him so quickly, shuts him down, and RDA takes the lead.
Well, Jansen, okay then, I guess. Once again, he swings out of rafters this time and finds a 3K. He's flicking out of heads and chests like it's nothing. 15-14, RDA take the lead once again in this extremely close-ended overtime situation, as they're hoping to finish this 16-14 this time. No operators across the board, none on the defense either this time. PUBG confident in his rifling abilities, as now mid seems to be where RDA want to poke their noses.
When all seems to fail, mid can be the answer. Perhaps they haven't really put a lot of pressure onto this. Jansen, star player of Blitz Esports last season, we saw flashes of potential for him. But now in this brand new roster of RDA, he seems to shine the most. B, long, tried to hit it, finds no one. Flashes come through, Riza spots out the turret, obliterates it, gives away that space. And suddenly, all the control, the idea of mid they had, gone in a blink of an eye. Pixie, he's been huge on these first contact plays. Even more massive than what Elevate members have been able to do. That's the, I would say, the entire team!
Oh,
or the beautiful, awesome thing you can get for young blood. PUBG is the one to do that. I'm so sorry. That is my Jigs coming to play in that situation. Super Markel equalized there. So, not the worst in the world. 2 versus 3. Any advantage Elevate had, completely gone. Jansen still here to play. Regardless, still, the plant comes through. Elevate might be a tall order. wants to be able to go for any situation where they can isolate, not able to. And there we go, RDA showing us why Icebox is their home. And map 1 falls to Rev Drift Arena.
Well, here we are once again with Icebox going the distance, which has been pretty much their bread and butter. It seems like RDA don't really like a clean Icebox. They really enjoy that overtime. I think they like the sound of that word. The way it sounds. RDA overtime kind of sounds really nice as well.
You look at a lot of their match stats. Most of their games have been overtimes.
Or it's been 13-11.
13-11, very close games if you think about it. But the matter of the fact, it's always those last few moments that matter the most. And again, that's why I said about how RDA really relies on heroics. Jansen with 3Ks, Fixie with 3Ks, 4Ks in fact. Sometimes a Doctor getting 2-3Ks. That just throws everything out the window. When you think you have the man advantage, when you think you have this crossfire setup, suddenly you just lose 3 in a row, what can you do?
Yeah, it's been really difficult for Elevate to play a little bit more in the same style as they did in the first half, as much as they did in the second half. And I think that they needed a bit more composure, in my opinion. I think that they did do a lot of things right in the first half, making sure that they didn't overcommit, making sure that they didn't find any positions out of place for their teammates, covering up for each other. The trades were perfect. Elevate were playing pretty good Valorant in that first half. And even in the second half when they started off really well, but after which, that comeback that began to, solidify from RDA was amazing because Elevate started giving out options for RDA, which they didn't before. Before, it was like they had just one choice. They had to face Elevate straight up forward. And later, they started coming in option B and option C. RDA started picking those options, finding good fights together, and they made sure that the comeback was done in complete unison of the entire team, believing that, you know what, guys, even if it's 12-6, we're not going to give up.
Sometimes what I expected, yes, both teams are teams that have high IQ, very aggressive, strat heavy, execute heavy, everything. But sometimes when you look at RDA, what they have is that bit of explosion, that bit of craziness. When you have a player as hot, as aggressive as Fixie, be able to, you can rely on to get or take those first hits, take those first picks. That's when everything starts to fall apart for Elevate. Felt like Elevate was playing a little bit too passive, a little bit too, was waiting for the right time for contact instead of taking Destiny and playing it into their own hands.
The thing about that, what you mentioned, is the fact that the Reyna kind of, plays into that factor so much, because if you've got a Reyna, the only thing you can probably use for yourself is your aim, because that flash is going to be broken in seconds. And there's no hold-up utility that you can find when you've got that Reyna especially, right?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they use perfectly, because exactly what you mentioned. They wait for the right time for contact, but the problem is the first contact always has been Nakia. And he's got nothing to support himself with, no utility except for a single flash or his aim. And that's exactly why I believe Elevate did find a lot of trouble in giving themselves the space to play with, right?
Yeah.
And if we have a look at what RDA were doing in the first couple of rounds in the second half, the mention of those 2v1s that they were constantly losing, the 2v2s that they were taking, into, I would say, questionable directions by giving off 1v1s, especially that one round where the Jet and the Reyna clutched out a 3v2. That, I think, kind of broke the back for them. But to make a comeback from that mentally was a huge task. And honestly, kudos to RDA for getting this win.
Honestly, when you look at RDA as well, I mean, for Elevate as well, how many times has Nakia thrown out his Leer just to really try and push off Fixie from his holds? But Fixie is just so adept at being able to hide away from that Leer, and I think that's one of the downsides for that Leer itself. Not only is it not being broken, is that the Leer is not reaching them. And another fact is that when Nakia is not able to get rounds, get eliminations, not able to go for the overheal, not being able to reposition, you really render Arena so irrelevant. And in so many rounds, Nakia is not able to capitalize off these situations. Just nothing he can do. This situation, RDA coming up on top here, relying a lot on heroics, Jansen especially. Insane performance by him. multi-frags, clutches, you can rely on him. And he is just so quick at farming those orbs as well as kills, that how many times in a half that he's able to use his Thresh?
Yeah, I really want to point out one particular thing though. If you're looking at Fixie, he's got 9 first bloods, which means a third of his kills have been him getting the entry as the duelist, which is really impactful. He really stepped it up in that final stretch of the game. Of course, he was absolutely going ham, especially in those 2 rounds where he picked up the operator, and in the round before where he clutched out the retake on the B site to give his team the advantage. He was absolutely amazing. He put up 7 in 2 rounds and an overall ACS of 277. Absolutely amazing. Fixie deservedly the MVP of this Icebox map as we head in to them taking the advantage as we head into the second map.
You know what's really funny? Fixie is a player that debuted, well, didn't really debut, but got picked up last season by Homeboys. Couldn't make it qualifiers. Was disqualified, in fact, wasn't able to play. Who knew that team held this gem of a player? And he was given so much support by his teammates, good callouts as well from his team. And this situation for Elevate, the question is, I mean, talking to the players last night, I mean, it was breaking for them coming into Bind, having a 2-10 lead. The question right now I have is, what kind of mental is going on for Elevate? Sometimes it felt like they were so disconnected. They were so, I would say that in the beginning of the game, it felt like they were very adept, playing together, very close to one another. There's always a trade potential. There's always a reposition or even a swing out from another teammate. And then suddenly toward the end, it was almost silence. And my question is, what can this team do to really fix their mental? Because for RDA, the longer the game seems to go, the better they seem to play. What can Elevate do to be able to match up with that mental? Regardless, the question will be answered perhaps after this on map 2, so do not get anywhere. This is the Valorant Challengers MYSG. We'll be right back after a quick break.
ANC.
While the drift has already been felt in here, I think it could be time to start elevating things a little bit here to maybe give us that map 4 or map 5. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Malaysia-Singapore lower finals of the Split 2. This has been quite a start already. First map itself, we went to Icebox overtime, 16-14. The only score that could separate these two teams was a differential of 2. And now, Tash, we head into Lotus, which has been both of these teams kind of, you could say, favored ground apart from Icebox. What are we expecting from this?
Well, the last time these two teams went against each other, it was Elevate that came up on top. But now RDA has played another one, and they won against Blaze. So it's such a back and forth between these two teams. It's been reads upon reads, outplays upon outplays, and it felt the same way like Icebox. I wouldn't be surprised if we're getting another overtime on this one. I'm so sorry. I think everyone in production is looking at me like, please stop. Don't say that. Regardless, I wouldn't be surprised if it is going to be an overtime regardless, going into this one. Both teams are very, very adept. Now, there is going to be a swap up when you talk about these two teams. Fixie, the duelist on that jet, we saw him very powerful, high firepower coming from him in that first contact. He'll be playing a different style of first contact, and we'll be expecting him on that chamber. I wouldn't see this changing anytime soon. He's great on that first contact. I wouldn't be surprised if he were to get so much control over on A Rumble as well as C Mount.
Yeah, I believe that there might be that little bit of change, of course, but I'm kind of expecting, I don't know, maybe for them to throw a curveball. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here.
You want to change the way they've been playing, change the comp here or something?
I mean, they haven't changed it completely. Then see, now the point is that they've played the recent comp that they have pretty, well. I'm not gonna lie, they did play it decently well, but I'm gonna expect a little bit more from them in terms of it being a final towards the end, right? It's something that they might use to maybe throw off their opponent. But hey, I'm hoping for some magic to happen. But I love the chamber on this map of Lotus. I think that the chamber works really well in unison with how you want to play as an aggressive team. And I think that they are. And I'm gonna look out for especially one particular, item of play, and that's going to be how they're going to be executing that A side aggression. When they're playing on the defense, are they going to set up that chamber for a bit of an aggressive push by keeping him with the operator constantly on top of things? Or are they going to let him set up by himself, play a passive, setup towards C or maybe even towards B? This is a little bit something that I'm, questioning, and I'm really excited to find out what they're going to be doing. But I want to know from you, this changeup of the jet instead of the raise that's been coming in from RDA, how do you see that working in their favor? Because they played the raise for quite some time, and now for the last 3 games in the playoffs, they've actually put in the jet.
Okay, I'm really curious how this is going. I mean, coming into this one, we did. I think there was that question on what exactly we can expect coming into this one. Excuse me, sorry about that.
Yeah.
So now, when we talk about RDA, right? Elevate had played it in a way that, it's RDA that played it in a way where they swapped it, as you mentioned before. They played as Sova, Omen, Jet, Gecko, and Cypher. Now, when we talk about a Jet, I think on this map, we did say that Raze finds dominance on this map because they take the ability to take up space, the satchels, the pain shells, being able to just clear out corners, as well as a showstopper as well. Now, it just really kind of gives me this impression that the reason why Fixie is on the Jet, because he's more comfortable on the Jet. And I'm not surprised. He gives us some insane Jet plays. But the problem with Jet is that you don't get the same firepower as at the same, I would say, space-taking potential as we do with that raise itself. So it falls onto his teammates here. I'm talking about the Gecko, I'm talking about the Sova, even the teleportation from that Omen, the smokes has to be really well as well. Now, if you remember how Elevate had played this map previously, and it was against RDA, there was a lot of pressure coming in toward a rubble. I'm talking about how we can see either Nakia as well as Pajay playing toward A site. Maybe we can have a little bit more of a hover from Redco toward the broken door. So that's the question. Oh, they changed it again.
I told you.
How did you know this?
I told you. I don't know. It's kind of a sixth sense, you know. I'm pretty sure I expected something to change while they come in to the lower final, because if the stakes are high, they're going to try you know, what they feel is going to be a lot more towards that, you know, control position, because Lotus is a map control heavy kind of gameplay. If you don't have control of your regions of your map, especially on defense, you're going to struggle a lot, because Lotus can turn into an attacker's heaven as quickly as it possibly can. Now, the one thing that I'm actually expecting out of RDA here is the fact that they're going to constantly keep abusing that A main, because what we saw earlier, that Jet, Gecko, Omen, Sova composition is really, really dry when it comes to utility in terms of taking control. One Gecko mosh pit, that's all they have in terms of taking control of the aiming, and even that doesn't really stop you. If you've got the nade, if you've got a breach, it does work out a lot more better. But this time they've incorporated a Sky. They've gone back a little bit more than what they played in the last time here, Tash. So I'm really excited. What are your feelings before we get into this? Last 30 seconds, go.
I mean, if you look at how Elevate has been playing this, you have one solo Sentinel on C, Riza, and Riza's setup is terrifying. You have no clue where his cam is going to be. Half the time, he doesn't even shoot from the cam to even catch someone out, because he's using it just to get information and allowing his teammates to play off it. So C-side will be his playground. The question is whether or not RDA can capitalize and break his chips to get the space onto C-side itself.
We're gonna find out here. Bit of aggression shown from the defense. Not as much, actually, just a bit of a peeksy on the back of the Viper wall. They just want to get a little a peek into the keyhole. Look at Jansen. He's actually crawled in towards the end. There's nothing here except for just the one breach holding on there. Nakia, he gets one, and the connection comes through for RDA.
Bit too aggressive there. RDA good for 2. Punishes the aggression coming in for Elevate, and all the members of Elevate fall one by one. They've been really spreading themselves thin here throughout B and A side, catching all the members of Elevate one by one. And it's been so hard for them to really match the firepower coming through. Fixie catches Pudgy with his ability in his hands. You don't want to bring an ability to a gunfight. That's exactly what happened. 3-on-1 for Riza. Once again, finds himself the last man standing. Riza, he's sharp. He can go for these 1v3s. He can go for these isolated fights. And RDA is aware of that. Look at his high-low setup. They have 2 or 3. A crossfire, in fact, with drop as well. Goes for that defuse. It really swings out. And Sube ends the round.
That's going to be RDA winning the first pistol of this entire best of 5. They lost both of them on Icebox. To get a start here is a good thing for them. Confidence is going to be at a pretty good position. Whereas Elevate, them losing every round here on their defense could cause problems, because they've got a really defense retake heavy comp here. And I'm really expecting them to, you know, focus on trying to make that first half at least into an 8-4, maybe 7-5 in their favor. Because if RD are able to get away with that first half in their favor, it's going to be a huge problem. Because on the attack, Elevate need a lot more control. Yeah, while I love the fade, I still prefer the Sova on this map.
I'm actually gonna disagree with you on that. I really love that fade. The re-clear potential, 30-second cooldown for that haunt. Use it at the beginning of the round and the end. So hard to really hold an area with that, but Jansen for 2. Popping heads and playing so well with the cage. Because immediately you see the paranoia moves out of the way. Riza forced to give up C-site. Sprays through. Nakia does find Jansen in the end, but not before he has done the damage to the team. Plant. Gonna be done by the doctor here. Nakia over the waterfall. They can really try their best to really dwindle the amount of guns they bring forward to the next round. But it doesn't seem to be that way. Sube is here, catching out Riza. I don't think he's spotting him out. Yes, he does. Riza, quick on that one! Markel does find Nakia in the end. Riza once again. Last person here, pops ahead, can't do more. But Riza's heroics windows a lot of firepower that RDA is able to bring into the next round.
I got a little scared there, but Riza getting a little bit of value. They've dropped a bunch of weapons onto RDA. 2 Bulldogs, that's it. And a bunch of sheriffs on the back of full armors here. This is a scrappy bonus, and as I say, the Vandal's been purchased here from Jensen. Of course he would. He did get the first 2 frags onto that B main side. Now, they're going to hold on once again. RDA not really keen on pushing anywhere as quickly as possible, but Elevate are. Take aim and control pretty quickly. Establish that they're going to be the kings of this entire side of the map. They shut it off, and now, do RDA want to clear out that Rebel space is going to be the question. Because they do have the utility to do it, Tash, but are they keen on it? Because that smoke and flash combo from flaring could be detrimental, and Nakia is ready to pounce upon it.
Just now Nakia playing aggressive here for one, but was punished in the end. Does show the demise for the team. Fixie is here, completely flashed out, but still wins in the end. How on earth is he doing that?
No way.
Good read, Nakia for 2. This time around, Nakia's firepower shines, but not enough for Jansen. Has something to say about it. A flash to come out.
What?
Catches one out as he tries to go for the teleport. Redco is here. Now it's a ring around the Rosie. And now, Redco for 3. He holds down Rubble. It's his playground and no one can pass.
They knew the breach is there. It was a rookie mistake from the Doctor to take out the teleport, the shrouded step at that second. There was only 1 or 2 ways he could go, and he did choose to go one way. Unfortunately, it was detrimental for the Doctor, as damage decently given. Yes, it was 2 weapons dropped, but this was a bonus for RDA, so no problemo there. Jansen already has the Neural Theft online. All they need is 1 frag. Are they going to look for it towards that A site? Markel says, nope, we're being shut out here. No point in going here. Let's find out what's happening on B.
Loving this aggression coming in from Elevate. They have so much control of A main. Trade for trade, Redco, Sube, 1 each. Fixie is down though. Jansen denying space with that cage. They don't care, they push out. There is the showstopper. Use Riza quick to follow up with Sube. Explosive round from Elevate. The denial of Rubble on A site and quickly pivoting onto B. And now, just question marks from RDA. What can you do here? Hard to push to B, smoked out. Wants to push toward A, have no idea how many people are there. And toward the backside on spawn, Elevate playing together in case there is going to be a lurk. And it's been the case that's been happening quite a lot here from RDA.
Slow things down and look at how passively Elevate are playing. They're giving them so much respect because they've got no idea where these players could come. All 4 of them basically playing in where they're going to be spawning in just a couple of seconds from now.
30 seconds left.
But the fact that they're giving RDA this much respect means that they recognize the potential of Markel and Doctor being able to clutch this kind of a round out. And they don't want to give them any freebies whatsoever.
Slowly but surely they move into A.
Yep.
Cover going out.
Prepping for it. Go for the plant.
10
Look of time
seconds
too.
left.
Last 10 seconds to go. Remember, slowly moving up here. It was going to be Markel with that first contact. Moves out of the way. Hot finds no one. They swing out together. Markel sprays! Insane! 4 in fact! Not sure what happened there. Markel! Big smiles! And he shaves. It's just another day for me.
I cannot explain. I don't even know how they didn't swing out wide to give him nothing of that sort, but they just kind of lined up for him. And Mark L gives them, hand delivers them the L and says, sit down. He's just like, I got this in the bag, man. What a shot from him. And that activates the Viper Spit as well.
Cover going out.
I'm still recovering from that round. Mark L! RDA, we've seen this time and time again, heroics coming through. This time around in Elevate, they haven't changed up the way they're playing on A side here. In fact, it's going to be Flaring taking the front line instead of Nakia. They take up the space. A trip just to deny them to push into A main. Fixie is here if anyone dares to push out of that smoke. Just waiting on the util.
be careful here. Big C. He's still got a smoke holding him back, and RDA are still adamant about taking up this space towards a rubble. Flaring once again does have his paranoia available, and they've heard him. They know one's on the other side of the rubble, and Jansen might just find a free kill here. Rizza, he's ready for it, and he takes him down. And that's going to be information, but RDA instantly react on the A side, find a frag for themselves.
Elevate moves back, giving us space away for rubble. Will they check Nakia is the question. They don't. Tops one hit, can't do more than that. Markel quick to answer.
30 seconds left.
Gets a bit of an upgrade as well for Pixie. Goes into door, anti-flashes forward. Markel, he goes huge. He's feeling himself, moves away from the aftershock. He knows exactly where Redco might be. He's got two! Popping hits, left, right, and center. Rolling Thunder used just for Markel. Moving him out of the way. No guns here. A flash as well. Move toward the backside. Time running out. He can buy time with the utility.
Wow.
He does just
Wow.
that. Popping heads as well. A hero play this time around, not from RDA, but from Redco. And Elevate, they catch up.
He sees the value in just committing the ult. It is a 1v1, and he just needs to stop the plan. Time was in his favor. They found so much, but Redco will absolutely shut them down. Instant utility usage came in such good numbers as well. The flash to keep him at bay for a second. The stun at the end there was so perfectly timed. He knew exactly what was going to happen. And the big brain of Redco delivers round number 2 for Elevate in desperate situations.
Round. They deny that space. Just really take control of the orb. RDA, they're happy to take the orb onto C site. Just now, I did say that C was Riza's playground. Not in the last round, they had C though. Using the utility to break the trips. You know, the last time they played, the trip was onto her boxes. Now Riza this time, changing it up. Takes up C site, opting to go for a retake. Paul in his command, walks straight into a trip. Was not expecting one to be there. Riza quick to react to Pixie. With a Bucky only good for one. Punishing Riza for daring to hold down that area. Redco is here, moving through the smokes. They know there's a pit to deal with to find a snake inside. Gonna go for the aftershock just to clear out Ben. The Tremor as well, finds no one. That sees, capitalizing, finds Markel. They found the snake. It's all about just clearing it out, and they do just that. Elevate. They go to 3, matching up with RDA. 2 in a row for them.
The retake protocol, so meticulous, so good from Elevate. The stun, the aftershock, and the seize all together, making sure that even if he tries to go back, he's gonna get taken out. If he comes forward, the gun right there in Redco's hand is waiting for him. Elevate, brilliant round once again to flush out that Viper from his pit, but it's not done yet. They've still got a lot more ultimates to work with, especially that showstopper. But to counter it, here's Nakia with the operator on top of that platform on A main. And he's expecting somebody to walk into his crosshairs. No real threat at the moment from RDA towards A, but sounds being made towards C, and Rizza has been made aware of this.
He's just clear out the corners. Finds something. Rizza. I think he's actually spotted out by his camera. Still holding. More aggressive stance forward. Doctor is here. Showstopper popped already. Pixie's on that side. Takes up so much space. Don't think he's spot on Rizza. Yes, he does. Blows him to smithereens. He's low though. But Jay, good to answer back.
Spike down.
A Nightfall as well. 2 plays. Flaring, holding. Seeing if anyone were to cross through. Knows there's one straggler onto A site. Here's the footsteps. Enough to just really move them out of the way. Flaring is here. Quick to answer alongside Redco. Jansen finds himself all alone. We've seen heroics from the Banana Man. We've seen 1 versus 3s. He does have the spike.
I have retrieved the
B
spike.
in his favor. No one knows, or at least Elevate does not know he's there quite yet. But once he goes for the
30
plant,
seconds left.
might be game over. He needs to plant it in a way that he can be able to just really spray off, go for the isolate. But I'm guessing that C is where he decides to go to.
Yeah, he's gonna get the plant down. Yeah, pretty clever as well. He understood that they're going to be stacking towards A because he saw the teleport and of course the Viper. But this is going to be a 1v3. That's going to be a tall ask. And here comes the cavalry.
Oh, doesn't spot him. There's a trip there as well. Understanding that it is going to be one toward Waterfall. He spots one. He had actually spotted one through his cam. Tripwire triggered. He knows exactly where they are. It's all about getting that right spray. And this time around, Elevate does not allow them to just line up for that. They go for the defuse. Redco, a more aggressive angle. Just swinging back and forth. Protecting his teammates. Gives so much space to Pajay to go for that half. Elevate take the lead this time. And now RDA in a position where they scratch their heads. What on earth are we going to do this time?
Jansen really had a great idea. He made sure that he didn't give out too much. The minute he realized that the guy who was defusing was off it and was taking the first shots, he knew that the breach is going to be slightly closing in. And he almost isolated Redco to a 1v1, but Redco, he's been firing on all cylinders right now on this map at least. 12-3 that man's been on, and he's again just 2 away from his ultimate, which is absolutely massive, given that Elevate are 4-3 right now. Not too much of a lead in their hands, but this could solidify that. The operator this time towards C.
Oh, Nakia, dangerous game! Fixie punishes, but Pajay good for 1. Up gone. Fixie. A lot of pressure given onto that cage just to make sure no one is around. Over onto A side, we see Markel caught out by Flaring here. Flaring knows the read already. Fixie getting a huge upgrade. We've seen magic done by Fixie with that op itself. Eyes trained onto Bend. Spots on that cam, takes him out. Cage up. As soon as they cross, game over. Gonna be using the Trailblazer just to catch him out. They know exactly where Riza is. There is going to be at least a tripwire, but not needed. Riza playing an angle that catches Fixie off guard. And now it's all silence from RDA.
Slightly questionable, leaving his teammate alone on site there with the op. But it's going to be a pretty standard cleanup here from Elevate. I would have liked to see both his teammates to join him as Fixie was running in, actually walking in with the operator. I think that they could have gotten the trade almost instantaneously onto Riza there. But well, it has been done and dusted. We are 5-3 up. Elevate going to be restoring their, backbone in place to win 4 in a row here as we head into round number 9 with a bunch of ultimates available for them as well. They've got the Neural Theft and the Showstopper, and they're 1 away from Redco's Rolling Thunder as well. So this should be another Elevate round unless, of course, Markel or somebody else from RDA can pull off what he did just a couple of rounds ago.
Back to the door this time. Want to be able to get so much control to B sides alongside A. 4 people, in fact, toward A rubble. And the pivot for RDA. Riza this time punished for going a little bit too aggressive there all alone. Doctor gets a top up there from his teammates. Quickly, look how fast the rotations are happening from Elevate. You don't have to rotate too fast, but they're just hovering on
I know
toward B side.
exactly where you
You
are.
see immediately the Neural Theft used by Jansen. Gives them all the information they need, but it's enough for Elevate to know there's going to be a C side push. And they're already making their way onto the site itself. Nakia here with the op. Still holding. Straggle to find anyone just straggling onto B side. Redco spotted out on Hall. Markel is there, but elevates. Flaring, in fact, finds Markel alone. Nakia punishing anyone daring to go a little bit too aggressive onto her halls. And the numbers advantage held by RDA dwindles down. Showstopper is here. And Nakia happy to go on the aggressive play. Sube take it out. Doctor good for the trade. A reposition. Try to step on toward his smoke himself. Good for 1, but Pajay denies that fight. And the other members of RDA down for the count. Can't do any more than that.
That was a round that RDA should have won pretty convincingly, but the fact that they had to go for a little bit of aggression spoils their little bit of a retreat as well. It could have been 5-4 right now, at least a couple of seconds ago. But the fact of the matter is that they overcommitted. They went in for fights that they didn't really need to. They re-cleared that CT side with the dog, and I'm pretty sure that they didn't really expect that he's going to fire at the player who's coming behind, because I'm pretty sure he was spotted. I'm pretty sure that Nakia was spotted by Sube, but that little swing from Fixie, that slight moment of overheat. I feel like if Fixie was alive, this round could have been RDA's, but the minute he peeked out and the waterfall peak as well, it was RDA's defeat, spelling out one after the other.
So unfortunate if you think about it. We had a conversation just now about RDA. Brilliant team. And moments like that, like an overheat from Fixie, cost them everything. Sube was playing a little bit more passive. I think there might have been a disconnect when it comes to the communication, whether or not they wanted to go a little bit more aggressive onto halls. Now for RDA, they had quite a bit of a lead, but now that Elevate was able to chain 5 rounds in a row, it's gotta be tough.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be a little bit of a hill to climb now and slowly becoming steeper and steeper. Now Redco's got the Rolling Thunder as well. One ultimate after the other. Round-winning ultimates here. Constantly being built up for Elevate. They've always got something in their back pocket ready to make sure that they can utilize it to gain the advantage. This time it's going to be that A push. Redco was ready for any sort of aggression with his stun so that Nakia could instantly utilize it. But look at the setup from Reza on the other side. Gets the first contact.
Expecting an op on a Cypher?
They found my wire.
I mean, you sometimes, but probably not here. Probably they were expecting Reza to play passive as he's always been across the 9 rounds that we've seen so far.
That was that
but
one
this
round
was a great
just now,
change.
right? Where he was a little bit more aggressive, punished for it. This time around, he decides, okay, you know what? I want to bring an op. Cypher, we've seen a Killjoy with an op. Davai from Paper X started that. We saw that happen last round as well. And now this time it's going to be a Cypher with an op. Nakia playing a dangerous game. He's not afraid to really take out his space. Good for one, finds Markel, and he's just going to keep aggressing. Punished for the flash, but Pachi is there for the trade at the very least. Suddenly, RDA can't do anything. Whatever idea they cooked up in that round, falling to smithereens. And Nakia's aggression comes to fruition, gives them, bears so much fruit.
I may have jammed my fingers. Multiple.
I said this while the game was beginning, and I'm gonna mention it again. Elevate needed at least a minimum of a 7-5 or an 8-4 before going into the second half, because this is a really defense-heavy comp that's gonna be coming out from RDA. That Viper is gonna be a menace for this team, especially on that defensive side, and hence they need to try and fish out as many more runs as they can. They still have their firepower set in stone so far. Reza still got the op, and this time it's the Marshall that reigns supreme as the doctor. He straight up says, I'm gonna give you some stitches at the forehead.
Quick on that, gets an upgrade as well to an op. Rolling Thunder used here, Renko pushes out with it. Good for one, and he aggresses forward. Fixie, too much. The snake bite as well as the pain shells take him out. Sube,
One enemy
this time's gonna
remaining.
be Sky with an op here. Markel for one more as well. Suddenly, it's 1 versus 4. Blaring plays it carefully. Knows exactly how to play against that op. But it's still another 3 members he has to take fights against for RDA. Knows exactly where the doctor is. The high-low, bit much to deal with for him. Thrifty, in fact. They all to start off with the Marshall.
Yeah, that first shot was all they needed. Instantly, that C side was opened up. Reza was the only line of defense on that C side. And the minute they found that site, that operator stuck up there. And Sube made sure that, you know what, it's okay. You guys can stay on C main, come on the back of a contact and try to push in if they take me out. But that op was all that they needed. It was a little scuff there from Elevate. I would have expected them to be a little bit more careful about the way they play, Reza especially. But, hey, you got the value out of it in 1 round. That secured them number 7. Now it's up to the final round of this half.
Look at the change in pace here. They're already anticipating Nakia, or at least Reza with that op. Moving out of the way, Nakia was preparing for the anti-flash, finds no one. RDA this time, playing a lot more slow. But Nakia does reveal himself there on C site. Gets a bit more pressure.
Cage triggered.
Jensen just completely breaks the dome of Redco. Vixie gonna be happy to just completely jump onto the site with the showstopper. Unfortunately, finds no one. It's out of the way. Exactly where the other members are. The roar of the op is a bit much here, but so is Jansen and Sube. Finding one apiece.
remaining.
As they play through door, they find every single member of of Elevate as they rotate into the site itself.
Spike
Riza,
planted.
we've seen him able to isolate fights, but not this time. Jensen a bit more aggressive, a bit more. I think he feels himself picking up that space onto Waterfall. Now here comes the switch.
The bare minimum. The bare minimum is what they're able to achieve. Elevate, I was expecting them, with the way they were going, to snowball all the way to 9-3 maybe because of the way that they were playing. But that seaside constant push, that aggression from RDA to make sure that the operator does not see the light of day more than one shot is why they were able to actually overpower Elevate. They made sure that whether it was Nakia or Riza, they were giving them the fight. The utility was really good, and the setup for Pixie to make him create the space that they wanted him to make was really, really well thought out. 7-5, and now Elevate on what I would say is going to be the more difficult side for them.
Riza all alone. Nakia. That happened before. Just a waiting game, playing for contact, pings all around. Trip is set up toward A site. Usually we expect the Sentinels to be on C, but this time around, might catch everyone off guard. Spot out a trip, waiting for the right time to break it. Finally they do. Cage immediately triggered, and Nakia is going to just completely burst onto the site. Still gets tagged by that paranoia. Jansen playing a little bit more passive. Doesn't really get anyone, but chip damage all around. Pushing up here a little bit more aggressive. Takes out the entirety of Heaven. Elevate. Making sure that they don't want to give a single inch of space onto RDA. As it happened before. For RDA, they know how to play it. They give it space. They know how to crossfire. They know how to play together. Markel coming through here. It's going to be the Doctor that gets traded out. Pixie as well. Waterfall of a retake coming in. And Riza all alone. Riza trying to make heroic, trying to make something happen. But when you're against 4 people, it's a bit much to ask. And RDA take the pistol.
The debate setup was absolutely amazing. The fact that Jensen was able to get out of there when they were pushing up towards Heaven, they didn't overcommit. Elevate made sure that they got the piece of Heaven that they really wanted and didn't push up any further. But the problem was the fact that they had all 5 members alive. And the retake protocol was the fact that the Heaven members caused as much distraction as possible so that the Doctor could just creep in from A main and find himself at least 1 kill. The minute that happened, a triple sandwich motion from the flank, from A main as well as Heaven was set in motion. They found themselves at the right positions, and Elevate, honestly, were just not ready for that fight.
Clearly. Have a player like Jansen who's just so adept at multi-frags is also quite terrifying to see. Noises all around. Let's see a quick reposition by the Doctor. Riza is here. Fortunately, 2 of the members of Elevate will be tagged with Paranoia. Moves out of the way. Nakia isn't scared. He's gonna disrespect that Cage moving through. Unfazed. The sprays are strong by Jansen. Moves out of the way. Finds 2. Good read by Riza as well. Doctor finds 1 more for himself. It's all about crunching every single member. And they're okay to bring 4 Spectres into the next round.
Another solid round here from RDA. It was a little scary for a second when Jansen got stunned up by Redco, but unfortunately, even a stunned Jansen is better when there's just a classic on the other side. 7-7, RDA already starting off on the defensive side with a little bit of force, with a little bit of, I would say, discipline more than anything. They made sure that there was no gaps in that defense, at least in the first 2 rounds. Now, they've got Spectres across, yes, and that's going to be a little bit of a problem when coming to long-range fights, but it seems, look at that setup on B. They're going to take a triple push, maybe with a flash as well, and let Jansen do all the work on A, because he's going to play on full retake.
Sure, it's hard to everything here. They're prepping for that push. They decided to change their mind. Kind of noise probably made them hesitate. Not quite sure where Elevate is. Smokes all around. Allows them to really reposition. Nakia, really careful. Checking every nook, cranny, and corner. Here's the sound of the doors, and it's all about finding the right time to go for that contact. And it's dangerous only coming in from door. Choke puts you so in such a vulnerable position. Barney util sprays, in fact. But no one is going through doors, just a fake. Perhaps they go again.
Need to be a little bit careful here. Spectres are all around, but they're not on that ace side. Jansen, he might just get caught out here. He's playing in his cage, but he's walking, tiptoeing around these members of Elevate. He has no clue that there's 4 of them in tree. First spot comes out, the nade overpowering him. Stun across the board, but he's still playing so smart. He can just get in and stop the plant.
They know he's there. Riza good for 1-2. In fact, Jansen can't do more than that. Elevate. They're so smart playing this round, making sure to bring every single gun they can forward. Slower round for this team. They take the time to take up the space, understanding that Jansen was close. A lot of respect given to all the players. But it was a little bit much as the other members of RDA was caught one by one trying to get onto the A side itself.
Yeah, the Spectres were set up for hoping a B execute, but Elevate read that perfectly. They knew there's multiple short-range weapons here, and B is going to be that site where they might be more useful. But here comes the long-range weapon, and one that goes through walls, and the Odin is going to be spamming across that A main side. Jansen's not going to find too much value out of this, but he does get chunk of just about 4 or 5 damage delivered onto Pudjay and Flaring. That's about it. Riza's keeping the C side under lockdown, not going to let anybody do any sort of funny business of pushing up there. But it is RDA securing that A site mostly with that Odin. But can Fixie react on time on the back of that tripwire setup for him?
So Bale alone, Riza anticipated that push already. Wise to put that cage down. Now Kia here moves out of the way and he just bursts on the side. Nearly a distraction, trades all around. One by one, both teams go around, but Elevate is the one with the man advantage.
I know exactly.
Redco, I think he knows that Markel is close
Planted.
and gets all the advantage they need with the neural theft. Riza activates that. Pudjay alone, Fixie. One man against the world. 1 versus 3, ring around the rosy here with Pudjay. Ring out 3, slowly, finds no one. The other members, they have an idea that he's pretty much close. Pudjay ends the round quickly here. Elevate still in the lead.
This is going to be RDA's round to try and work back into. They've pulled off a Thrifty before, and we've seen it in the previous map of Icebox. But now they're letting stuff slip away. Elevate getting these 2 rounds back-to-back is a humongous boost of confidence and also humongous boost of economy for them. They're going to be heading into this round having a bankload of money and no problem in terms of ultimate economy management as well. Redco is probably going to be trying to focus to get his orb this time around because he's 1 away from that Rolling Thunder. And the Seaside Orb, of course, is the easiest for them to find. They're going to try and take control of that with the Omen. Flaring is going to make sure that he's got the orb. He taps it to try and bait out a bit of a push there to that one-way smoke, but nobody comes through. And now, 1 by 1, they're going to head in towards that C mound region. Redco is probably going to pick that up, and the Rolling Thunder execute is most likely going to come in the back of it, unless, of course, they just want to swing out because they know there's pistols on the other side.
C-mount control completely on Elevate's favor. Riza watching on B main. Anticipating a push, Riza was quick to react on that previously. Enough sound cues just buy some time. Fixie gonna be using the paint shelters to buy and deny entry onto site itself. Changes his mind. Instead, going for a retake. They heard the door. They realize it's a pivot onto B site. Jansen still waiting. They hear one close. That flash. They play off it, but Flaring was ready for it. 2 to his name. As Redco finds Fixie. The other members, not only are they quick to get onto the site, they were quick to just quickly aggress and burst into the site as well. You know what exactly the last member is. Pudjay answers back. I love the way they've been playing it. A lot of sound cues onto C.
I open their minds.
Really
Find the
moving
weakness.
and baiting everyone onto the site itself. But quickly, as they could, move on to B, preparing for the crossfires, and they do just that. Elevate on 10 already, and rare RDA, finds themselves in a situation where they have to call for this kind of timeout. What went wrong? What was the problem?
Well, it wasn't eco, and it was a little bit of a gamble as well towards that C side. They were expecting it, of course, but the problem that emerged was the fact that the utility was not overly committed in terms of what is non-replenishable. They made sure, Elevate, that they took their attack towards C, but they always wanted to go B initially itself. They had control on both sides. They knew that the pistols are going to be stacked up there. They had also made sure that either the ultimate from Redco comes in from the orb, or either way you just get him into the site. But the biggest problem for RDA turned out to be Nakia. He ran in instantly, and the guy who was actually standing on top of heaven, I'm not quite sure I remember who it was right now, was scared. He couldn't go out of that smoke. The flash did come in, yes. And by the time Nakia could be taken out, the cavalry from B main already walked in. So Nakia creating that space to make sure that the heaven player does not come out and peek out and get a kill and get away with that sheriff. He made sure that his teammates could have enough time to react on the back of a flash, and that's going to give them number 10 as they move in towards probably what is the most important round for RDA, because if RDA don't win this one, it could be 1-1 on the scoreboard. But hey, last time I said this, they ended up winning 16-14, so what do I know?
RDA has always been a team to just really make magic, catching us off guard with those multi-frags. Elevate want to hold on to this lead for as long as they can. Coming back onto Nakia, what you said, Indonesian player, 6-man, in fact, alone from Alter Ego, has really surprised us all. The firepower that he has, really unfazed by anyone onto the side. Once he bursts in, once he decides he wants this, he wants that space, he wants that area, he will go in for that. A lot of teams have started to be a little bit more wise to him. It still doesn't stop him for having those moments that can really catch these teams off guard. Elevate this time, taking a more quiet route. Sube, as well as Riza, technically back-to-back here. Only a door dividing them. And here, from the shadows come through just to get onto the site itself. Markel wants to stop any kind of burst onto the seaside itself. Buys time with a snake bite. Once again, it's gonna be come in. Sube in the corner. The spam come through. They were aware. They knew exactly where he was. Red goes here. They completely throw everything in the kitchen sit onto the site. Showstopper, Nightfall, all thrown out here. They know where Mark L is. The trail is there. Nakia, not afraid to just completely follow. Demolishes Mark L.
There.
But for Fixie, he has his own answer too. The doctor, as well as him, find one more. Fixie is here. They do have a man advantage. Redco all alone. Fixie moved out of the way. They did use the Rolling Thunder, but it's a bit much to ask in a 1v4.
What in the world just happened there? Such great utility commitment from Elevate. They found the trade onto Sube as well. The minute he got one, they made sure that it was instantly traded, because of course they would, 4 people there. And after selling the fake that they're going towards B, the fatal towards C was really good as well. Got the entry from Nakia, chasing the Viper all the way back towards his own spawn. And even after that, that one little barrel from the doctor that was spotted, he just couldn't make sure that the kill was taken. Rolling Thunder committed. They instantly felt the pressure. They got segregated from each other, fragmented. And one after the other, RDA just started winning their duels. Simple as that. 10-8. What should have right now been 11-7, honestly.
Again, what we said about RDA, able to make magic happen in rounds that you think were unwinnable. They bring unthinkable wins forward. Markel forced to leave away. Jansen was quick to capitalize on that, knowing that Nakia was going to follow in from the paranoia. Flaring, holding on to Ben with his life. Spots one out. Doesn't know if there's 2. No. Markel gets an upgrade as well as a trade. Redco finds him before he was able to do more damage here. It's been trades on trades. Rounds close to the wire between these 2 teams. Redco this time around hears the sounds of gunfire. Notes there's one near waterfall. Fixie tries to play by doors. Riza was ready to accept him with open arms. In fact, it's gonna be his gun. As Sube comes up forward slowly but surely, they want to take up that space. Riza is here, quick to trade, a crossfire in fact with his teammates. And now Sube all alone has some utility to play with. But against 3 players, might be a bit hard. Riza, they know exactly where he is, make some noise. But is there anyone on Ben? There's the question. Sube has to quite quick dash, but Riza's just nasty with that shot.
Good hold there from Elevate. I was actually getting a little nervous for them because I thought they're actually going to let the side of RDA flush in pretty quickly. And Markyo, really unfortunate there. Went to pick up the Vandal, lost his life in transition.
Enemy remaining.
But Riza made sure that his team secures round number 11.
Sorry.
What a shot from him there. 11-8, and we've seen RDA make their comeback from this very spot in the previous game. So I'm not just going to count them out yet, but it is looking a little bleak. The future of this map of Lotus is turning out to be the corner of Elevate. Once again, that C poke coming in from Flaring. He's trying to bait out a peek out of that one-way smoke, but nobody's interested. It's just Markiel holding with a classic on that C site, while the B site is heavily defended at the moment with the double flash setup over there for Fixie to try and peek off of, but nah. Elevate say, we're going C. We know exactly where you're playing. The information gained from that Trailblazer does give them information that it could be C, and they're rotating there, but it might just be a little too late here, Tash.
Toxins going up.
Classic in hand, Markel.
Poison orb emitted.
Try some time. Snake bite just to make sure no one really pushes toward him. Forced to clear. One person does get cleared out there from his area. Nakia to find him in the end. Taking the top side of the area. They know there's someone there with at least a shotgun. Hasn't moved quite yet. Riza is here, takes the duel against Jansen, and he wins in the end. Does he know there's one more person holding? I think he does. But Supe was a little bit more ready for that. Stinger in hand. But Nakia as well. Brings the firepower. Finds Fixie. It's a tad bit of damage from that Bucky. The members of Elevate tries to just take away the distraction from that player. Doctor good for Nakia at the very least. All alone.
Where are
Not
you?
sure if he does pick up an upgrade. I think he did. But Pajay,
So
little
close.
peek of an angle. Quick to clear him from that play. And Elevate. Match point is here. RDA able to make magic before, able to climb back. But it's a rough situation to be in.
And with that, it's going to be match point for Elevate as they head into what possibly could be a comfortable win on Lotus. RDA, they've played this map over 12 times in the entirety of Split 2. Won it a bunch of times, but this does not look like it's going to be one of those moments. Markiel does have his Viper Spit to secure that C set. That's exactly where he's playing once again. And this time, B held on by a mere thread. That tripwire is going to give them something more than just information because it's not going to stop this attack from Elevate. And that's exactly where they're hoping to go. Smoke to stop them for the moment. Doctor, it does buy them a little bit more time, but is he ready for the full-fledged throw-in?
Doctor had given on that space. Would rather have a numbers advantage. They burst through. Flaring. Bit more aggression coming through. Takes out that space all the way toward Waterfall. And Jansen peeks out, finds Riza. Lots of reads coming here from RDA. Both teams so aware of each other. How many times have they played each other on this map? Back and forth between these two teams. Flaring clears out Markel. Knows exactly where Jansen is. They're ready for him. Spots out a bit of him over on Mound. Takes out Flaring. Isolated plays is what Jansen is great at. But Redco says that's enough. Fixie is here at the very least. But Redco once again finds himself alone. Jansen, always the player to just really tear any lead that Elevate has. And RDA go and just survive another round on this map.
You know, you've got those rounds, right? You know exactly what those rounds are when you know Jansen's going to get a multi-kill.
Yeah.
The flicks that he does are exactly when you know that this is a Jansen multi-kill round.
Yeah.
And he does that. He did that this time. You know, it's just when the shot connects, it doesn't matter what the weapon is, he's got it in the back. And this was a Jansen round pretty clearly up in front. But this time, it needs another clear member to do that. And it's going to be Fixie this time. Good nade to stop them from taking rebel control completely, but the flash is amazing from the Omen on the side. Sube, though, covers up for his team. As one by one, the trades come in, and it's going to be still Elevate in the advantageous position, at least in terms of map control.
Full control of Rubble as well. Really, both teams just wrestling for control onto a Rubble. Cutting noise once again. You heard the door on being completely broken as well, just to allow the other members of RDA to completely be able to rotate quickly and play off each other. Finds no one. They know there's no pivot quite yet. Doctor still here, holding. Plays a lower angle just to throw off any crosshair placements, and he wins that in the end. PUBG only good for one as Jansen comes through. Jansen once again, a thorn in all these teams' side. Elevate on match point. Not able to move forward. It's probably, what, 2 rounds in a row already? Potentially gonna be a 3. Redco, a big ass all alone. And Jansen once again, the hero for RDA.
Big swing, big tackle, takes out the big man Redco. He did have a flash available, so maybe he could have played for the tap, but he knew that he at least needed one duel to go his way before he could, you know, make use of that piece of utility. Elevate once again, letting their opponents crawl in a little bit too close to comfort. And if they get one more round going away from them, it might just be another overtime coming in here. They've got Markel's Viper Spit still active. And this time, it's again a battle of rubble, it seems here, Tash. And I'm going to let you take into what the action is going to be spewing in here.
Clearly the favorites. Elevate was that.
What?
Nakia completely obliterated. Fixie was ready for him. Again, a good reads all around. Flaring answers back, finds the doctor. They move backwards. Rubble. The only thing they managed to take control of, excuse me. They can't pivot to B. They can't go back. Perhaps go for a re-hit. Trailblazer completely destroyed. Fixie taking a more aggressive stance.
I know exactly.
Neural Theft used. Fixie gonna completely pop his utility, the showstopper. Hits no one. PUBG quick to capitalize. Jensen at least finds one. Soda Sume played his corner to perfection as PUBG finally finding one in his name. A 1 versus 2 with PUBG so low. What can you do? Can he isolate a fight? He can't.
Oh my God.
Jensen was ready for him. And I know, Universe, I'm questioning everything right now. Perhaps the second overtime of the night? What is happening?
All right. Let me just take into what happened here, right? Fixie, an absolutely obliterating shot onto the first pick over there to take out Nakia. And then comes in the cavalry to try and, you know, flush them out of the A site. Instantly, there's a bit of information that they grasp. You know what? The sky's alone. We need to flush him out of here. We can take the fight. The swing out, but Sube, guess what? Takes 2. The B side also gets 1 Jensen. And the minute they realize that there could be a push up towards spawn, he gets it done. And just now, Elevate say, you know what? Enough of that slow business. We're going to speed up the pace here and take control ourselves.
They were ready for Fixie as well. PUBG and Knockout 1 each. Damage has been done. RDA was not ready for this aggressive play, this aggressive push. Loving this change in mindset, this change in pace, this change in play. Forcing RDA to play in their tempo. They know exactly what the doctor is. Swinging off each other, Riza answers back, but flaring is the cost. Markel all alone, a 1 versus 3. Markel, we've seen him done magic before onto heaven. Can he do it again? No, he can't. And Elevate denies the overtime. Once enough, as they show us why Lotus is their home.
Oh, well, that was quite the match there. Towards the second half, towards the end, RDA do know how to give us a little bit of a stretch. They love playing out these games towards the edge of our seats kind of moment, you know.
I was standing up. What do you mean edge of our seats? I'm on my feet yelling.
Yeah, I was expecting them, I was expecting Elevate to actually close this game out a lot sooner because of the way they were playing. They had so much control on their defensive side. I really expected that they would be able to actually shut this down. 8-4 in the first half itself. 7-5 did come down to the bare minimum as I expected from them. But in that second half, I was a little scared. Elevate were showing signs of progress. They were making sure that RDA didn't really know what they were doing. That C-side poke time and time again, making sure that they got control of the 2 main regions of the map, Rubble as well as C-Mount. They made sure that they showed map presence. They didn't really give that much attention to B, but it didn't really matter in the end because even if they had, it wasn't really going to matter because nobody from the opponent side was also sitting there. They won their fights where it was needed. Rubble control was really well fought. Mound as well. Towards the end, yeah, there were slip-ups. yes, they were kind of losing out on communication, I believe, but they brought it back together and finished it off at least at the last second.
Now coming into this game, really, sometimes it looks like Elevate has the lead. It looks like Elevate has even the round at certain points. And then you have these hero plays from Mark L, from Jansen. These bonkers shots that come out of nowhere that just catch us off guard. And you're wondering, that was a 1 versus 4. How on earth is Mark L doing that? How are they able to go for these multi-frags? These shots that you know, like say Fixie was completely flashed out. But the pre-fires were just so good. And that has been the biggest problem that Elevate has been facing from map 1 and map 2. This hero moments from RDA. And it leads, again, I think this comes down to that question mark moment, right? What do you do when you have a player that's just popping off out of nowhere? How do you deal with that when you have so much advantage to begin with in terms of firepower?
I think one of the things that they could have focused on in terms of, you know, shutting down the hero plays is probably going to be to just do what they did in the last 2 rounds that RDA won. That was, you know, take double peaks no matter where you go. Don't really give Elevate the chance to even get a 50-50 because, you know, even though you feel like you might be better at them at those duels, it's still better to take advantage while taking utility control because map control on this particular map of Lotus is really, really important. And that can really change up with the agent utility that you can deploy. Redco was absolutely amazing with his, you know, breach in the first half, at least. In the second half, there were a little bit of struggle, some, you know, effort to try and get a bit of overcommitment. But in the end, I would say that his breach, his commanding breach, did work out in the right direction and found them a 13-11. Close enough, but it is still a win.
No. What's really important, I think it was really sometimes like, you know, they do have that, I would say, protocols for that double swings, right? But it's just those tiny little minuscule mistakes, like not swinging wide or swinging too close to each other, which allows that spray transfer. It's just really, really tiny mistakes. But RDA, a team that I said is a little bit older in the demography of the players, their experience and their reads have been really, really detrimental to Elevate's reads. I mean, yeah, both teams are out-reading each other, but in terms of being able to make sure that these moments, these minuscule moments that are supposed to be winnable by Elevate are to happen, RDA capitalize. Regardless, this win is going to go toward Elevate. A little bit too close for comfort. Both maps, both teams just equally as, I would say, dominant for both maps. And overtime in the first map, a 13-11 on the second.
Crazy stuff here from Elevate. We're gonna head into the third map now, Tash. It's gonna be Haven, and that's not got too much history for both these teams recently. At least. RDA have played 4. They won 2 and lost 2, but Elevate come into this with a little bit of, you know, a little bit of enigma. I believe that they've got the upper hand while going into Haven because they've played the one time and they've got the victory on that one time. But Haven is a really, really solid map. I love watching it, you know, unfold. Are the comps going to be the same as last time, or are we going to see something different from RDA once again? They did change up the composition of Lotus. They took out the Jet, brought in back the Raze and the Sky as well, and it didn't work out in the end for them. And the MVP, of course, who stopped them in their tracks from making any sort of problems, Redco, the IGL, he's going to take the front foot as a 248 ACS performance with 21 and 13 for a breach as an IGO. You don't see that quite often.
No, you don't. I mean, I think that we had that conversation just now, right, Universe, about these fragging IGLs. About not only are they fragging IGLs, they're the IGLs that would make it up on top in terms of frags compared to the rest of the teams. And it's really scary when you have an IGL who can actually frag that hard as well. Now, you did mention about what the breach can bring to the table in the beginning of the round. I think toward the end it was more toward Redco playing for himself. You always found him as the last man standing. But it was never in a situation where he's able to really win those one versus ones in the ends, because it becomes a tall order because when you're trying to go for those fights in a 1v3 even toward the end. Now, coming into the next one, I think we did have a bit of a chat about Haven, about what we can expect from that. The last time these two teams butted their heads. Is that the right grammar?
Yeah.
Butted heads on that
Yeah.
map. It was Elevate that came up on top. But the problem with these two teams is that these two teams are incredibly versatile, incredibly quick to learn off of each other. I wouldn't be surprised if RDA were to come up on top for this one. There was a bit of a conversation I had, with some of the few members of Elevate yesterday. It was really heartbreaking for them after the 2-10 lead on Bind, where they were honestly kicking themselves in that one because it felt like a choke. And I'm just really hoping that this wouldn't be the case for this team today. Regardless, we're gonna go for a quick break. After this, Haven is waiting. Map number 3. Who will be the one to take the lead is the question. Don't go anywhere. This is Valorant Challengers MYSG. We'll be right back.
see.
We have the Battle of the Titans 1-1 between the two teams, both equally matched. With grand finals on the line, the question is who comes up on top? Elevate versus RDA, and this is the VALORANT Challengers MYSG, brought to you by Riot Games, sponsored by Creative Labs, and powered by the gaming company. Tashman and Universe, your casters for today, and both games we've seen today has been completely explosive.
It most certainly has. It's been close, if not anything else, right? It's been really upfront. It's been personal. It's been just a tiny difference of 2 rounds between the two teams in the first 2 maps. Can the narrative change on the next 3-sided map that we're going to Haven coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, as we will get a minimum of at least 4 maps, and fingers crossed for Abyss to come our way, hopefully, to see what these teams can pull up on that, you know, really, really fun and, you know, great map of Abyss.
Wonderful map where Team Secret seems to be falling off the side. You know, we don't talk about that.
I enjoy, the thing about Abyss, right, is that I enjoy watching people fall off of it.
Yeah.
When I'm watching the games, I'm like, please, somebody just give me one jump off the cliff, you know, kill. But when I'm playing it, let's just leave the words to when we play the ranked games, right? Let's get into what has happened in the last map here, ladies and gentlemen. It's been pretty close so far. Haven, of course, coming up, and we will be seeing a sunset in the mix as well. So, Tash, what do you expect for Haven? How are we going to see this map? Either is it going to drift off or is it going to elevate?
You know, your puns have been next level. I didn't expect this from you, Universe. But anyways, talking about Haven, we've seen it played 4 times by RDA. They are one of those teams that, you know, this has mostly been their decider map, if anything. The last time these two teams went against each other, Elevate won against RDA. And this was the only win that Elevate has gotten for Haven itself. Now, I don't know if practice is key here, but we can definitely say for sure that RDA has had more reps on this map than Elevate has. And I'm sure that the loss that they've taken against Elevate has given them a lot of ideas on what to expect from Elevate on this map itself.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we do see Haven be a, you know, really strong map when it comes to experimentation as well. While of course we've seen some pretty interesting comps on this, we've seen, you know, the Astra be a meta on Haven for such a long time. People sometimes still a couple very few teams who use Astra. The Breach, of course, has been really great, but we've got a solid comp here, right? That's the Killjoy, the Jet, Breach, Sova, and the Omen. That's pretty much standard on Haven, but there's a lot of variety that you can use this comp into when you play out either on the defense or the attacking side. But I want to ask you, do you think RDA might switch things up given that they didn't win the last time against Elevate? Might they show us some new form of a contingency plan going into this game?
I mean, they might. They did that on Lotus, and unfortunately did not manage to, but nope. Gonna be the same comp as before. Now, we did have a conversation about RDA's comp. I mean, Elevate, we can push that aside. It's a standard comp. We can expect it. We can expect the normal set of them. Now, Fixie on this chamber. I was expecting this chamber to come out on the Lotus. But it's come out here on the Haven. So I can already, and we already saw double ops on this map as well the last time they played. And only one smoke. What do you think of the idea that RDA has for this?
I'm a little, I love the Clove pick because I believe that Clove is really, really adding on to the aggression that you can pull off in terms of a complete...
Let's be real here. They're a duelist.
Yeah, Clove is a duelist at their best day. But I would say that this kind of gives in the dynamic that, you know, Elevate need to be a little bit careful about how quickly RDA are going to be coming into their face, right? Now, they are playing on the attack, RDA, and they've got a lot of great ideas as well. And if you look at their attack win percentage, it's not as great. It is 47%. But this is on the back of 4 maps, and the defensive percentage of Elevate is on the back of just one single game that they've played, right? So I expect RDA to be a little bit on their toes. I want them to go a little bit aggressive. I want them to set up Markel and the Doctor in good positions, because I think those two are going to be playing on back of each other and letting Fixie do a bit of groundwork in terms of lurking. I would really like to see that happen on their attack a lot more than we would expect, because I think them sticking as a team might actually not really help them as much as a lot of people say it would usually, because I think that RDA might do a lot better if Fixie does his own thing, because he's really good at exploiting those first bloods.
We've seen Fixie play on this map on C, how he's positioned himself. It's not toward looking at C long, it's actually from Garage how he's played it. And he's been able to get multi-frags upon multi-frags as everyone tries to get onto the site, as his teammate watches the back of C site. But the reposition is going to make it really hard for Elevate to really figure out where exactly Fixie is going to be playing from.
Oh, towards mid they go. It's Garage and B hit, it seems. They might be switching up, yep. Then they go to Flash. Redco taps him straight out of existence there. Jensen gets the trade back, yes. But it's once again RDA in terms of man advantage. 3 versus 4. And a couple of ghosts to be picked up here in Garage as they hold off now for Elevate to do something.
Doctor still holding, hasn't moved quite yet. Flaring does suspect his position is there. Moves out of the way. Fixie watching on A-Link. Not able to win that out though. While Flaring on the other end. Doctor will be the one to take him out. The plant comes through. Man advantage for RDA here. It's Jansen, Sube, and the Doctor trying to play for that post plant. They've positioned themselves so far away from the site itself. Playing it very safely. One toward the backside, one in front of the site itself. Rizal alone, moved out of the way, has to bought time with that aftershock. Coming through, moved out, in fact, with the utility. Jansen for True, and the Doctor says sayonara as the pistol goes to RDA.
Great setup there. The breach was ready. Brilliant stuff from Jansen to make sure that the aftershock came in at the right time when he knew that the recon's coming in. It means the flush is going to be imminent. The aftershock held them back really well, and instantly after that, they were able to find themselves the second stun available to them as well. RDA, another pistol going their way. Now this is going to be them overtaking Elevate in the number of pistols. And their second round of this map of Haven is going to be filled with a couple of Guardians and Bulldogs. And here comes the attack towards the A site.
Markel already in the site. He's got so much space. The setup is just so good with his teammates. Only a ghost in hand. He didn't buy up this round. Full advantage in their favor. Nakyal alone moves out of the way. Misses him by a hair. Pudgy, good to answer. They already get the orb as well. A little bit of a consolation or extra bonus on top of that. Pudgy left all alone. The only person that's gone down is Markel. But he didn't buy up. In fact, he only had a ghost. He didn't really lose much this round. You know exactly who he is. Only a classic in hand, a jump shot. Can't go further than that. And we go into round 3, the bonus. Let's see if RDA can actually convert that.
Friends of ours are not too friendly.
Here we go. It was a pretty straight and simple round from RDA here. Great shots from Markel to start things off.
That's what I like to see from Jansen, you know? That when you have that breach, you want to be able to really capitalize off that utility. Be able to quickly swing off it. And that's exactly the perfect setup really made for that for Markel. And in this round,
they want to go and they want to set up the Jet on an aggressive position. But on the other side of things, RDA are keen on maybe poking on B. Trap towards A main is going to keep them at bait, but Fixie is going to do his usual once again, hoping to find somebody roaming around on B. Not going to be the case just yet. An alarm brought to keep him at bay, but that triple stack on C is going to be really, really tough to break here. They've got a crossfire if at all. They've got a stun ready. Redco's just waiting to hear some sound cues walk up towards C. Doctor has called him off. He's told him,
Right
get
here.
away from here. I
they
expect
stopped flaring.
a bit of an aggression.
Got him out. Ooh, that strafe saves his life. But Jay is here for the trade if anything were to happen. To clear the Doctor as he tries to move out of there. But Aftershock
Down.
doing so much work.
Blocking sight.
One by one, the members of RDA, one man at disadvantage already. They know that Blaring is close. Markel unfortunately walks straight into the paranoia. The smoke is there to save his life a little bit longer. Blaring capitalized. Sube for 2. Blaring, in fact, goes for 4.
Spike
Ace
down. C.
calling his name, waiting. No clue where Fixie is. He's watching
30
entirely
seconds
the wrong
left.
area. The right timing is
Enemy
here.
remaining.
Fixie denying that ace forward. And now for Nakia, all alone. I think he suspects that Nakia might be close. The spike is there. Able, 15 seconds to go. Might push a little bit harder, a little bit more aggressive. He spots out. Nakia, where are you looking, my friend?
Oh my god.
And they convert the bonus. What a clutch from Fixie. Heartbreaking. And that's the question I have for Elevate. Are you overcooking this? Are you overthinking this?
Oh, the timing of that peak. He turned around at the most unfortunate time to check if or not there's going to be a push in from Garage. If he knows that the chamber is going to be lurking in from a different direction. But no, it's not going to be the case. 3-0. The bonus goes to RDA as they're going to feel a lot more comfortable and confident. Flaring, the only one that's got a weapon in this round in terms of firepower, the Bulldog, is going to be stationed at B, C, while the entirety of RDA are going to be poking that A side once again.
Look at this change of pace. A lot more aggressive, a lot more quick. Markel, he's happy. The setup this time, Markel only good for 1. Redco taps his head. 2 smithereens, and so does Nakia. The Doctor and Jansen good for 1 each. And now, RDA with the man advantage. Both teams here elevate on a lesser buy, but they've put in enough damage to the team. Very winnable. Flaring. Good to find Doctor all alone onto Graffiti. Repositions. A smart move just to catch any stragglers all around. He had the right idea, but he didn't hear him quite yet. Smoke set up just to cut off anyone coming in from sewers. They didn't manage to go down here. Flaring jump down. The heroics are real. Not enough. Fixie with that outlaw. They do go for that defuse. A peek. He knows that he's on. And Fixie, one more time. He does miracles upon miracles and clutches on clutches. And RDA 4 in a row.
A little bit of a question. He did stick a little longer. I feel like it could have been a lot more cleaner, but the triple stack crossfire from Elevate was amazing. The Sheriff shots to follow that up were also really good, and Flaring with the Bulldog did as much damage as he could. Just a 1 for him. But in the end, it is going to be RDA clicking up to 4 here. Got everything in the bag. Fixie's gotten an operator as well for this round. As once again, that C site to be the point of contention. They've taken out the turret there, and that's called into rotations already. But look at how deep Nakia's gotten in. He's got information that this A site could be left alone. He's going to play on the back of the bait of his Sova. Riza's going to try and do that for him as much as he can. But RDA have just slowly creeped back from C. They've taken their time to hope that somebody peeks out, maybe jump spots so that they can, just fire past the green boxes. But not going to be the case. They're moving in straight into the crosshairs of Riza. And this might just not be what they expect. Is the jet here? It goes out the drone to discover. Are they ready for this?
Take flight.
All drawn out. It's enough to really just pull away the tension away from Nakia. Nakia playing this very, very dangerously, and he capitalizes. Trades are so quick from both these teams. Doctor finds him in the end. 1 for 1. Full control of A main, and here comes the Rolling Thunder, set up so beautifully by Jansen. Aftershock just to clear out in front of sewers, finds no one.
30
Free
seconds
fires
left.
all around. It's all about just finding the right time to just really push through. A side so hard to really go for that retake. They manage slowly but surely to make their way onto the site itself. Let's spot on Riza. Doctor finds him in the end, but Jay is here. Can do more. The crossfires from RDA.
No way!
A bit too much to handle. And RDA once again clueless on how to get a single round on this defense side.
There is no way that just happened. Short went completely unchecked, by the way. He was out in the open Riza had so much value to use. He had so much utility. His teammates were just dropping it at the site. But all he could grab was one kill because the minute that smoke faded away, it was a double fight everywhere they peaked. And in the end, it was, of course, Fixie to come in, and with the operator, it made it a triple stack at the end. Really unlucky over there for Riza because I think he could have solidly secured that round. He could have gotten a multi-kill there if he had chosen to just go and destroy the planter. But he waited, and that's going to be number 5 for RDA. A great start on Haven here. And once again, they slowed things down here, Tash. They don't want to really give Elevate any sort of advantage. They don't want to give them anything in terms of information or even in terms of a 50-50 fight.
Question marks all around for Elevate. Only
Right
Sheriffs
here.
in hand. Blades, as well as the Hunter's Fury is there. We've seen these thrifty rounds converted into such valuable rounds by both these teams. Regardless, PUBG, Tar taken out already. That's some control of Garage taken out. He plays the corner very well, waits for an anti-flash even, but it's going to Jansen that finds PUBG quickly. Looks so good. Baron taken out already as well. Markel, unfortunately, will lose that knife fight against Zakia. Drop draft gives him a bit of answers, a little bit of information. As Zakia quickly pivots toward Garage
30
site.
seconds left.
Finds no one, a little bit toward the window. Comes through. Hit shots. Sharp onto the Doctor. Doctor, not dead yet, is here. A singular blade in hand for Nakia. Fixie with the up. Daring for anyone to peek through window. Finds no one but Riza with the pop. Can't capitalize on that ult. Still low. Waiting for anyone to just cross through window. Finds no one. Recon bot broken already. Riza dare he move through that smoke, and he does. Despite the flash, Supe and Riza, they come on for 2 different angles.
Work out our differences.
Fixie was so quick onto that change onto the op again.
Yeah, it was a really scary round there for RDA because I feel like the minute they got that kill onto the Doctor, that was a win condition. The fact that the Doctor actually died there was the win condition because he had to activate his ult, which means pressure was going to be on. That Clove ult is not just something about getting a second life, but it's also about how long that second life can resist change. How long can that person stay alive? Because that adds so much pressure onto the defense. We're trying to flush into the site. But unfortunately, getting that kill forced them to move back. And that was RDA's chance to make sure that they take in aggressive positions, take the fights that they wanted to, and put Elevate down by 6.
This time around, Elevate playing a little bit more on the aggressive side. Nakia all alone onto A site. Yes, possible for him to get a pick. But the question is whether or not he's going to be able to get out alive. Once again, playing slow and flaring punishes Markel for daring to peek down C-Long. But the trade-off is he lost quite a large number of HP in that duel. Riza's here. He goes a little bit more aggressive, and so does Redco. Riza, 2 to his name, punishing Jansen as well. Fixie trying to take up a little bit more space in Garage. Peeks through, finds no one. Perhaps this might be the round that Elevate finally cracks into RDA's aggression, RDA's attack. But Fixie, undeterred, aggressive. This young player, one of those people that just so unfazed, undeterred. This crossfire, a bit much, whips, and Riza quickly reacts on that. And finally, Elevate puts their name on the board.
Yeah, Elevate. A great round on the back of Riza's double kill there. Onto B, they expected it really well. The utility was on point, and the jump out of the smoke was even better. The timing held there from Riza was all that they needed. That's going to be number 1 on the board. They do have the Rolling Thunder available as well, Elevate. Redco's been building that up for the last couple of rounds, and he's finally got it in his hands. And the operator to try and shut down that ace site. This time, they're going to go and try and challenge it, as Flash was brilliant, but he's going to get away here, Nakia, as Markel keen on challenging him again.
Nakia playing more aggressive stance, and that recon, the owl drone as well, so the Flash just completely displaces him. Riza for 2, finally gone down, but by the time he's done, Redco on the other end is already here. Full control of the spike as well. PUBG knows that Fixie might be lurking somewhere nearby. Crosses, does not take any damage. It's all about that weight, the right timing. Daring for Fixie to come through. immediately popping that nade, not allowing him to come straight more toward A site. Bit of a tall ask here, 1v4. Pudjay still hanging around Gong, and finally gets him in the end. A good round, and Elevate finally chained 2 in a row. It's onward and upward for this team, hopefully. And RDA this time around left with question marks instead.
Dominance only works as long as it can be snowballed. And if the snowball starts free-flowing and is being controlled by Elevate, RDA are going to be in big, big trouble here. These 2 rounds really well fought as well because they didn't really lose too many members. Once again, it was Riza getting that double kill, and they find on the back of it a solid round. They're going to go for the same setup once again. No changes here whatsoever for the side of Elevate. Killjoy still keeping that alarm bot and Nanoswarm intact. The shock dart didn't really do much, but the entry onto the B side is a lot quicker this time from RDA as they find map control pretty quick.
Different way, but we hear the Hunter's Fury. We hear the lockdown as well. Pudjay moves on his way, taking a lot of chip damage. You can see flaring is close by 2. The plan is not denied at the very least. All that util, all that noise, and no one down. Spoke too soon. Jansen does find Redco. His counterpart now taken out. Rolling Thunder completely unleashed onto C side, or at least the C-Link area, as Fixie makes his way toward window. Finds no one, puts the teleport through. Can play a bit more aggressive, knows that one is going to be close. Markel, good for 1, and Fixie as well. Supe fights him alone, and Riza plays closely with his teammate. And now, Fixie wins it in the end. They weren't aware that Fixie was there on main, and he gets an up as a bonus to that round itself. And again, RDA saying 2 is only what you get here.
That was so unfortunate. For a second, I did really get scared for RDA because that Rolling Thunder that came in from Jansen, he kind of pushed on the back of it. He went straight towards C-Link, gave up his life to Pudjay, and I was getting a little scared because immediately on the back of which, Flaring was able to find his frag as well. So after which, it became a man advantage for Elevate. They flushed into the site, but unfortunately for them, the remaining 2 players were good on their feet to get at least one. Fixie, the teleport was a little wide out in the open. He thought he might not get it. He probably thought he's going to get caught out by the final player left, but he just got the exact moment of timing that he needed because he was not ready. Nakia was just not ready for it, and that's going to be RDA with 7 and Elevate with a forced timeout.
I was wondering when this was going to come through here. This situation, you really got to give it to RDA. So adaptable, understanding that C wasn't working, A wasn't working. B must be the answer. They've really, and look at the amount of space they managed to take, throwing in so much util. And again, how much util had been thrown out before finally 1 went down? And as soon as Redco went down, it was all almost game over. Now Fixie this time taking it a little bit more, just holding if anyone dares to push down Stewards. And in this time, Flaring will be the one to punish out Parkel for just pushing straight into the garage itself. Smoke has been set up, despite the fact that the Aldron is here. Spots no one, well does spot someone, but not long enough for them to really get advantage from that, and Redco completely swings out, finds 2! While everyone was so tunnel visioned onto Pudjay onto C-side. Fixie's still here, Pudjay playing a very aggressive corner. The Doctor goes down. That timeout was perhaps what Elevate needed to really make it out on top. Fixie with the op, but Pudjay will be the one to capitalize off it, excuse me.
Yeah, 3-7. Elevate's timeout worked out really well. They knew that Garage is going to be, contested really quickly. And Markel, the isolated kill, the minute he got the flash and he dashed in, he had to at least get 1. Because if he didn't, it was an instant, trade-off that they were not going to be able to get back. Nobody there to follow him up. Nobody close by either. And the minute they went into that garage once again to re-aggress, to reclaim that space, it was a triple crossfire almost at a certain point. Window was taken care of, and so was lane. And now Nakia trying to get a little bit of magic. And the magic does bloom as they've taken man advantage. Twice.
No, in fact. Aggressive play, he double dips. Does not spot out Fixie quite yet. Pulls down the line, finds Sube, excuse me, he's gonna mark L there. He dashes out, runs out of the way, Redco is there for the cover. At the end of the day, Nakia finally getting the value value he wanted from that op. But this time around, he realized that he
round
needed
in
his
the
teammate
half.
support to be able to do so. Set up so well by Riza as well as Redco.
Great stuff from Nakia here. His first amazing shot, and then follow that up towards short as well. Then he gets a third, dodges the player in front of him with a knife out, but eventually makes up for it with the fourth as well. Amazing round. It was an eco for RDA, and this time they might be wanting to challenge him once again. They know he's been here pretty much entirety of this game. Nakia will not fall. He will get one and gets away instantly.
Pops out the Bladestorm too. Steps away ever so slightly from the aftershock. Sorry, excuse me, from the fault line. Regardless, Elevate, they know that as soon as they were to go a little bit more aggressive, they will be punished. Reposition a pickoff, and therefore going to be happy with that. Understanding that being passive is also something that can work in their favor. Carrying out sewers, Stubay finds no one. Not sure that someone is close at the very least, and they say, okay, might be someone waiting in front of sewers.
Here.
Let's just try and change the trajectory. Perhaps for B-side, we had some form of success there. Pings toward it. They know that Pudj must be close. That's the last place they saw him. I think they may have spotted out the Nano Swarm. Smoke's down.
They have.
Grenade out.
Come through after shock as well. Clears out someone, but they don't know that Pudj is over on Gong. Pixie's so low. And here comes the Rolling Thunder, completely pushing them off the site. The plant is here at the very least. You can see that Pixie is trying to play the corner very well. 16 for 2! Nakia gone down as well. Excuse me, Nakia does find one, takes one down as well. Blades in hand, the right click is great as he tries to go for the ace. They know exactly where Swoopy is. The ace! Rings clear! And Nakia once again with that ace. He makes the magic happen, and he brings Elevate to a 5.
Blocking sight.
What have I just witnessed from both sides here? Because at first, Rolling Thunder stunned up Fixie, gets 2 kills sitting in a one-way smoke made by his own teammate. Look at that. He's sitting there, and he gets 2. And then comes Nakia with the first plate. The second one absolutely insane. And to finish it off with this as well. But that second op shot that he got through the wall, incredible stuff, Nakia. What a wake up from him here. 7-5 Elevate. They have to thank him because this could have been easily a 9-3 or a 10-2 by the looks of it. But Nakia has saved them from a landslide of a first half.
There were a lot of questions about Nakia's aggression. He was punished so many times. That one round, he just completely popped up. And you start to see his engine roaring. A little bit more of an aggressive play for RDA, this time on pistols. We see those wall bangs come through, pre-fires happening from Subeon to B, finds no one. Nakia with the cloudburst, allowing them to cross onto sewers. Barely have seen sewers sort of take from RDA the previous half. Different approach. Aldrin through. Nakia, he's looking to just slowly walk onto the site with the Aldrin itself. Hasn't quite yet. See smoke set out already. The doctor already on the side. They did not check the corner. That's not gonna answer. He goes for 2. Punished. Graffiti not checked. And the doctor capitalized. Surgical even. Redco is here. Fault line thrown out just to clear out the doctor. Pudj answers back. Subei for the back of site. Slowly but surely making his way to the site is flashed. Pixie is here for the trade, but Elevate capitalizes. I was so sure that RDA would get the round. That flash had saved their lives.
It should have been them. It should have been RDA, but the problem arose after that one single flash. They found the Sofa in an awkward position, and they knew that the support's gonna be running in as soon as possible. The doctor, I think he got a little bit too ambitious there, sitting in that same spot once again. He was not ready for that fight, and a absolute massacre there for RDA. A round that should have been theirs. It should have been the 8 for them. 4v2.
Win Hunter! Not gonna find hits! Nakia that does! Doctor does trade out flaring at the very least. Somewhere over toward main area. Nakia
No chance.
still holding Subei. Find
Spike
Riza.
planted.
Nakia, can he answer? Is the question. Strafing both sides, no bullets left. And Nakia goes for that reposition once again. Buys a bit more space with that aftershock. As Sube could not find a way onto the site itself. There's one util after the other. Can he capitalize? It's gonna be
One
Pache
enemy
down
remaining.
on what is Sube
No
finally
way.
does. They break down the entirety of that defense and Nakia all alone.
What?
Whatever pickoffs that Nakia has in the beginning completely obliterated. And RDA, they still continue on their lead.
There was absolutely nothing to say about this round, except for the fact that Elevate were just giving off duel after duel to these sheriffs, peaking them for unnecessary amounts of time, like just giving them something that they are pretty sure is a doable thing. The flank that came in was absolutely amazing. It kind of forced them to play as passively as possible towards that seaside because it forced Pudjay to take that weapon and run away from there. Hence, he could not watch Garage, he couldn't hold his back off, and that caused so much trouble.
Drawn.
And here your cat sort of giving his own breakdown in the background. I saw that you posted about Cheeto just now, but this site, the start is just a little bit more aggressive onto B. This time Elevate does find a little bit more, I would say, space onto that as well. Markel good for one, but not before the damage has been done by Elevate. Two knocked out already. Markel forced to give away his position, but not before grabbing a bulldog of his own. This situation, what can you do? It's a little bit hard to get on the side as well. B side, a little bit more easy for the take. But when you are a man, it's advantage, it's gonna be a problem. Riza adding the body count to 3 for this round. And RDA, we've seen them able to win these
Last
fights.
player remaining.
Riza 3 to his name. Nakia played quietly inside of smokes. Riza is so very low. Nakia, I see a fur to trade at the very least, and the doctor says, okay, I can't take any more of these fights. Forced to bring his gun to the next round.
Thrifty.
Yeah, two of them take their path away from the spike as well. It's not going to be the prettiest of rounds, but it is a round for Elevate. Both these teams start off with Thrifties on the second half. One after the other, following each other up. But it's going to be still Elevate with great weaponry available to them. They've got Vandals across the board. They're slowly building up their ultimate economy as well. But the Doctor himself does have his ultimate just one away. The rest of them, are they going to be actually... No, they're not investing anything into this. Just a couple of sheriffs, half armors, 2 Vandals. That's all they've got. Forgive me, one Phantom and 1 Guardian. A little bit of a misread there from me, my bad. But it is the A site that's once again taken interest. But this time it is Elevate.
Pixie just waiting with the headhunter. See if anyone were to cross. Ultra expanded just to see if anyone is there.
Enemy.
No one there at all. Finds flaring. Chip damage is all he gets. Moves out of the way. Now it might be a rehit, might be a cut of noise. But look at how many is already on the A side itself. We already have the Doctor just hovering toward B in case anyone were to go in for the flank. Someone were trying to lurk from B side itself. Finds no one. And RDA, they're happy. Just keep holding on to this area of play. Peeks all around, smokes as well, and Nakia quickly finds out Vixie. The perfect setup, the perfect play from Nakia as well. And he completely just walks onto the site. 3 to his name, nearly 4 in fact. Bit too overzealous there, moving away.
30 seconds left.
Just fades away back into the shadows. Plays a little more of an aggressive angle here. The Doctor does not check him out, he does. Finds him, gets a pick-me-up. Hasn't activated quite yet.
Spike
Finds
planted.
one. A pick-me-up activated. Flaring here on to Graffiti as well as a crossfire from Hell. Bit hard. And it was Nakia who was the one who broke the defense of RDA.
It's hard to think that this team, RDA, started off with a 6-0 lead now. Looking at the score, it doesn't seem anywhere like it. Looking at the way that Elevate are playing, it doesn't look anywhere like it. But I just could be talking on the back of Nakia's heroics here. He is absolutely carrying that team right now, 21-10. He's throwing it all into the sky and he's calling it his own. But for how long can he keep this up? There is going to be a time where RDA might just overpower the rest of his team and he could not bear the weight of that. But that's exactly why this timeout's been called, to try and figure out how can this guy with a jumping, amazing amount of confidence right now, running around, how do we stop him? And one answer that comes to my mind is to try and get some aggression down themselves. Maybe take control of C with the Doctor and Sube together. Forgive me, Doctor and Markel together. Push him up, get a little bit of aggression going, force them to play onto the other side where Jansen could be waiting for them, or pick up the operator, and which has come out, and Markel has got it.
Last night, we probably saw Markel with one of the most insane flicks I've seen in my life, so it felt very deja vu what Texture has been able to do on Ascent. Not once, but twice. Regardless, bring our minds back into this game. It's gonna be Brass where they want to take advantage for here. Aldrone really pushed into Garage. Finds no one. Doctor buying time with the DK, finds no one. Doctor taken out already, but not dead yet, has been completely popped. A lot of pressure coming through, and the Doctor has taken up so much space, given so much pressure. But the firing range, firing squad coming in for Elevate is a little bit much to handle, as everyone just waterfalls in from Garage itself. Jansen is there, so is Markel. Have to play off each other. Have to wait out all of these utilities. One way, the smokes that's been set up by the Doctor finally dwindling. Gives them a bit more time. It's planted to give them so much advantage from C-Long itself. It might be hard. Like it or not, RDA, they need to push out forward. Pop the nade, buy some more time. No damage taken. Like it or not, if they're only an op in hand, it might be a bit hard. They go for the defuse. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Cancels that as well. Pudgy finds Markel. Pudgy hasn't moved quite yet. Moves forward from Garage, rushes up forward, sprays the smoke, finds no one from PUBG! Gonna find Jansen as they move out of the way! And Elevate, they get another round!
There was a big issue on that C side. The minute the Doctor actually took his trip to the afterlife and came back here, during his movement, Fixie kind of came out of that back of that C side on the left side of the green box. He body blocked him from getting away.
Yeah,
both of them
took there.
I thought the time ran out, but no, the time didn't run out. Fixie actually blocked him off, and he got taken out with his back taking all the bullets. If the Doctor would have survived, who knows what could have happened, but that was a big blunder there.
Fortunate for Fixie, that shot does not connect, and PUBG was ready for Markel to push in from the window. Straight on the side, Knockout once again. He plays off the util to perfection. His teammates have set up the stage and he is ready to take it. He does quite just that. All the way to backside, Elevate, just take complete control of the C site. Jansen and Fixie does get one each, but they don't have the best weaponry to play with. Yes, they can pop heads, but every member of Elevate manages to get one each in that one. And you start to see that Elevate, this is what Elevate looks like when they are playing as a team. This was what Elevate looks like when they feel confident with how they play.
Absolutely. Elevate to make a comeback from 0-6, to take up the lead now 10-8. And they've got a bunch of ultimates to work with as well. And Nakia's going to be activating one of them. They've got the lockdown, and that's exactly why they've got 5 members stationed outside of that A site. Is that a lineup that goes through straight to the side? And look at how quickly the ultimates come in. Flaring's already on heaven.
So aggressive, so fast, Nakia!
Oh my goodness!
He's been taking up space so quick on that. Before anyone could react, Nakia's already there. Whether it be back of Seaside and onto Sewers A, he does just that. And up in hand, he's ready to go aggressive if anyone were to push out of A. Finds no one. Metal thrown as well. So many utilities thrown into the area. Finds no one. They can't capitalize out of anything at all. The RDA finds 2. Nakia that off with 3 in his name. And now it's a 2-on-1. Nakia is so low. You see that he can just quickly swap weapons. The lockdown used already. Nakia and Pudgy trading off each other, moving together. And that's the teamwork we wanted to see from Elevate from game 1.
I got money.
2 freaking good. That was absolutely well played. They waited until the last second. They knew that the lockdown couldn't go down until they got rid of Sube, because he's got that Hunter's Fury available for him at any moment of time to make sure that the lockdown doesn't do any value. But the quickness of that execute, Tash, was what I was really impressed by. Flaring, instantly TPing onto Heaven, expecting with a really gutsy play that nobody's going to be there. Nakia followed it up. They pinched towards that A site and made sure that the operator didn't see the light of day for more than one bullet, which didn't even connect.
Hunter's Fear expanded already. Just to see if he can't take any space. Gamble was wrong though. It's gonna be a C-side hit. Here's Pixie with the tour de force. Has to move out of the way and punished.
Here.
No value from that all at all.
Wow.
They were just so quick to capitalize using the cloud burst just to buy some time. The smoke set down by the Doctor completely ignored. He has blades to play with. We also have the Rolling Thunder as well to play the retakes if they need to be. Markel, he pops those blades. Nakia answers, can't do more. Rolling Thunder used, Jansen gets one to his name. Fault line used as well. The Doctor finds Pajay, Redco answers back. Time. The Doctor is going to try to stick it all the way to half. Flaring! Completely obliterates the head of Dr. Sube answers.
Concentrate.
Time not on his side. Already can't do much more than that.
Well played.
As he had already been reconned out. A rough situation for RDA, excuse me. But in this situation, it's a deja vu universe. That just now, 6 rounds in a row by RDA, but now Elevate is the one to dish it back.
I'm not entirely sure, because the discipline on the back of aggression has been absolutely phenomenal for Elevate. It was a battle of the breaches, the utility. The Rolling Thunders were exchanged, the stuns were exchanged, the flashes were exchanged, pretty much almost at identical times as well. And at the end, it was all about Redco making sure that his team doesn't peek out. He made sure that he told them, no matter what happens, we've got information, do not peek out unless it's required. And this time, they're going to be looking to shut it down 13-8. No more comebacks, no more double-digit stories here. No close storylines, nothing, nada. They're going to nip it in the bud, and they're going to need to do it right now, because if they let RDA win this round, it might just end up being something a little bit nasty for them. So far, it is a pretty much standard setup for the side of RDA. They've got the 2 on A and 1 spread out across every other portion of the map. Garage has been spotted. The Doctor needs to get away from there. They know he's here. They know that the trap from the chamber is on B. They've heard it thanks to the drone. But that's about it. And that causes them to rotate towards the A site.
But it's honestly smart. Look at how much RDA has been using their util to find out. A good read from Jansen. He's ready with his util. Nakia on the side already. Markel forced to look away because of that flash. They didn't check the corner. Finally found in the end. Markel good for 2. And again, this is a tale as old as time. One corner not checked and completely Markel just takes away every single member of Elevate. Pajay, good for 2. Heroics, not enough to bring them ahead. And Elevate still stuck on match point, but RDA slowly but surely find their way back online.
Round that was much needed for RDA to try and get back into the game, but it was a beautifully set up round from the breach Jansen, who made sure that Markel would not be discovered no matter what, and the corner was just not checked. If they had, who knows what would have happened. But Markel lives to tell the tale with 3 to his name. But he's gonna need a lot more than that. Once again, A being the point of contention, this time a little bit more aggression shown. Presence being delivered, as Markel needs to be cautious about where this attack could come from. He's all alone here, by the way. The entire A site is under his jurisdiction at the moment. And slowly, after giving that initial first contact, Elevate are distancing themselves and attaching to what could be a B attack.
The smokes, they can just wait it out if they want to. Nakia, still very aggressive. Dashes onto the site, flash, moves out of the way. So much utility thrown on him. He up-jumps up. His teammates are there, but Sube and the Doctor make quick work of Elevate. Question marks all around. This time around, the Doctor clearly is not dead yet.
It's something about that 12th round, isn't it? It's something about the match point, right? It's something about that.
It's that idea that you're so close to the finishing line and you just want to get it over with. But sometimes You
No,
really could
wait,
not
what is
get
this?
yourself. What is that?
What is this? Like an adrenaline thing? Like, you know, you want the heartbeat to just, you know, rise up as you want to try and finish off this game. Like it's again been a little bit of a mistake. What is it? Corners not being cleared properly. They let the flush in coming from RDA pretty quickly, which should have been controlled by the players standing outside of B site. They should have been able to constantly keep the utility flowing in, but it's not the case. And this could be what is the final buy for Elevate. If they don't win this one, we might see overtime pop in another map here. The Doctor pushing up a little too close for comfort. Flaring might be ready for it. Good off angle, and he gets the kill.
Spike
But
down
Fixie's
mid.
drawn on 2 in Garage.
This situation. What are they to do? I had a feeling that Elevate's gonna meet a little bit of trouble here on the match point. As you said before, it's about that mental, trying to make sure that you're able to play your game without overthinking, overcooking too much. You want to win, yes, you want to get it over with. And then over-eagerness will be punished.
Wow.
There'll be Pajay that meets that. One by one, the members of Elevate are just picked off as they try to get some information moving all around. In this situation, what can you do? This is the final buy, as you mentioned, Universe. Could potentially become a save, but they're not going to do that. They're still going to go for that plant. Riza is
30
here.
seconds left.
Pixie clears out those
Spike
corners.
planted.
Gonna be
One enemy
quickly
remaining.
able to find one more. Flaring, good to find Jansen. Gonna play off that util, but Mark L is there to welcome him. And they go another round. RDA showing us why they really want to show us that Haven could be their playground, and losing to them once is not enough.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are once again. 12-11, a scoreline that's been visible across literally every single RDA game ever. And this time, they've got a lot to, you know, be proud of. Yes, of course, because they were 12-8 down. Honestly, I feel like they could make this a comeback possibility. I think that they could go a lot further, but there are ultimates available on the other side that could destroy their ultimate making, forgive me, their, you know, second map winning. So here we go. Once again, a similar setup here. Flaring's gonna fake that ult, but they're running into the A side like it's complete hell.
Changed their mind though. They have a whiff that it might be a whole lot of people onto the A side itself. Util set up here, lockdown as well. Nakia waiting for the right opportune time. Playing very close, wants to go for anyone who tries to play inside of smokes itself. Not sure if they know that Sube is on the inside. Redco is just too quick to answer for that. Sube goes down. Flaring is here, setting up those smokes. Flashes come through. Redco still holding down the line. Hasn't moved quite yet. They know there is someone on Heaven. And now it's about making sure that they're able to survive this post-plant. 3 more members, a lot of respect here given. Crossfire set up. Over in Heaven, Doctor spots no one yet. Riza waiting for the right time. And as the Doctor tries to
enemy
from
remaining.
through, Fixie tries to trade one out. So does Nakia. And immediately, Elevate
win.
closes the book, closes the chapter, and finally hit that 13th mark after it feels like so many rounds.
Well, once again, it required quite a bit of the ultimate usage to get them the round that they needed. The Killjoy lockdown was being kind of put off because RDA were being aggressive towards A short. They knew for a fact that A is going to be the last round hit because they've got the Sova's ult, they've got the Killjoy ult, and they had the Omen ult as well. All 3 that have been pretty much marquee moments for this Elevate side to execute on that A site. And while Flaring did try it pretty quickly, he was keen to cancel it. And I thought maybe, you know what, this could be a fake in the making, but no, they just wanted to create space for that Killjoy on short. They went for a triple stack push. They made sure that the operator had no power whatsoever through the stun from Redco. They pushed him back. The lockdown was really well set up. And the one last thing that they really needed was to check that smoke on A main. That was amazing. Redco cleared that, by the way, in the last second, right before the Sova could have been detained. He still cleared that. And that is the sign of a great IGL, of a great mind who plays this game. Finishes it off 13-11, 2-1. They take the lead in this series.
Honestly, when you thought about that smoke just now, I was so sure that Sube would have seen the barrel of Redco's gun. I guess not. Now, coming into this game, is it heroic? Yes, sometimes. But most of the time, for this particular game, it felt more of like reads on reads. on how each team has been adjusting to each other. It came a little bit too close, and I think it feels like Elevate's biggest problem right now is hitting that match point. It feels like every time they hit that match point, they hit a dead end. Whether it's a rush, whether or not they're trying so hard to really quickly end the game, is something that they need to really just take a step back and say, and take a deep breath and just say, hey, despite the fact that we're 1 point ahead, we are just so comfortably ahead, we need to make sure that we get our protocols in check, checking the corners. And it felt like, you know, again, Taylor told us time, a corner check, Mark L, the doctor in this situation onto A side has been such a thorn in their side.
Yeah, man, Nakia, the way he started off that, you know, barrage of kills of his was this round right here. Absolute maniacal stuff from him. I mean, with the operator, without the operator, with the knives, without the knives, he was absolutely taking it down. And this, of course, the ace round from him. So meticulous, but so fiery at the same time. Nakia, very clearly the MVP, but in the end, it required a team effort here, Tash, for Elevate to secure the win.
Clearly, and I think Elevate really plays well when they are in sync with each other. Now, coming back here for RDA as well, it was, I mean, in the last previous round, last two maps especially, I think we talked a lot about like how Jensen's heroics has been there. But being on a breach, it was about Jensen being able to set up, right? But it felt like some of the time, it felt like they weren't able to capitalize off those utilities set onto the site itself. And all of those situations were just completely taken advantage of by Elevate. They were very patient, they're okay to wait up those utilities, go out of the way as well. And in this situation, I really gotta give it to Nakia as well. That one op round where he started to pop off on A long, he started to feel himself, he started to get really hot. He was not only taking up space, he was going in for these multi-kills, he was taking up so much space all the way to the back that no one could really anticipate where he was going to be jumping out from in the end. And I think Nakia had one of the highest kills I have seen this particular match. And honestly, like you said in the game, Nakia was clearly carrying the team with the amount of frags he was giving for the team.
I mean, you gotta look at the first bloods for that 18 from Elevate. Looking at this from this perspective kind of throws me off because I was like, if Elevate were able to find the first frag in a round 18 times, this conversion rate of 13 to 11 kind of feels off. I would expect a little bit more out of them. I would have really liked them to win this 13 to 8 because now the story kind of tells like they were kind of, you know, they were taxed. They were really made to work for their victory here, which should not be the case for Elevated, especially when they're on match point, man. When you're on the match point, you really should be in control of composure.
30.
You need to know how to, you know, close off the games. 30, yes, and he got 8 of those 18 the first bloods himself. But still, while this is a win, I would say that I expect Elevate to close out games a lot sooner, especially when they're on the match point. They did really well to shut it off. That final round execute was brilliant. The ultimates were used really well. But I'm just saying, Elevate, the next time they go to match point, and if they let RDA come closer, maybe it's not going to go their way.
What's really interesting about RDA, yes, they will lose a man advantage. Yes, they will lose 2 man advantage. Make it 3 sometimes. Not sure what it is about them that makes them so scary when it comes to these multi-frags. Nakia gonna be able to walk away with the MVP here. And honestly, are you surprised? 83.3 KSNT with dropping 30. You remember what what in VCT America said about Aspas? You wanna be in order to be able to dominate Leviathan, you gotta hope that that Aspas doesn't drop 30. Could this be the same case with Nakia?
I mean, by the looks of it, I mean, in the first game, we saw, you know, Fixie do that. He dropped 28. We've got Nakia dropping 30 here. And clearly, it's a battle of the duelists who have been fragging out at the extreme top end here. But this is a performance above what we've seen in the previous two. 350 almost ACS is absolutely insane, which means the value of his frags were a lot more in comparison to what we saw in the previous games. So Nakia, he's fired up, absolutely ready, and now we've got Sunset coming in. Could this be the end of what is going to be RDA's run? Because Elevate are looking pretty strong right now. Yes, their end game needs a little bit more composure, a little bit more work, and not give up RDA extra rounds. But a dusk that's coming our way could settle it all. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not quite sure who's going to win this, Tash, but before we go on for the break, who do you think might take off Sunset?
Not gonna lie, I really think it's gonna go all the way to Abyss if this is the mindset that Elevate has. Regardless, gonna go for a quick break. We'll be right back. This is the 2024 Valorant Challengers MYSG Split 2. Do not go anywhere.
ANC.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia Singapore Split 2. This is the lower final, and we are at the cusp of finding out who is going to be this region's representative for Ascension 2024. But the two teams that are currently playing right now are still one more step away from having that chance to themselves. And right now, Elevate have already got 1 foot across the finish line. It is 2-1 right now. I'm Universe, and with me I've got Tash, and we are going to be watching Sunset come in as RDA fight for their lives on this map number 4.
It's going to be really exciting. Could this be the final map that could bring Elevate into the grand finals? Or will RDA bring them all the way to the finish line of Abyss? I didn't get to ask you during the break just now, but do you think, that's out of your intuition here, no jinxes, nothing, okay, Universe? I know that smile. Do you think it's gonna be a map 5?
I do believe so. I think that, you know, RDA might really find themselves a lot more comfortable on the Sunset. I think that it's kind of their style kind of play, kind of map, especially because of the fact that they like setting up their duelists really well. Last map, Haven, Fixie was the one who was, you know, playing the chamber. I feel like they, you know, Markiel and Fixie could still change up their roles, and the team would do a lot better because Fixie on the Jet is really, really good. I think that Markiel does have the capacity to run the chamber, but hey, what's done is done, and now here we are on Sunset, another map which has been a little, you know, different for both these teams. Tash, I'd like you to take us through what you think we can expect from Elevate on this map of Sunset.
This is a very interesting one. Elevate has played this map 3 times, won twice, which says a lot about what their win potential can be on this map. Now RDA, they've played even more. 5 times on this map, only losing once. And this is Elevate's map pick. It's very interesting, right? We're seeing these two teams. They're both losing their map picks by winning the other team's map picks coming into this one. Regardless, the last time that RDA played this map was last June. It's been quite a while since they run this map as well. So my question is whether or not Elevate has had a lot of time to really go through their VODs. Again, 5 times played. That's a lot of info they can get off of that map itself. And for Elevate, with the lack of VODs being around, could that be an advantage?
Maybe. I think there could be a bit of a, you know, slight advantage for one team, I would say. I think that Elevate I still feel like Elevate coming into this game do have an advantage, although the comps on both teams are pretty much similar. It's the exact same comp that you would expect, the Breach and Gecko.
It'll be a skill matchup, honestly, if you think about it. And honestly, when you talk about skill matchups for these teams, right? I mean, so far, all 3 maps today has had different compositions. What are skill matchups? What can we expect here? Like, what is your intuition telling you, Universe?
I think that RDA are gonna be on the you know, aggression a little bit early on. I feel like they might really find themselves being a little bit more proactive. I think that they need it right now because last time they played a little bit more of a safer game on in the second half. I'm talking about. They played a safer game. It didn't really pay off for them as much. They played on the retakes. They played on the, you know, defensive end of things instead of trying to take off a couple of picks off themselves first. And I still feel like they could set up, you know, their duelist for success because he's been really great on that map of Icebox. It's kind of been slowed down for him a little bit towards the end here, but I expect RDA to be a tad touch more on the aggressive, I would say not aggressive, but more, make it more proactive. I would like to see them more proactive. I'd like to see them be a little front-footed with their approach and not give Elevate as much respect as they, you know, they would think so.
I'm just really curious to see what Elevate has in mind. I think the biggest problem, I think we've addressed this so many times. The elephant in the room is Elevate has trouble once they hit match point. What's going through their mind? No clue. But for RDA, they can chain so many rounds in a row and give so many rounds in a row as well. So both these teams, they seem to have their own different sets of problems, which has really resulted in these very, very close, if not overtime type of plays, type of rounds. Now, the reason why I think it's going to go to a map 5 is because of RDA's potential to play catch-up. Yes, it might be Elevate's map pick. It might be Elevate coming in on top because they've played 2 times they showed dominance both the times they've played. And so has RDA. And it hasn't been a lot of change onto Sunset. And this is one of the most played maps on VCT across all regions.
Yeah, and there comes a change. We spoke about it. Similar, a neon pops out of Nakia's pocket here. And I love it. I love the neon on this map, honestly. It is a bit of a problem against a Cypher, of course. You know, it's not like, you know, the neon is completely, you know, overpowered. The Cypher does have a couple of tripwires, and especially if Markel plays that to perfection, he's going to be able to trap that neon and, you know, completely shunt the growth of Nakia throughout this game, because Nakia's been on his game right now. If he's going to continue with the same momentum, that neon's going to be firing on cylinders. But this is a game of desperation for RDA. I am hoping for them to play this a little bit more disciplined in terms of how they approach it. Overall game with a little bit of proactiveness, of course. But I really hope that proactiveness doesn't turn into desperation, because if they start losing rounds, the mind is going to set into a place where they're going to feel like, oh my God, we lose this, we are done. That's it. It's, you know, it's kaput right here. I really hope that they don't settle into that kind of mindset, because it is 2-1. They lose this map, they're probably going to be out. And I really, really would love to see RDA make a bit of a change in terms of how they approach this game mentally. I would like to see them be proactive. I would like to see them not overcommit. And most of all, not let Fixie overheat.
Yeah, not let Fixie overheat is the understatement of the entire game. Now, we did see a change as well for Sube. He's running the Sova instead of what he usually ran last time. So both teams going through these changes. Personally, for me, I prefer having a Gecko for me on this map itself. Gecko is very versatile. You have so much space taking potential. You have the Dizzy, you have the Mosh Pit to deny space and just clear out angles as well. Regardless, it does come to how each of these comps are being played here. There's a lot of question marks for me for Elevate, because for Elevate, it requires playing off the setup that is done by Redco. Yes, it's something that they have done many, many times, but it's very execute heavy. It's very condition heavy. And also, if say Redco were the first person to go down, it might be a little bit harder to get on site as opposed to having like a Gecko.
Well, mid-aggression being shown here early on.
There.
Not exactly aggression, but more like a hold from RDA. And this is the proactiveness that I was talking about. I really like that. I like that triple setup. It's sort of Paper X-esque feel. That triple setup that they do usually. High, medium, low. This time it's not going to be the case, as Elevate do go in pretty deep out of the B main side, but going to change their mind and walk back towards A slowly. Shocked to check out the tripwire, if any, towards that mid-region, but nothing there. And this is actually RDA playing it really well, because now they're going to take fights as a team, and they know that this is going to be an A hit, as Nakia is just going to be jumping and flying into this A site.
Nakia already lost full control of this Hall's area itself. Just clearing every single corner. And for now, straight onto the side and just moves out of the way. Disables the Dizzy as well. He jumps through. It's almost so hard for the members of RDA to really figure out where to look. Markel's good for one at the very least, but Elevate, they've done the damage. It's all enough. As soon as Nakia zooms onto the site, everyone had all eyes on Nakia, and the other members of Elevate were so quick to follow through and just completely demolished the entirety of the players of RDA. Final member knocked down already from Elevate. Pistols go to Elevate for this one. As we know, this is Elevate's map pick, and RDA hasn't quite figured out quite yet how to deal with this.
It was still the first round, so it's not going to be too much problem. And there comes a tech pause.
I think you're the problem.
I'm the problem.
Yeah. I mean, we were together at Convergence, and that was the longest tech pause we ever had. I haven't had a tech pause in FYSG in a while. You come here, so therefore you're the problem.
It's been 3 maps, Tash.
So?
So how am I the
Because
problem
there's
here?
no tech pause before this.
Hey, the players might have some issues, man. Come on. Look at them.
Okay, okay, Universe. Okay, let's hear your breakdown of that around here, Universe.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that RDA really have a great understanding of how they want to play this game already. That triple stack on towards high mid gives me the idea that they are focusing on taking fights as such as a group because they know that Sunset is a map where you need a bit of a groupism kind of play. You need the buddy system, if not just for two. The more the merrier, the better. Because a Cypher can alone hold that B side by himself. If you've got the Gecko, you know that he's going to be playing A. The remaining three can be used anywhere in the map whatsoever. The Raze can be a pivot on across both sides and whatnot. And I think that they're going to try and keep making sure that they're keeping Elevate on their toes, making them think twice about if there's going to be a push on A main. Is there going to be a push on B main? Are they going to, try and poke mid this time? And I'm looking forward to that from them this time because if they are going to be the same, a little bit more passive approach, then you just saw the potential of this Elevate, attack. They had Naki just running in. He just took in the first bit of control, and they just flooded into the side like it was nothing. All of them together. And that's a little scary, especially when you don't know if there's going to be a lurk behind that. Are you going to be caught out? Are you going to be sandwiched? Or is it just going to be an outright brawl right in front of your face? It's a little scary to expect that. And RDA need to play a little bit aggressive themselves to try and curb that aggression from the opponents so that they don't turn into mincemeat.
One way to put it, mincemeat, huh? Into this one, though.
Yeah, I've always been an advocate for the neon, yeah. So
I know that you've been an advocate for neon. I mean, again, I think I was kind of hoping we'd see a neon on on Lotus just now. Unfortunately, didn't get that, so I think we were both very disappointed. Seeing a neon here, well, I wouldn't say it's the most outworldish thing to have a neon on here, but personally for me, I'm still a big fan of the usual take. The Raze is great. I think the Gecko almost a non-negotiable for me. If you ask me, excuse me. But for Elevate, the idea of this group type play, yes, I agree with you because of how they have kind of put together their comp. But what's the downside of this comp, you think?
Of Elevate? I think the one and only thing would be them not being able to, or trade as quickly as they would have wanted to when Nakia runs into a site, right? That's the only thing that I feel like would not be possible because a Gecko flash, while I really agree that it's a great dynamic to have because you can throw it from anywhere. It's really vertical. It's really, multi-dimensional, whereas a breach flash is, if you're looking at it, you get blinded. If it's there in the vicinity of your screen, you're blinded. But if you're turned around, it's not going to blind you for more than literally 0.3 seconds, right? So I think if Nakia is going to be set up on the back of that breach flash, there's going to be nobody running behind him as quickly as he can. Flaring, yeah, he can, Shroud a step into the site. Agreed. But Nakia sliding in, and if he doesn't find the value out of it, then the trade-off potential is kind of low. So that kind of, routinely is going to cut off Nakia's playing because then he's going to need one player constantly with him to trade off. That's the only thing I feel like that could be a detriment. But even that is, an if. It's an if, because if they've got a game plan on the back of that neon, then hey, well and good. If they've got a trade plan, well and good. I would really expect them to have it, and I think they do. That's the only thing I can think of so far.
I mean, when you look at neons, right? I think the only neon I can really think about that's playing really, really crazy right now, at least in VCT Pacific, well, as well as Americas, we have Jogamo as well as Monyet. And these two neons are terrifying in a way that they're able to just completely run through, slide up, just completely shoot you in the face. They can multi-frag. It's very different to what we're looking at here with Nakia on this neon. At least for round number 1. That's all I can say right now because we're on tech pause. But Nakia, he's the one making the distraction. His teammates come through and just follow up. It's very, very different than the space-taking potential we saw from Jogamo and Monyet.
I agree. I do believe that there's still a lot to, unfold here. Of course, it's just been the one round. So we're going to hope that there's, a lot of different play-ins that's going to be coming into both these sides, especially the fact that they're under attack. It does drive it a little bit more. It makes it a little more exciting to see how that Breach and Neon combo are going to be setting up these, kills for success, especially towards that ace site elbow, which has always been, that one little place where the raise is set up, right? You always have the raise in any team whatsoever with the operator or even with, just the jiggle jump peak towards that A elbow side. That single agent is usually placed off there to cut off that A push or even at least have a look at the constant attack. And that works. How they're going to be tackling that, especially given that the, Gecko is usually going to be paired with that. I'm hoping that they're able to counter the Neon. And unless, of course, they had no idea that this was coming. Did you expect the Neon to come out of Elevate, though?
No. If I'm being honest, no. I mean, Nakia has been insane on the raise. So I didn't really think that they needed to change Nakia onto a Neon itself. But, end of the day, I think Elevate really wanted to change it up. They really want to catch RDA off guard. Again, Elevate only played 3 maps on this, 3 games on this map. Losing 1, winning 2. That's already a lot of info already given out for the style play, and especially since they're playing it very, very recently. I also want to bring your attention to Pud J. Pud J today has played so many different agents. From the Initiator to a Sentinel, previously a Duelist. This kid can pretty much run any agent. One of the best flexes I've seen so far. And what's more interesting, he started off as a Duelist. And I'm seeing a lot of these young players sort of move toward that Forsaken style play, playing so many different agents. And this allows, coaches from so many teams, especially from Elevate's team, to really play around so many different styles of comps, especially if he can swap roles around. Riza has been playing the Sova as well as the Cypher. We've seen him on the Killjoy itself. Sorry, it's a very long tech pause. So my brain's slowly turning into mush. Production's laughing at me.
Well, while versatility, of course, is appreciated, I really hope that it doesn't, distract him from what he can do best, and that is aim. Pudjay's not had the most, blow out of the park games so far across the 3 maps.
No, especially last map, I think.
Team. He's been consistently, giving the support that his team needs. He's been doing really well in terms of the support staff, and I think that Pudjay continues to do that in this game. It should not be a problem. And as I say it, the tech pause, the black band has been removed off our screens. We're good to go, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the delay, but Elevate are ready to take it on in the second round with their anti-eco.
You know what's really interesting? For RDA, they've been able to win these eco rounds. Elevate needs to make sure they're able to really seal it this time around. They want to really be able to capitalize and just snowball slowly into the disallow RDA to bring them into map number 5. Bit more of a slower style push here into round 2 as Elevate try to find at least a little bit of info. Can see pings throughout market as well, so might be an idea for Nakia to just quickly slide into sight, perhaps go straight to market, maybe take up space all the way up into Boba if he wants to. Gonna be spotted out here. They know that the Cypher is somewhere close, but he's already positioned himself all onto A. So that gamble stack that they've been putting together did not really pay dividends here. Flaring all the way onto the back of sight. The fast lane giving them all the space they could need to make it all the way to the backside. But for RDA, they've been a team that's okay with playing these retake rounds. It's gonna be Nakia gonna go a little bit more aggressive. Spots one out, moves out of the way, will be punished at the very least. But Redco, quick on the follow-up. Battle in hand. 2 to his name. Doctor is here, good for 1. Pudjay, quick to trade. And now, despite the gut advantage here, they still lose 2. But Elevate, they're happy with that round. They bring forward all of their rifles.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. Nakia was clear to take the fight there. He did have just a ghost. And I was a little bit worried for a second there that they wouldn't be able to actually, you know, take off the trades. But Redco stood right across the pillar, find 2. And now it's going to be RDA's first buy round. How will they respond is the question. It seems like B is once again going to be a favorite. Unless, of course, they keep doing that, what we've seen from multiple teams before. Keep it attacking B until it tires you out. Or until the half's over, whatever comes first.
Speaking of interesting comps, we saw a very interesting one played in VCT China recently. Where we have a Sage as well as the Raze walk up A main. Sorry, excuse me, B main. Just see if no one's there. Jump up toward the window side on main side. Then wall up. See if they can manage to get a pick off. I don't know why, but I was sort of expecting that from Elevate. They've been a little bit more creative with their comps. Spots no one quite yet. Nokia done his rounds onto B main, spots no one. Deciding, okay, perhaps it might be a Cypher heavy side this time. Don't really want to risk it. Let's move their attention onto A. And Pajay here, setting up just to clear out halls. Changes his mind. Decides to play a little bit more closer. As he just completely bursts onto the site. He has Spike. It's all about just trying to find the right pickoffs and just completely enter that. But look at the amount of players from RDA onto A site. All just waiting. He is close, spots one out. Enough for chip damage, but enough for more. Recon onto the site itself, and they answer back. Fast lane's on. Paranoia is here. Dizzy as well, thrown. Nokia takes a lot of damage here. Sube moved out. Sube solo, Sube for 1, and so does Fixie. Fixie, 2 to his name, and Nokia cannot move through more than that. RDA was ready for this play. They saw it in round 1 and round 3. They answer back.
Redco did activate the Rolling Thunder there, but unfortunately for him, Nokia got caught in the middle of it as well. I feel like if he hadn't, that would have been an easy round for Elevate because Nokia was stunned up. He was taken out by Sube. One stunned person against the other. Only one can win there, and it was going to be Sube with that shot straight to the head. RDA, not the cleanest of rounds, but it's still a round indeed that they're going to be taking and moving forward. As Elevate now still have a full buy available to them. And they're going once again towards the A side, this time with a lot more speed.
Lexi's still holding on halls just now. Didn't go down too fast. Jiggling here, as you mentioned, Universe. Spots no one yet, but he knows there's a few close. Chip damage through, not enough. That is just going to clear him out. Buys a bit more space, a bit more time with the paint shells. Recon bot going to find him. Pushes him out here, will be the fault line. Aftershock doesn't clear him behind the boxes, and Nokia finds him hiding at the very corner. Sube gonna trade out Riza. That's gonna be 2 with Doctors joining into the fight as well. Nokia, 2 to his team. Completely walking throughout the entirety of the site. Just popping heads. Now the other members of RDA just trying to buy some time. Sube quietly making his way through halls.
Spike planted.
Not sure if the members of Elevate are aware that he is there. Jansen has been doing quite some big heroics here in this game. Pajay finds Markel. Jansen for 2. Solo. And Jansen's heroics is enough to give RDA another round. And now it's a 2 for 2 on Sunset.
Sube's lurk was absolutely paramount to their success. He made sure that as soon as they took off of the chaos, he needs to make a quick move towards elbow. And he did it really quickly as well. Didn't really care much about what's going to happen. He let his teammates stay on site. He let his teammates stay on A main, keep the pressure on the attackers, and let them even take spawn if need be. But because Sube had a really good angle to occupy, and he made the most of it, taking out 2 players there. That's going to give them 2 and 2. And this is going to be an eco for Elevate. 1 Vandal on the hands of Redco. As here goes Nokia. He's got the fingers of lightning, and it's going to clear out the entirety of the A site without even touching anybody.
I really like your name. Fingers of lightning is much better than finger blast, which I would have said. Overdrive taken out here. Doctor was ready and anticipating for it. Neural theft used. Hunter's Fury put out as well. It's just so many alls used as well. Pajay gonna find some value onto Jansen. They know exactly where Flaring is hiding in that corner. Gonna be shock darted out. Will be traded. And Markel good for 2. Pajay pops ahead. Can't do more than that as Fixie cleans the round. Nico gonna be from Elevate, but an eco they cannot convert into a win.
Gone here.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates committed here, of course. They had
Ooh, I believe
Sova. Yeah, they had 2 ults committed here on the back of, I would say a little bit more investment would have probably, you know, justified them putting in that much effort. But it's still a full buy that comes in. They got the plan, so the money was, you know, secured in the bank. It's not going to be too much of a problem. Redco with the only Vandal. I thought that this could be around that they execute, right? But Nakia this time was the one to slightly overcommit. Unfortunately for him, his overdrive doesn't last too long. So he's going to have to try and push it out. So he did what he could. Unfortunately, he wielded no results. Great
Look
flash,
at the
and now the
setup.
commitment!
Oh, that is disgusting! You had the recon, you had the flash come through. 2 knocked down already, 3 in fact. Jensen playing tiles to perfection. Riza here alone, he pops 1 head. Can he go for 2? He knows Jensen is close by. He's got the mosh, gonna just try to isolate 1 area with that cage. Unfortunately for him, the thrash comes through, and Fixie will follow up with that, so cannot do more and more than he can should. Excuse me. What is my English today? That he should. Into this round, RDA, they knew there was gonna be another A hit. It was a huge gamble if you think about it. Throwing out all that util in 1 go. But he paid dividends and they completely collapsed off of it.
Yeah, a great setup play from RDA here on the back of the Gecko util. The flash first up, Thrash on the back of that, the Sova recon to make them feel more uncomfortable. And in the end, that double spray down. Nakia, oh, the spot out was amazing, the jiggle. But unfortunately, no connection for him. Rolling Thunder being affected here. Can they get the frags? No, they will not.
Bixie with that op is just so devastating. Coming up forward, Redco does pop 110, and so does Riza. Neural Snap's gonna be traded out. Redco, bit of an upgrade. Gets him the value onto Jansen. They pivot away. They know the Neural Theft is going around. They need to find a reposition. Breaks the door onto mid-side. Full control of at least into market. But Jay's here, trying to catch the Doctor. He spots 1 out, unfortunately. Moves straight into tiles itself. Doctor checking to see if he's still there. Finds no one. But slowly but surely make his way onto A site. Moves away. If his timing is right, he might be able to be caught off guard by Pajay. Puts his smoke through, and it's gonna be him that wins that fight. The elevation on his side. Goes for 2 in fact. Very aware. Great game sense coming in for the Doctor. There's a reason why that is his name. Riza once again finds himself with the last man standing. If he can isolate this fight, it could work out his favor. Timing! If he just held, it could work out. Still holding, finds the Doctor, good for 1. Can he do it again is the question. Spots on the cam, he knows where exactly Fixie is. The jump peeks forward, he just needs to buy some time. Fixie going for the defuse, and he sprays, and Riza saves the round for a 3! Might be a little bit of an early celebration here. But he takes it. We take those dubs, man.
Well, that was a great bait up from Riza there. I think he really tried to make sure that the bait was that he fell off of the cliff and came in from the bottom. Really well played. The Doctor, he did so much. The awareness of knowing that Pajay is going to be walking in from spawn taps him out of existence. But unfortunately for him, Elevate had 1 trick up their sleeve.
He's one of the most consistent players in Split 1. All eyes were on him when he was in DSG. Now joining Elevate, stepping out of the IGL role, he seems like a whole different person with how he plays his frat game. A lot of sound cues, a lot of util thrown in from inside of halls, and Fixie, he stands strong, he hasn't moved at all. But for Elevate, not spotting out Fixie, it's possibly left a lot of question marks in their mind. Gonna reconvene up onto mid-site.
Yeah, Fixie, given that much of space, actually is a big problem. Why? Because he's not been pushed off, which means that they don't expect this to come A, and the Doctor is found flaring his counterpart towards mid. That's going to be a problem. No more smokes available for the attack here, which means they're going to have to take fights head on. A couple of cages not going to protect them for too long as they head in towards market, and the ultimate comes through the Hunter's Fury. Not going to connect to anybody just yet. Nakia!
It was just one pickoff on the tiles, and everything completely fell apart for Elevate. You really gotta give it to RDA.
It was not just about the one pick either. It was about which one the pick was. They lost the smokes, which means high mid was completely uncovered. Just a one Cypher cage. And they had to rush into the B side because they had no other option. Going A was not at all possible. They had no smokes, so which means they had to go the way which had the smallest choke point, which was market towards B, spawn. And unfortunately for them, there was too much pressure.
Speaking of pressure, once again, Elevate feels that. Vixie, quick to punish, and Nakia. The area double dip will be taken out. This situation, Elevate finds themselves once again scratching their heads. Yes, it's had pretty good success on this map, but it's RDA that's played this map a little bit more. Has a little bit more idea what to expect from Elevate itself. Jensen gonna find Redco, just lurking out mid side. Quick move toward the area onto the platform. Repositions himself on the other side. It's hard to really pinpoint where the other members of RDA is going to be. That's been the biggest problem from Elevate. As one member dwindles, you suddenly find themselves in a situation where you don't have the right utility to get to site. You don't have the right utility to go for the execute. Takes out the camera, the util comes through. They already know where everyone is. Markel takes out the space, Riza pops one hit, but not before Markel says that's enough, sir. Flaring answers back. But the gun disparity is a bit much for Elevate to deal with. And RDA, a 3-round differential away from Elevate.
Yeah, that's a great bit of a cushion to sit on. Elevate haven't really been playing this to the best of their comp's abilities, and there comes a timeout from them as well to try and, reconsider what the game plan is going to be. Once again, it was that one little thing that I spoke about, Nakia not going to be able to get a trade. He gets isolated by himself as he tries to go for a peek. That just happened towards Amen. Yes, it is an eco. Yes, he just had a sheriff. That still calls to the fact that it is a tendency that could come into play at any given point of time. They cannot let Nakia just, run out by himself and not have a trade come on the back of it, or at least swing out as a duo. Give him a sliding opportunity to go for the wide swing, and somebody just comes up close and takes the fight more advantageously. As of right now, that Rolling Thunder is a big win condition while they're still building up to the other ults. They've got the Neural Theft coming in one. They've got the Hunter's Fury also up in one more orb. And this should be a great round. If Elevate are able to actually convert this, the ultimate economy build-up is going to be amazing for them because Nakia, too, could get the overdrive within the next round.
But to say that, it also means for Markel, they don't really take up the space quickly enough if they take up too much time. RDA has been really quick to punish that. They go aggressive, have no idea where to go, just check out mid. They always push together. That buddy system that you mentioned in the pre-game just now, Universe, is something that I've been noticing that RDA has been doing quite very often. This time around, it's Fixie. Op in hand. Not found at all by that recon, so he's able just really double dip if he wants to. No one knows his presence here quite yet. Spots one out. Fixie, gonna be happy with that Nakia pick. Nakia has been pivotal for the space taking for Elevate, being the distraction as the teammates just completely flood onto the site itself. Markel finds no one here. Thought he could get close enough to just activate that Neural Theft, not able to. Gonna move his way, using the cam instead to find some information. As Elevate cuts the noise, you see pings all around here from Elevate. Talking about maybe taking up market. Perhaps he can go about taking out the back of site. And here we go, that execute we talked about, flaring quick onto the site itself. Location unfortunately gonna be found. Vixie has repositioned himself so quickly, and Markel and him, a crossfire comes through. Flaring good for 2, will be found in the end, but not enough damage. Not enough to break the defense of RDA. And RDA, they're on 7 already.
Amazing stuff here. Once again, the hold off was incredible. I'm not quite sure why they didn't expect the operator to be there to Chico peeks while he's holding a stun, or I believe a flash in his hand there, back of it, Redco. Feel like that should have been released a lot more earlier, but they let Nakia take the fall. While yes, they've got a bunch of ultimates to work with here, and they could get the overdrive as well. Another round of commitment, but here goes Fixie with a really aggressive showstopper that flushes all of Elevate into B main.
Gotta go.
Here at inside, Nakia is still very close. Flaring already on the side itself, and now still a bit more quick onto this side, but it gives them enough idea that everyone is going in for that flank itself. Flaring all the way to the back of side. Nakia will be the one popping hits with that Sheriff. Rolling Thunder finally uses it to take full control of Boba. But he's going to Mark L with that up. Finds Pajay. Thrash will be used as well. Nakia, at least the overdrive is in hand. It's all about trying to find the right opportune moment to use it. Time running out for that overdrive. Frieza gonna find craniums upon craniums alongside flaring. Mark out with that up, but Nakia is just quick on that trade. It's just one of those situations which is so interesting. Nakia for 3, in fact, didn't get that value from the first overdrive he used, but the second one, he does not allow that to slip away.
What a round. It was a commitment of 3 big ultimates here, but it still paid off dividend in the most important manner possible. Up for Elevate here, and it should be a big round for them because a 9-3 would have been a humongous deficit. By the way things were looking, it could have been a 9-3, but this brings a little bit more life into their being as they look at the A site for the final attack, which is a great read here, Tash, because nobody really occupying inside of that site from RDA. They've all played this on a bit of a retake, and Markel being the only point of contact with the operator this time.
Staying inside of the smoke with a shorty. I don't know where to push through.
Ooh.
Forced out of that because of that shock dart. It cut the noise. This leaves question marks on RDA's mind. Are they pivoting? Are they changing up? It hasn't really been the case. They have planted themselves onto B side. It seems to be that site where Elevate has been actively pursuing. But they go toward A once again. They hover over on the outer edge of the site itself. If someone were to push out of halls, they can go for that punish. They can go for the pickoff. Nakia will not be punished this time. Fault line used. Finds no one. Pajay! He tries again!
What?
It's gonna find straight into Markel. Nakia this time has swapped guns all the way. Moves over to the other side. Pajay is here. Spots one out, but Sube with the wide swing catches him off guard. Flaring, playing it a little bit close. Gonna quickly find one. The tracking, the rings through. Riza finds Sube. Riza for through. 2, excuse me. As Nakia finds another one.
That's a humongous recovery here from Elevate. With the way that they were being dominated, pushed around, and kind of toyed with, this 7-5 half does not justify or even describe how this first half has gone so far. These last 2 rounds, yes, they've been pretty good from the side of Elevate, but they still got so much more work to do. And now that they're on the defense, they've got that breach that's really annoying. We all know it. Breach on defense, especially on a map like this where the choke points are really tiny, is so annoying. And if played right, which he has been, Redco has been absolutely amazing with his breach, this Elevate team could step into the grand final at the end of this map right here.
Some insane setups previously on the map with that breach. I'll be able to see it again. Nakia is here. Gonna play off flaring. Big move forward. This is exactly the setup we were talking about. Vixie is the one to find 2 in fact. The setup is punished. How on earth they get away with that? Redco is there for the recovery, but not before Sube finds him down. Pajay finds Markel lurking towards mid-side. Despite the chaos, despite a lot of aggression coming in from B main, it dwindles down to a 2 versus 2. Sube is so low.
Enemy remaining.
Doctor dares to push out. Will be rewarded with a pickoff onto Pajay. Riza, we've seen him able to get out pickoffs all alone. He knows where Sube is. Puts out that cage. He's gonna just quickly put in some pre-fires through. Spots a Doctor. Doctor is okay, just move that away. The tap to go half. Takes a bit of damage from that. He tries to go for the stick, but what can you do? My question was, why did he get off? Why did he try and isolate these fights? Perhaps too ambitious there.
Yeah, I'm a little confused, first of all, with that setup itself. Like, you know, what an amazing setup that was. Everybody blended, everybody stunned. It was really well played out there. But unfortunately, Fixie was able to just get 2 while he was blind and stunned. It was insane how that just did not wield the value that it should have for Elevate. And Redco found 2 while standing on site and taking a straight-up fight against 2 other members.
This time around, it's going to be mid-site push. A lot of space to get out forward. Recon used. Gives a lot of space for Fixie to play with and completely walks to Riza's space. But Riza comes up on top. Super good for 2, but the recovery from Elevate has been massive. Picking up some upgrades as well. Markel, Doctor, finds themselves in a situation where it's so hard to move into. But for Elevate, look at these crossfires. Close the door. They know where to look at Boba as well. If someone were to push through, it might be detrimental. Markel, wall bang, gonna give some value to him. Finds Cut J. Equalizes the amount of members they have in the team itself. They know where he is. The Doctor is here. And now Redco alone. I think the Doctor knows exactly where he is. And RDA finds themselves in a win once again in a round that should not be theirs. What on earth is happening?
Well, that just turned things around once again. Elevate came really close to trying clutching that round. They got some great pickoffs on market, but slight bit of, I would say, curiosity that, you know, they needed another pick. They needed another bit of space to play with to clear off a little bit of pressure off of them. Kind of sends the defeat straight down their spine, but it's not a problem. It was an eco, and now they got a full buy. And there is a 3-man stack on this B A side. Forgive me! Oh my god! Nakia!
It's okay. The recovery is here though, because Flaring was gonna get 3 out of that. Nakia was just merely the distraction, as Flaring will be the one to clean up that mess. Now Markel and Jansen this time will be the last 2 standing. You have Riza holding on one side of top mid. Jay's here as well, alongside him.
Scanning ahead.
Gonna go for that scan. They know exactly where Jansen's gonna be. So quick on that pop as well. Jansen finds Cut J all alone in a 1 versus 3. We've seen magic happen. Might be a little bit of a tall ask here. Can't go through market. We see a trip. We see a cage. Yes, he can go for those head pops. Yes, we've seen him go big with the Sheriff. But in situations where Elevate has protocols, have a gun in hand, know exactly where it is. He has been stunned, but Flaring quick to follow up with that, bringing 4 in the pocket.
Good round from Elevate here. Made sure that they curb the aggression towards that A main side with their own. They were so quick on it. Nakia got shut down so quickly, but then Flaring was ready for it. The stun, especially from Redco. Once again, that breach showing how annoying he can be in these, you know, close quarter, forgive me, in these choke point situations where you just cannot get out of it. And they were just stuck there. They just stood there accepting their fate, and Flaring delivered it to them.
Nakia wants to do it once again this time around. A little bit less aggressive. Rushing up forward, just jump peeks all around, but not enough to just really wide swing, get punished for it. RDA finds themselves to a mid side once again. Riza, fortunately his trip has been taken out. Loving the fact there's a lot of pressure onto mid tiles. We did not see that from Elevate in their tech round.
Yeah, that's actually really smart. They knew that the minute there is no door closing happening towards market, there is going to be a tripwire there, broke it down instantly, and that's going to crawl a little bit of pressure into the pockets of Elevate towards that B site. They've got Nakia set up towards deep mid, and he's got a crossfire set up if at all needed from the breach. And Flaring, he needs to get away here. A lot of utility coming his way. He's got to flash himself, but he's going to keep it in his pocket for a better situation.
Still a hold regardless. Not enough to really pull the attention of Elevate off the B side itself. Markel is already here. Look at that, Pudgy is playing close by to him. Ready to trade out, ready to see if anyone were to come into our market. Time is of the essence. They need to go onto the side itself, and Riza completely just plays off of his utility. He just gets 1 even when he's flashed by the Dizzy. Sets up another cage. Just gonna quickly just spray and pray. He's been doing that so well. Tap, 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 he goes. No A's for him. Nakia is going to clean it up.
Another brilliant round here from Elevate as they slowly creep up. They're getting closer and closer to RDA's 9-round total so far. And this is an eco. But it is a really important round because look at the ultimate economy of RDA here, Tash. They all are away from their ultimates by just 1 point each. Riza, really great round from him, but he needs to pull off another one here. He's got the neural theft, but look at the ultimates, like I just mentioned. Fixie, Sube, Jansen, also just 2. All of these players are just 1 each away from their ultimates.
Not to mention...
That's going to be a scary thing in the next round.
Yeah, not to mention that those situations where RDA has been able to capitalize on these thrifties. Jansen especially, and the Doctor sharp with those sheriffs. Trip gonna be cleared at the very least. The Pain Shells does that. Jester does have his utility to play with once again. And this time around, they capitalize to find Riza. It's gonna Riza at the very end of that barrel. Punching to the trade. Sube for one more. Again, Teal has told us time. RDA at the low buys. I don't know whether it's a change in pace, a shift in mindset, but they go insane here. Reiko on top of that terrain. Finds one. Sube playing this angle to perfection. And RDA, the Thrifties look so good on them. Perhaps Thrifty is their middle name.
Well,
Rev Thrifty Arena.
kind of has a nice ring to it. I like
Right?
it. Yeah, not too bad. And on the back of which they've backed their ultimate as well. They used just the one from Jansen to make sure that the round was secured when he pushed off into CT. But that initial push-up, a little bit of extra, peek outs from the smokes from Elevate's players throws them off guard. And RDA now at the cusp of taking us to Abyss. Need 3 more rounds, including this one.
Go, go, go!
Elevate have found themselves in a bit of a lead just now. Loses it once again. A lot of pressure made toward mid-size given RDA quite a significant amount of success. Redco positioning himself toward mid. Ready to trade off and play off Nakia if anything were to push up.
Right
Smokes all around. Defaulting, trying to find as much information as they can. Markel alone once again. They do find him out. He gives all the information that they are going to be hitting B site. And just now, Riza, despite that phenomenal play he did with his util, the second time around, he was punished. You see Sube is quickly using his util, trying to spot out Riza, finds no one. Riza's trips are still there, and this time on his trips are a little bit more close by. No follow-ups quite yet, and finally it does come. Hunter's Fury used as well. Riza is so low, Fixie good fight punch, and Fixie goes for 2-3! In fact, playing off all of the utility his teammates had set up for him. Flaring and Reiko all alone. Fixie's sharp! The Flaring might be a bit sharper here, but it's not enough. With 5 HP, it's so hard for him to take 3 people. And Flaring understands when to concede.
This is going to be a save. Unfortunately for Fixie, he was hoping for that ace there. Came way too close to achieve it. But he's going to be happy with number 11 coming on the board as well for his team as they inch closer to Abyss. And Elevate here and need a game plan. I'm pretty sure that a timeout might just be called in here. If it's not, I would be worried because I think they really, really need a bit of a composure talk. What's going wrong? How do we take it down? And no, Flaring. He's been pulled off his feet as well. And there it is, the timeout. RDA have forced the hand of Elevate to be a little bit more desperate in this situation. 11-7. And with the overdrive available, they do have an option to, give out one entire side of the map, bit more aggression. And I believe that they could go for a pincer movement here, especially towards the B site, where they push in from B main as well as mid together. They cut off the entirety of mid elbow and towards A main with the smokes and let the overdrive do the work as they pinch from mid to B main and push them all the way towards their spawn. I think that would really help Elevate. It is a risky maneuver in my opinion, but I think that at this point, taking risks is what might help you because playing safe clearly isn't.
I have to agree with you on that. In this case, let's see whether or not what you predicted or rather what you said will be what Elevate what brings to the table. I'm just really questioning what exactly has RDA been doing to be able to make it out into these 50 rounds. But enough of that. Round starting once again, and this time more aggressive approach. Push out toward A, finds no one. Redco saying okay, might not be an A hit, but it's gonna be mid once again. This tiles control taken up by RDA has been such a problem for Elevate to deal with. Can't really tell where they're pivoting to, can't really tell where they're coming from. Maybe they're gonna push out toward top mid. Maybe they'll go in, get a pick, take one member out of Elevate and just move out of the way. And that's the problem with Elevate. They're spread out so thin because of this mid control that's been set up by RDA. This time Fixie cannot move forward, cannot push out. That one-way smoke is there. Gonna be given back, answered back. The utility buys some time for him, but it doesn't deter him from pushing up forward. Roomba just gonna clear out these angles, these corners. Flaring is there, they know that he is there. Flaring forced to play a little bit more on site with his teammate. The Doctor swings out, good for 2. In fact, finds 2 of the members that's playing in the site.
I know exactly.
Nakia finds 1. Neural Theft already gonna be used as well. Jensen quick to answer. Finds 1 more to his name. Members of Elevate fall 1 by 1 despite their hold. And again, they're forced to go for the save.
Yeah, but this save, I'm not quite sure is going to be as useful for them because the hunt is on. They know that they're nowhere close to this A site. And they can just leave the spike ticking off by itself as they go and delete these weapons from the server from this round 19. Look at how close Markel's already made his way. Just a wall away from his counterpart. Does not get the kill though, but they know exactly where he is. Riza's down to 30. And here comes Jensen. This is going to be really, really unfortunate. Unless, of course, Riza continues to smash.
He's already marking the Doctor. He's so quick on that.
Yeah.
What a read.
He really well played, but it's RDA at the end who's going to take the round. It doesn't really matter how many weapons they lose. They've got the money in the bag. It's not a problem at all. Everybody's going to be able to buy in and do more. The Doctor has got money for days if need be. He can drop another 2-3 Vandals if he wants to. But this is a round that Elevate should really capitalize upon because once again, I've mentioned the ultimates. The economy that they've got with the ultimates has been so good, but somehow the conversion of the rounds behind those ultimates has been not that great. They've not been able to actually capitalize upon what they've got in huge, huge value of numbers.
Still the same setup for this defense play for Elevate. Mid pressure that's been put out by RDA, again, gonna be a problem for them. I can see pings all around, so both teams are aware that it's gonna be a mid area that they have to really be wary about.
Deploying drone.
Owl drone deployed. Hasn't spotted out flaring quite yet. Ooh, barely. Now he does. He just quickly goes for some firepower. Bit of pressure, but not enough for him to really just push forward. Flaring's presence onto halls just really deters the ultimate of the Omen to be used. And the cage set up here by Riza buys some time. RDA once again. A second attempt onto A site. Flaring smoked up already a one-way, but it doesn't really matter. They're already inside of the hall's area itself. Flaring's only good for 1 though. As they move on to the site itself, Rolling Thunder will be expanded here. Misses Sube. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Renko goes out, but Paje gonna answer back onto Sube. The overdrive used, fast lane as well, just to really just cut the site into half. Finds no one near the spike itself. Knows exactly where Jansen is. But Jansen's sharp. Thresh already online, throws out straight to a knockout. Will be taken out.
No, not
and every
like this.
single thing set up already. Going down into smithereens. And RDA take the round and Elevate. Despite their best try to really protect the site, can't do more than that. And RDA just showing us that they can go the distance. Yes, Elevate Yes, Elevate are the favorites. But they challenge this team all the way to map 5.
I have no words. I wouldn't expect them to, get it out of the park like that. Maybe another round, but the ultimates were committed. You had the overdrive, the Hunter's Fury, the Rolling Thunder. It missed one small little edge in that corner, which allowed that final kill to come through, the most important kill onto the breach. But I still feel like there was a bit of a misclick. Once again, the movement on both sides from CT and from the main side of A, they were not coordinated for the side of Elevate. They just did not peak at the same time, and there was a lot of issues overall. This is a really great RDA win to take us to the map of Abyss. And yeah, I'm just, excited for what's about to come.
Personally, for me, I think if anything, RDA is really capitalizing on how much pressure they put on mid side, catching anyone in the middle of those lurks. Can't really pick off anyone as they go through that mid side area. If they're going for those lurks, if they're going for their crosses, and it's just been really hard for them to really play off of each other because of the dwindling of numbers. Yeah, Nakia goes a little bit more aggressive here, but how many times has Nakia been punished for daring to peek up that area onto A main?
One enemy remaining.
Oh man, absolutely insane stuff here. They had control of the game pretty much from the beginning itself. I thought Elevate were really good and composed with the way they were playing the first 2-3 rounds. I saw them do really well, but after that, it was RDA finding kill after kill in great environments. They set up themselves for success so many different times. Moments of glory here from Flaring, and I think that he was the only person who actually had a lot of impact on this game. Yes, Riza had this one round of a 4K, but overall, I feel like RDA as a team stepped up so well.
You know, in the beginning of the day, I talked about how RDA is a team that comes with a lot of heroics. And we saw just that in the first 2 maps. It was all about Jansen, about Markel getting those multi-frags. But on this map, RDA, not only was it a step up, it was a change in pace, it was a change in mindset, it was a change in how they played together. And it felt like that Elevate was the team that had to rely on heroics to win some of these rounds. It was so conditional, some of these rounds, and sometimes I think this comes back to what the value of an agent can bring. And that's why I sort of preferred RDA's comp compared to Elevate, because it's just so conditional and relied so much on that team play that you expect Redco to set up for. And in so many situations, that setup doesn't even come true because they're getting dwindled one by one in terms of numbers.
I would have expected an operator to come out, maybe, you know, set up Nakia towards that A main side, or even Flaring. I feel like the op could have really given them a lot of value, but they didn't choose to pick it up the entire of their defensive half. I feel like it kind of caused troubles. Somebody should have been able to utilize that weapon, and I think they could have at least curbed RDA a lot more than they did. But this 13-7 is the first real difference between these teams when it comes to a win that's a little bit more solid. Half of the way across Elevate, a little bit, of course, 60%, of the rounds won by them. But now we head into Abyss with a completely new set of guidelines, which is that there are none, because nobody knows what the hell's happening on this map. Everybody's trying to figure it out. Nobody knows how to play this. Maybe DRX do. Of course, they were really great when they played Talon on this last time.
Yeah.
But I believe that Elevate are not going to have a nice memory of what they just played yesterday.
Oh, that was
to
rough.
what they're heading into today.
Yep, that was rough. It was a 13-3 playing with DSG. And I think we had this conversation about why do you think they had sort of like left Abyss sort of floating. And perhaps the idea they were hoping for, you know, for the other team to ban that map out. That didn't happen. They seemed very unprepared for Abyss itself. I mean, yeah, going up against DSG may have given them a little bit of insight on what they needed and didn't need coming into this map itself.
Yeah.
So, at the very least, they do have a bit of experience running that map. We would question or say, where were the flashes? Why were the comps a little bit strange coming through into that particular map? But one of the scariest parts about going up on this map is that for RDA, there's zero info on how they would play that map altogether.
Yeah, right now RDA have the upper hand. They've got the open-ended equation and they can write out whatever they want to. They can, you know, go for a triple controller, triple sentinel, I don't know, whatever you want, man, go for it. We're here to witness what RDA can do. Or are they going to take off a page from the textbook of the matches that they've already watched? DRX had a pretty solid composition on this in the VCT Pacific. Maybe RDA kind of sued that because they love their, settled in, grounded compositions, and that was pulled out by them. The KO, the Sova, Jet, Omen, and Cypher. It was pretty much an Ascent comp that was played on Abyss. I think the RDA might go for that because they feel comfortable with the Jet as well, right? With Fixie on it. But hey, we're gonna find out pretty soon what's gonna be the case as the final map is gonna be coming in, ladies and gentlemen, on the back end of this small little break is the final map at the end of which we will find out who goes to face off these guys in the grand final. Don't worry about it. We'll be right back. We'll be right back.
ANC.
Elevate may have been the favorites, the winners from Split 1, but RDA pushed them to their limit. A map 5 coming up here, Abyss on the line. One more map determines whose journey ends here and who will go to the grand finals. I'm Tash with Outside Universe, your casters for today, and this is the VALORANT Challengers MYSG 2024. One ticket on the line to Ascension is determined tomorrow, but this one map just stops these teams from going to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be quite the final map as well to take us through what we have been seeing so far. Abyss has pretty much been a interesting map. There are a lot of other words that I could use to describe this, but at the moment I would just say that it's really interesting because of the dynamic of the map and the way that you can play it, the way that, there's a lot of different agents that are viable. A lot of different teams still experimenting about how this map can be played, why this map can be played as well. But I believe so far that there is a team that has come in with a little bit of experience, although it's not been the pleasant side of the experience. I feel like Elevate do have, I would say that rebound mentality where they're like, okay, you know what, guys, it doesn't matter that we lost Abyss the last time. We can improve on it. We know where our mistakes were made. And now we can take this to RDA and show them how it's done. But hey, final map, anything could happen. Let's have a look what the agents are. What do RDA have in store for us?
Okay, this is the same comp, I believe, that Elevate played yesterday. And I did have some questions when we were watching the game. Why are there no flashes? How are they supposed to go for these executes? They were completely run over by DSG last night because they weren't able to really explode onto the site. Not having that flash has been such a predicament for them. But RDA though, I feel like a breach is such a non-negotiable on this map, and I'm loving the fact that Jensen had picked him.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping to see a little bit more, creativity come in from the side of Elevate this time around, because last time, yes, it was a really sour experience, but they should have learned from it. Whether or not they have a flasher in this right now is the least of their concerns. Right now, their concern should be how to tackle that breach, because once again, this is a map where the choke points are pretty much secured to a tiny little space. The A site especially is really hard to take control of on the attacking side if you've got a breach. But on the attacking side yourself, if you have the breach, it becomes a lot easier. Why? Because the amount of space that the breach can actually create on both sides is amazing. And I'm really concerned for Elevate here, not in terms of the flashes, but the stuns, the aftershocks, and that horrendous experience of getting chucked off of the map if you've got the breach ultimate, if at all that comes to play. Because honestly, I would love to see Jensen throw in the Rolling Thunder just to, just nick somebody off the map.
That's exactly what you were talking about. How excited you were to see just players fly off the side of the map. We've seen that happen from Team Secret already. Why not add another one, Elevate to the other? Now, Jensen has done a phenomenal job on Haven to be able to set up for his teammates on that breach itself. I wouldn't be surprised if that will be the same thing will be happening here again. Now, it's going to be an A-side contention, but look at how many people they've sent up onto Library itself. And this is huge, being able to take up the space, catching someone off guard here. Fixie good for one, in fact, good for two.
Wow.
Full control of this Library area, punishing anyone that dares to go a little bit too aggressive and take up space onto their spawn site. In fact, why not go all the way till the end? Grabs Pud J already. They go straight into vents.
Yeah, well, they're gonna try and maneuver towards the A side, and they are just shooting heads after head. It doesn't matter who it is, Fixie or Sube. They're all taking every single shot straight to the dome, and flaring coming on the long flank is gonna be met by Markel, who's gonna hope to make this a flawless, and he will. Great start here from RDA, taking mid control early on, making sure that they do not lose out on it no matter what. And it didn't really need much. It just needed one Fixie to go and absolutely demolish whoever was walking in towards library.
And the thing is, it wasn't even a util usage either. It was straight up
Nothing.
angels. It was just him popping heads all around. And he was so adept, so aware. He had marked the locations where he expected players to be, completely punishing the players of Elevate for taking up too much space they had no business of taking up. And in fact, it was potentially a 3v1 there. It was just like he was able to isolate these fights. Regardless, this time around, Elevate, Riza's already on A site, waiting, but trying to go and just clearing out these corners. Redco walks up straight into the Cloudburst. Good to punish Fixie, but not more than that. RDA. Every single member of Elevate they run into, they pick them, they just completely run them down one by one. Such a problem for them. Just isolated from one another. The amount of smokes, the amount of utility they can just cut off the map. The harbor a bit much to play with as well. Markel good for two. Sube on one end. Might be gonna be the end. Pajay, only a classic in hand. Puts in a bit of damage, but Markel ties up the round. They go to round 3.
That is one dynamic that I wanted to mention, right? There's once again a switch up of the player who plays the agent, right? You've got the Doctor on the Harbor this time, and Markel on the Clove, which is an interesting dynamic because on Haven, Doctor plays the Clove, and he enjoys it.
Yeah.
He's really a great switch up between discipline and aggression, whereas I believe that Markel's style of play really supports him being more disciplined than aggressive. Clove is an agent that allows you to be as aggressive as possible. You can just absolutely go ham with them, but it's not as easy if you are somebody who, you know, is going to be dependent on playing a little bit more disciplined. Either way, we're here for it. We're here at the final map, and they switched up roles once again to find out if or not RDA can take their final step into the final game of VCL NYSE 2024.
Already taking up so much space already. Vents, full control by Sube. He's okay with that. Spots out the turret onto the side of mid. Redco playing right under tower. So if anyone were to just jump through ropes, he can go for that punish. In fact, gonna play out the contact that Nakia will be meeting. Smokes up, at least, onto A main. Spots nothing quite yet. But look at the amount of pressure put on RDA toward library.
Oh, they've taken control of so deep in towards mid, and now Pajay is going to be in a lot of trouble. The stun is brilliant. All they got to do is take the corner, and they don't. Pajay, he gets one, and that might just be the opening for Elevate.
They needed that, Pajay. That corner was pivotal. Despite the fact that it was stun, he changed it and made it into his favor. Doctor coming in for that plant. Still have to worry about another 3 members of Elevate to come through. Might be a flank, a long rotation. In fact, Nakia is here to try see if they can come in from different areas of the map. Gonna clear out every single nook and corner, and this was the biggest problem that we're talking about. How this map has so many angles to play with. Doctor is here. He's able to get his isolated fights. It might be a massive, not good for that. Markel gonna answer back. It's a good trade. A recon just to clear him out of the corner. He knows that he's there. The recon has been broken. Redco with that harbor. Buy some time, use the scope. He does not win the aim duel. In fact, it's just a ghost in hand. He pops the head. Riza with the vandal takes him out. Not dead yet, is here. And Markel can't stop. How is he doing this? Markel defying the odds. The round was not theirs to win.
There's no way Markel actually pulled that off in the way that he did. I thought Elevate had everything in control. They were so high up in numbers. And then this comes out of nowhere. Markel, the first kill on the harbor was all that was needed. He had so much to do there. Break the cove, take the 1v1, everything. Unfortunately for Redco, he just couldn't keep his calm. He just couldn't stay cool in the situation. And Markel played that to perfection as the clove shines in his hands.
Obscuring vision.
Pachi gonna be finding the duelist 16 knockdown already. Jansen taking a lot of damage from the alarm bot, from the nano swarm. The setup is good, but not enough to take him down. You already see the Reckoning used as well, but it doesn't matter. RDA happy to play off site. They've planted it in an area where it's so open, all they have to do is just spray out. Gonna be using the high tide, gonna be using the util, just cut this map in half. Nakia playing a little bit more close, gonna play on danger, finds no one. Once again, Riza gonna be quick on that, the shock dart's good enough to find a doctor. They spray through, but it's gonna punch in and come up on top of this one.
Oh no!
Riza popped 3 craniums, in fact! This Thrifty rounds between these 2 teams are just something else. Rep, Thrifty Arena? Elevate, Thrifty? I don't even know, man. What? Whatever notes I have, just throw it out the window. This hero plays, this Thrifty plays. Just going out of control.
It was the body block. It was the body block. It was the, sacrifice that really helped them because they thought that they took out the diffuser, but that wasn't the case. The stick by Redco, this time it works. This time the spike will be diffused. While it does allow them to bring in a lot more economy, a lot more weaponry picked up from the previous round, it's still RDA on top of things. They are 3-1. They're pretty comfortable with where they are. And they've got control of mid once again. The amount of aggression that's being delivered here, or to be honest, the amount of, concern that's not being shown by Elevate to take this mid region is a little questionable in my mind, because I would really like for them to be a little bit more contestive towards this mid region, but they're not really keen on doing that. They're absolutely happy with letting RDA take up that much map control, and which honestly could detriment them in the future because they can keep splitting them up into multiple different fragments and taking them out.
It's been a lot of moments where Fixie can just walk up mid and just catch 3 off guard. There's so many moments where Sube can just go through vents, just take full control of the area. They hear the door broken already. The op brings out not enough to get a pick off instead. Nakia smoked off the area onto bridge. Fixie on the other side. Nakia huge for that.
30
now for
seconds
Redco,
left.
waiting off the other side. This util finds no one. Sube, I think on the top side, it's a high-low setup if you think about it. Chip damage onto Redco. Not enough to really move him out of the way. So on the top side, you hear the cove broken down already. Up is there. Nakia for 2. Sube and Fixie. They spray out. Flaring finds himself the last man standing once again. With the setup, they knew exactly what to look out for him. And RDA, they take another round, Elevate. They're still left in the dark. The mid side, as you mentioned, completely open for RDA's taking. And it's been such a problem for them because for RDA, they can come in from A and B, from vents. You have no clue where they're going to jump onto the site from.
Exactly. That vents region is turning out to be such a problem because it's allowing them to split up towards A. Most usually, you won't end up seeing that because the split onto A from mid is so difficult, especially when a team on defense is able to control you from denying that, mid region. This time, finally, they pay a little bit more attention, and Nakia's been set up
there
for
we
one.
Go.
And he's going to get away, and finally, RDA given a bit of resistance in that mid region.
We've wanted to see that for rounds and rounds ago, and I'm finally glad that Elevate's finally understanding how important this mid control is. Good to pick, moves out of the way, Markel finds flaring. Nakia is still here. Does he know that Fixie has moved all the way to the end? He doesn't! Blade straight to the face itself, he gets it off. An upgrade that's very, very terrifying. Put into the hands of a player like Fixie. Redco playing inside the smokes. Wants to play it to his advantage. Punch is gonna one walking up. Finding Fixie in the end.
Planted.
Perhaps this could be the round that RDA might be finding a little bit of trouble. Jansen found out already by Punch J. Redco moving back. The DK finally taken out,
no
but
way.
not
Nah,
for
hell
good
no.
for 2. Just completely walks up. Whatever advantage that Elevate had set up for themselves, completely gone. Punch J is so low. Hard to get onto the side, hard to get to that spike itself. He wants to go aggressive. 30 HP in the bag. A crossfire, in fact. But the drop
Wow.
is no more than that.
Not bad.
3 kills to his name.
He just walks back, crosses the Harbor Reckoning, gets 1 kill, and then finds a second as well, while the two of them clearly didn't communicate with each other at all. They really thought, you know what, maybe we could get in the double, kill here, depending on whether he swings us out. But he took it. He jiggle peeked both of them. Absolute insanity from the Doctor. He's just one by one making sure that his team has the advantage. He's been so good the entire split, and it's time for him to step up in the final map where it matters the most to make it into the grand final. A timeout for Elevate forced here as they've got ultimates to work with, and that's really good ultimates as well here, Tash, because that Killjoy Astra combo with the lockdown and Cosmic Wall, we all know how good it is on retake situations.
RDA. I mean, yeah, it looked so good for Elevate just now. They had the right idea, playing for that mid side, playing in for that pick. But what they didn't realize was the capability of Fixie to take up so much space at such a short amount of time. This is the second time he's just walked up mid and took control of the entire area. Blades in hand. Gun disparity or not.
The thing is, actually, it's very clear that RDA have practiced multiple times for how to take this mid control. Because there's two regions, right? There's two parallel lines of paths that you can take, and they made sure that they realize how to set up their players for success. Once again, running in full speed, and look at that setup, man.
These are read it already. They knew there was going to be a point of contention. This Vents area, good for one, can't do more than that. Probably got shocked to see so many players moving up already. Supe making sure to check. Gonna catch Nakia in the middle of that lurk. Get the plant once again and elevate. Finds themselves at a loss. Pache found already. Red Coat good to find Doctor. Jansen will be the one to put on the aggression with that Rolling Thunder. Red Coat good for one. Flaring taken out. Red Coat finds himself all alone. It's gonna be a tall ask, a 1 versus 2. And both of them playing on the high side. Is gonna be on top of towers itself. Gonna be cutting up this map with his util. Hides away from the recon. I think he has an idea that both of them are just gonna double swing
No
out.
more to oppose us.
It's a very, very easy round for RDA. They look so prepared, as you mentioned. And it's for Elevate. That loss last night, it feels like they're doing the same thing over and over.
It's simple, but really solid executes. That Harbor Reckoning coming in from A main to cover off mid, make sure that nobody's sitting in that, heaven region. They get in through the vents, and they had one free kill to pick up, trade kill rather, to pick up there. And they've just been absolutely on top of the game. Once again, they're going mid. They're not letting go of this space whatsoever because they know it's free real estate. Why would you give it up, especially in this economy? You can never give up free real estate, man.
Yeah, real estate, it's gonna be Riza that denies Sube, at least on that mid side. Yes, we're seeing a lot more aggression coming into it mid, but not enough when Fixie can just completely walk up here and not be punished for it. Take that back!
Finally.
Riza was ready for him this time. Took a while for Elevate to finally see these patterns, but finally, Riza showing us the big brain he has. Takes a bit of chip damage there, but he doesn't move, holds his ground. Trying to understand, really figure out where the other members of RDA are going to come from. And finally, in this situation, they finally have a 2-man disadvantage over the RDA members. Nakia here holding. Understanding that Elevate, understanding that RDA was not able to take up mid. It has to be a main hit. Larry has hold. It's good for that. The up brings through, finds the Doctor. It's all about finding the last player standing. The Doctor does get that not dead yet. Goes down eventually. Up, unfortunately not hitting. Nakia has to move out of the way. Does he know he's close? Yes, he does. Unfortunately misses. The classic doing the work that it does. A round win from Elevate. They start to understand the patterns. Took them a while, but it solidifies their move forward.
Finally, a bit of a mid-hold in successful nature for the side of Elevate as they take Riza to try and make things work. He was alone there, but he made sure that he understood what exactly is the game plan here. And now I feel like they might go for a little bit of aggression themselves, unless, of course, they want to just keep the stature of attack same, but RDA are not doing the same thing. They're going all out towards B, and they realize the addressing of situations as the minute it stops working towards mid, they're gonna commit their powers onto a position where they can cause a lot of trouble.
Slow, despite that, the Hunter's Fury not getting that value, but it's going to be fixed. It finds Redco. Quick on that with just the judge. Plant. Oh, quick execute. Fixie moves out of the way. An upgrade in hand as well. Flaring, good to find Markel. So, the other members of RDA forced to move a little bit back. Sube hasn't found out. They know that. But here comes the Cosmic Divide. They're coming here onto the site itself. You can see the Gravity Oil moved as well and used. Just really displaced Fixie out of the area itself. Doesn't go for one, for two in fact. Flaring found. The Doctor and Riza for one each. Trades on trades. But despite the good start, RDA comes up on top. And it's just a good read by them.
Yeah, it's not just about the read itself, but it's about the Doctor's lurk, right? And why it's so important is the fact that they knew that the Killjoy ultimate is going to be, played in combination with that Cosmic Divide. Flaring at the right time, but I think that they were just too far away to utilize that Killjoy ultimate. They knew that the B side is going to be flushed out because that Cosmic Divide is going to stop bullets, and the Killjoy ultimate is going to keep them at bay. But the Doctor realized that he saw that way before in hand, and he already had a really late lurk come in. And by the time he could, the Killjoy was already too far gone, and he made sure that the ultimate never saw it planted on the ground. Amazing stuff from RDA.
After I played 3 different regions. Despite that, he's still showing us that why he has that value as not only just a great IGL, but also a player that can play 4D chess. 2 knocked out already, and this time around it's going to be Elevate that comes up on top. Pajay is here to find Fixie as well. A good execute with the utilities coming forward. Redco's teammate, a nice crossfire to come through. Markel does find Riza. And now Markel finds himself all alone. Good for one, isolating his fights very well. But it's going to be Redco. He's quick to just follow up with his teammates. And the defuse comes out here. 3-7. A bit slow for Elevate. Just make it out to the end, but only a 4-round deficit despite the oppressive nature of the game from RDA.
Yeah. I feel like RDA are still in a pretty comfortable spot, even if it's just 4 rounds. I feel like they don't have too much trouble. They are understanding how Elevate want to play this, how that Harbor is being used, where Nokia is being set up for success, and how Riza is actually, keeping control of the map. Now that they've switched things up, they've kept Riza on mid. They've realized that Riza is really capable of holding it off all by himself. They've got Harbor on B, so that if need be, the wall can go straight through towards mid to cut off that control. This time around, Flash, Recon, once again towards mid as RDA find their attention drawing towards Riza for a 5th time.
How many Harbor details has been used? They cut the mid area completely in half. And it's hard to really know what's waiting on the other side of that high tide. Regardless, Jiggle Peaks coming in for Riza just to see if anyone will be crossing out my library. Hasn't found anyone quite yet. His teammates are there to back him up. They need to go for those trades. See, Pajay is close as well. Markel all alone here onto B main. Waiting for the right time to put in those smokes. Immediately, both players are just going to swing out together in unison. Finds no one. Wall banks, metal thrown out as well. But does he know that Flaring has slowly made his way onto the main A site? Finds one, not enough for 2. Flaring, good for that trade. Completely rushing onto the site itself, puts out another star. Waiting for the right time to just completely pop them into smokes or take them away.
Oh, look at Fixie's position. The entire point of that mid control was to let this Jet lurk around, be a menace here, and he might just be able to actually find a great timing. He's hearing all of these rotations, and he might just find a great opportunity here. Flaring out in the open, but it's all on the Fixie with the Bulldog. Finds the one, and that's all he needs. Gets away! Yes, he does! No, never mind, he doesn't.
Oh, Flaring
That's going to be
there.
a 3v2 retake.
Looked so good in the beginning, but the patience coming from RDA, they're understanding how they're playing this. Flaring playing this very, very carefully. Gets one onto tower. One by one, the other members of RDA fall. Sube takes on Nokia. Flaring solo, goes for the tap. Flaring just holding. He knows his back is not completely in the open. Spots him in the end. The timing too good for Sube. Saves it in the end, and RDA bring it to 8.
That was not supposed to go the way it did. With that low of an HP, Flaring being able to bring it down to a 1v1 is absolutely maniacal. He started off with no armor as well. He took so much damage in the initial stage of the round itself. Great effort from Flaring, but unfortunately, it does not reward him with anything more than just his ultimate being activated for use. And that Killjoy lockdown still completely unavailable the entire half here, Tash. They've not used that lockdown even once. It's still been there from round number 5 or 6, I believe. I'm not sure.
They've given up control of mid-side once again. Instead, looking to hold a little bit deeper. Fixie, he has so much space to work with. Can walk up anywhere to a mid-side and get away with it. Sube has been playing the same plays in Vents over and over again and not be punished for it. All the way in the side, Flaring and Riza was able to answer, so does PUBG. They know exactly how to stop the push out from mid this time. Not playing on mid itself, but playing a little bit offside. They punish and take control of these chokes. Markel finds himself alone this time. Now the other members of Elevate are on a witch hunt. Where is this final member? Plus one out, can he go for 2? Yes, he does! Markel dwindles the numbers of everyone in Elevate. Pick me up used already. Not yet is here, and finally the lockdown is used as well. Gonna play that smokes. Redco is close. He knows exactly where Markel wants to play this.
An interesting dynamic at the end there to use the lockdown. Finally, I feel like there could have been a lot more opportunities where, you know, the lockdown could have gone down from PUBG, but I think the team as a whole, you know, didn't feel comfortable making the call about when they want to use it. I feel like that could have probably given them another round. Maybe they could have had this at 7-5 if that Killjoy lockdown was utilized at the right moment in one of the previous rounds. That might come to bite them in the back if at all they end up, you know, actually losing this game. But so far, they are on the disadvantages side, 8-4.
Right there.
And a world to play against. RDA have got pretty much confidence in the sky at the moment, as they're hoping to secure this and take them to the grand finals as Fixie starts off things on the perfect note.
Confidence just spilling out of Fixie, the youngest player on RDA compared to the rest. Wasn't able to debut last year, and this gem of the player has to be only come into play this year itself. Flaring all alone here. Spotted out Markel. Heard a sound cues as well. I'm not sure if Markel knows that he is there. He does. Slowly but surely coming out here. Markel has been incredibly sharp. He's gonna smoke off the area just to isolate one side so that he's not able to play off his teammates. Flaring close by. Sube finds Redco.
Oh, the timing.
Here comes the high side. Pushes out forward, and Markel was ready for him as he pushes through that. A little bit too over-ambitious, I feel. But it's just one member to worry about. PUBG goes down, the doctor is close as well. He tried to knife him. Laughs all around, and you can tell that RDA, they feel really good about ending this map.
He tried to knife him, yeah, but he actually booped him, you know, straight on the dome, like, you know, like a boing, straight with his feet landing on his head.
I would not have expected you to be the type to make some cues.
Like you know, he tried to go for the jump boost, you know, run boost. Yeah, he tried to go for the run boost. It didn't really work out. I like it, you know. Hey, what's wrong with making sound cues? Like a bonk, like a boing.
You're so serious all the time,
like
man.
Like animated, like the. No, I'm not. What do you want to hear more? Like bonk, boing, dong. I don't.
Perhaps a pew pew on this
pew
round.
pew.
Now, coming back to Elevate last night against DSG, it was a 13-3. I think we had a conversation about, okay, perhaps Elevate would have learned what they needed, what they didn't need it, what was lacking in that map. Because let's be real here, last night's map was a complete massacre by DSG to them. And I was so sure that Elevate would be taking this map today as the redemption arc. But it feels like they are completely unable to stop the aggressive sort of play coming in from the members of RDA. Jensen good for 1-3. In fact, what is that trade? Not sure what happened. A complete collapse. Elevate wasn't
was not according to plan. I thought they were actually just expecting to get the plant out to, play for a little bit of more money. Did get the flood in. Unfortunately, the Spectre mowed down 3 of them. That's going to be a lot of use to Sube. 10-4 here, and Elevate. I feel like their minds will start to probably scratch the surface of should we have banned Abyss.
That was the question, and Vixie just walks up.
Spike
At least they
down
get the
mid.
trade. But a round like this, you want to be able to bring all your guns forward if you can. You want to be able to snowball off of this round. Picked out already, Jensen. We talked about his heroics earlier. And because of how well his team has been playing, he didn't have to. But he still holds down the mid area. Now, the other members of Elevate, despite the rifles in hand, bit of advantage earlier, now dwindling down. Firepower gone. Have the high tide just to stop them from getting onto the site itself. The Doctor has been playing a massive with only this Sheriff in hand. Crossfire set up between him and Jansen. Smokes all around as well. Immediately they try to just burst on the side. Jansen, his util is just perfect. But it's gonna be Pudge that makes it on top.
Killed my bot.
Alarm bot triggered, so they know they're close. Moves out of the way. Has to buy some time. Not able to go for that plant. Time running out.
30
and so
seconds.
is the space that they can hold. Yes, it's only 2 members here from RDA, but they've been able to make magic happen with only 2 players. Just gonna buy some time, buy some space with that Nano Swarm. Completely
Last player
obliterated
standing.
very quickly. Flaring finds the head of Sube. Might be able to do that. Markel trades. They do get a spike down. Metal thrown out just to clear out that corner. Finds no one. He's up playing so closely in that corner. There's one very, very close. A reposition. He's gonna put on a smoke at the very least just to really clear out that site. Markel, he's able to make magic happen. He can't go for a 1v3, even a 1v3 if he wants to. 7 bullets on there.
No more.
But finally Elevate. They take the advantage, but loses 3 rifles in the process.
That was a really, really scrappy round there. Elevate shouldn't really let it come that close, especially not on their buy rounds. But it's really clear, Tash, that they're not comfortable on this map of Abyss. Timeout here drawn in at the end after winning their own round, so they do have something that maybe has been spotted here to make a change off. That mid-region, once again, they probably expect that push. You can see that, they're playing off of that centric position, right? They've got, it's almost like it's a pendulum for RDA. Even on the attack, you were seeing them take mid every single round. On the defense, this just one little execute that they performed was absolutely on point. That stun, the flash, and on the back of it, Fixie running in to get a frag. It kind of throws in the notion that Elevate need to be careful now no matter where they go on the map. I feel like B is the only region that they can take freely without really contesting for a little bit of early aggression. I don't see RDA pushing that out too much. Fixie is only going to be able to do that on A and mid, I feel, because by the time he reaches deep into B, he would have already been surrounded towards the heaven side of things, towards B main. So I feel like they could focus a lot more towards that B site because they've got a little bit more open space to work with, and pushing back the players on B side is a lot more easier compared to the A side.
Sort of hoping a lot more aggressive pushes. There it is. Taking out the entirety of A main. They do have a turret from Pudge just to see if anyone were to push out. But that isn't the point of contention. It's just to really cut off mid-side here to deny them that area. Whatever advantage that RDA found at mid, they look to deny it from Elevate itself. Waiting for the right time. Fixie played this very, very nasty area. Nakia played here, found some form of success, but then was displaced from it. Let's see whether or not if Fixie will be able to capitalize off this itself. Regardless, it comes to execute. You already see the usage of the util just really pushing up. He spots one out, unfortunately whiffs, has to move out of the way. 5 HP left, don't know how! He survived that, and in fact it's gonna be Sube that takes out the head of Redco.
Count them.
Ready for that, wall bags to come through, finds no one. Pudge looking to take up more space. Couldn't clear out those corners with the utility. Sube for 2. Despite only having 5 HP, the members of RDA are dwindling down in numbers of Elevate.
Oh
Flaring
my
found,
gosh, Fixie.
left alone. Fixie has been a menace for this whole team. Walking up, the Doctor finds Flaring here. And it's going to be 11. Yes, Elevate get a few more rounds compared to yesterday. But such a tall hill to climb for them to bring it over to OT if they can to RDA.
The biggest mistake was letting Fixie survive. A couple more bullets being spammed would have probably taken him out in any edge of the matter. I feel like they just kind of gave up on him. I feel like they had an opportunity to spray a couple of more bullets. If 4 of them had spread out, 1 bullet for sure would have hit him, because he found 2 in the retake of that site. He came in for the reflood and he was playing it a little bit safe. He played on top of the platform on the right side and he found 2. The value he provided being on 5 HP is absolutely astronomical. And now he's thrown his team to 11 and he's looking towards number 12, and victory staring right in front of his face as he connects the first shot. He should be looking at his team to win this game.
Fixie keeping completely quiet, just allowing Nakia to get onto site and taking out the members as they flood through.
Entered.
Moving out of the way, Fixie did sustain a bit of damage here. But he's undeterred. How many times has Fixie been able to play this first contact and get away with it? Markel this time, going for that lurk, finds no one. Perhaps can go for a crunch to the other members of Elevate. They're playing off the site itself. All they have to do is just buy time. Hunter's Fury uses it to really spray them off the area. Redco play a little bit more aggressive with that Stinger. Finds the Doctor. Missile thrown in. Takes in a lot of damage from Markel, in fact. Sube on the top side. Gonna quickly take away any space that Elevate had in their favor. Elevate forced to play a little bit back. The diffuser has been killed. Elevate 1 by 1 dwindle the numbers. They bring it to 6. Slowly but surely, they finally make their way back.
Here. Here.
Like I said, that B side gives them a lot more variety to play with. That Astra, pull gravity well is really good if you've got it in the right spot at the right time. On the A site, yeah, retakes are a lot more easier because there's only one place for you to flush out of, right? But on the B side, you've got multiple different angles to play with. That's exactly why I said Elevate need to focus a little bit more on that B side. I love the fact that they're first focusing on giving a bit of pressure on mid and then moving in towards B main, because that's giving them so much more, I would say, wavelength to play with. They can try to exploit a little bit of a deeper attack towards mid and split that towards B if need be, but they don't really require it because that B take has been brilliant. This time, the aggression on B from the set of RDA will be punished as RDA lose Jansen and Fixie both, who tried to probably assert a little bit of dominance, but it doesn't work out in their favor.
Not sure if it's an over or perhaps a good read by Elevate. They waited so far back. They were anticipating this push, in fact. Cove used just to give a little bit more space for Redco to safely go for that plant. Once again, they are okay to play off the site itself. Buy out that space. Playing on danger here. Nakia with the head taps.
Wow.
Does what he does best. Looking a lot more confident here from Elevate. Whatever big lead that was built up by RDA, Elevate surely but slowly make their way back. Started to look a lot more confident. A lot more aggressive. And I'm loving this change in pace. I'm loving the fact that Elevate is trying to make RDA play in their favor, in their tempo.
Yeah, and this has brought in quite a bit of ultimates as well. Look at that stack of ultimates that they've been building up for the last 2-3 rounds. The lockdown, Cosmic Divide, everything available to them. They have to win the next 2 rounds no matter what. At least on the basis of being dominantly ahead with ultimates. Nice being enabled here by Fixie as he tries to maybe pull out a bit of a piece of magic. They've taken a lot of A control here with the agents that they have. 3 on A at the moment. 1 towards mid. It is the Sova once again, Sube. They've left the Clove alone on B. And it seems like Elevate once again going to drag their attention towards the B side. A Reckoning committed on towards A mid, which actually clears out everything they're attaching, which means it's a B commitment for sure. The rotations are coming in, but are they going to be on time?
They're on site already. Nakia taking up that space. Cosmic Divide already used as well. It's already up onto Heaven's side. gonna hide himself away from the recon. Unfortunately, he does scan him in the end. Smokes off the area just to give him a little bit more space for Markel just to pull through. For now, it's all about trying to isolate these fights, cutting off their sight line. Markel, he's unafraid, pushes up forward. Markel's gonna follow up, finds Nakia. Pixie is here as well. The knive's already expanded. Has an upgrade, the Vandal in hand. Gets a little bit of elevation just to give a little bit of information. Redco taking a bit of chip damage, not enough to really take him out. Hunter's Fury to clear them out of the way. Spots no one. Pixie taking a bit of damage. Redco, good for one. Pixie trades back. But the amount of firepower coming on Pixie's a little bit much, not yet get used already. The defuse comes up, and he's gonna try and stick it. But the other members of Elevate, they completely spray it out, and they bring it to an 8. Elevate, what is this change in pace? What is this change in mindset? We were so confused. The question about whether or not they were prepared to play on this map, whether or not they can play with this comp against RDAs. But they seem to have understood what they needed to do.
They've realized that their strength is in post plants because the amount of utility they have for that post plant scenario is absolutely immaculate. They've got the Sova, they had the ult this round, they've got shock darts as well. They have Flaring's gravity well and the stun just to make sure. And on top of that, they got the Killjoy utility to make completely sure of the fact that they can find themselves a bit of time before that, spike ticks down all the way to 0. And they've been doing really well on the back of it because they've made sure that Nakia keeps taking the fight. Redco keeps them alive, supports Nakia as much as he can while delivering damage as well. Flaring is the last line of defense in terms of the gunfight, but it's the first line of defense when it comes to the post plant. He's the one who's delivering that gravity well early on the minute they first tap the spike. Followed by there's a shock dart coming in, and then he puts in a stun. He's making sure that the utility of the Astra kit is kept until the end. The only thing he's using those stars for in the beginning of the round is for smoking off angles.
Tech pause here, trying to find out what happened. A bit of a ping issue in the previous tech pause. Not too sure what happened now. Regardless, really hoping this isn't going to be the momentum killer for Elevate. They've been able to chain 3 rounds in a row, something almost unheard of. The last few, I would say in the first half at the very least for this team. Looking very dominant for them. Truly, I'm not sure whether it's because they are understanding how their comp works in the post plans for attack, or whether they are unprepared for the defense. Regardless, there's not a lot of info about this map quite yet in terms of pro play. I mean, the only time we saw was on Pacific, twice played, both by Talon, one out by DRX in a very, I would say, aggressive fashion. But this time around, round 20, let's see whether or not Elevate would be able to take this home. Again, 2 ults that they can use. Pat J's lockdown. We have the Blade Storm as well from Nakia. If Nakia can go a little bit more aggressive and take up that space, it's what we want to see. But Nakia has been punished so much in the last few rounds.
I really love the way they can just take up mid control with just one single smoke. The way they find so much value out of that clove is insane. And look at where Pixie's been set up. Pixie couldn't finish off a stunned Redco, and that's going to throw RDA into more of a detriment than they already are. That was the one hero Vandal that finds 0 value.
Okay, holding that outlaw. To completely obliterate Markel. Redco quite low. Not enough to take him out of the game quite yet. Redco has been doing a lot of damage previously. The Doctor as well with that Sheriff. Last night we saw some of the most phenomenal taps that we've seen. 1v3 that almost was won by him with him and just a singular Sheriff. Riza taking up space onto A-main. Clearing every single corner. One of the biggest problems they faced in Haven was not being able to clear corners and get punished for it many, many times. I think that this time around, Elevate, understanding their mistakes, and this time around, making into the side itself, and Doctor does what a Doctor does best, tapping heads with the Sheriff. But it is not enough to completely obliterate Elevate as they bring it to a 9.
It was an eco round, and you would expect Elevate to bring their game into that round with full force, and they did. Lost a couple of rifles, but not going to be a problem at all. They've got money for days here. But this round right here is going to decide, maybe could decide who goes into that grand final tomorrow. Elevate 2 away from
Here.
leveling the score. They're playing once again, expecting a mid push. The operator is going to keep control, but the smoke comes in once again. Instant recon response from Riza to try and stop anybody from getting in more control in towards library. As Nakia changes angles and goes in towards A main, where he did get a bit of an information peak as the turret was activated, but Fixie didn't really break it, didn't want to give out the fact that he's got an operator situated here.
For good reason, he wants to go for that punish. Moves out of the way, Riza with the jump peek. This time around, mid. Yes, it's heavy for contention, but still a bit of a passive style play from RDA this time around, where before, showing a lot of dominance onto the mid area. Very quiet here in the early rounds, honestly. See pings over toward B. They've had quite some success onto the site compared to A. Knocking out the op, if he's able to get that first pick, it'll be massive. To play off that util, wait for that wave to go down. It doesn't. The smokes as well. Just clear up the entirety of heaven. And go on the side already. Markel taking quite a bit of damage here, going for that plant. They know that Markel is in the smoke. They do now. Enough damage to take one out. Sube is there for the trade at the very least. Redco trades on trades for both his teams. Rolling Thunder used as well. Flary coming in from the backside. B wins out that fight. Jensen good for 1. 1v2. Jensen has shown us these clutch moments that are very, very terrifying. If they're even isolated for just a bit, it might be really, really very hard. He doesn't know. There's one player over on the side itself. Goes for a tap. Nakia is close. The blades are strong in this one. And Jansen can't do more than that. Almost bringing us to an equalizer.
And that was the round that could have probably broken RDA's back. With the lead that they built up, with the way that they were playing, to let it go 5 in a row in the way that they have, after bringing up 11 themselves, looking so dominant, this is going to be scores leveled at the end of this round, unless, of course, we see Rev Thrifty Arena come back in.
I wouldn't be surprised. We've seen quite a number of Thrifties from both these teams. A little bit dominant on RDA's side, though. Markel has been huge with that Sheriff. Jansen with the multi-frags. We have a Bulldog onto the Doctor as well. But Elevate has been really taking their time in these pre-rounds. Trying to punish any member of RDA that goes aggressive. I think RDA knows this. They've been playing a little bit more passive and instead sort of forcing RDA to come to them.
Yeah, but look at where they're playing. They're playing all the way in spawn. They're literally sitting in their own spawn at the moment. Elevate don't want to take any chances whatsoever. They want to just make sure that they account for every ounce of aggression and then start making their moves. Spotted 1. Expect at least 2 here, probably. The Doctor is going to keep them at bay for as long as he can. Throws in all of his utility. And still has the Cove available. A Bulldog in his hands as well. He's the only one with the proper force of weaponry, apart from the Stinger here on Fixie. Locked uncommitted as Elevate begin to charge into the A site.
Tilt down already. Buy so much space. Gravity well. Nano Swarms. Cove set up already. Reiko should be able to safely plant. Aftershock is there. Barely misses Reiko. He jumps up on the top side. Finds no one. Does he know Sube is close on the other side? He might have a suspicion. Finds him in the end. Takes him out. The other members of RDA knocked down already. Markel with only a Sheriff in hand. Yes, Markel, we've seen Magic, we've seen multi-frags. But against 4 people with rifles, an op, tall ass.
The last one.
Redco, he's gonna be happy with this. A very slow start for Elevate. We questioned whether or not it's gonna be a deja vu moment, a repeat of history of their game yesterday against Disguised. But they show us that they have been prepared and they solidified themselves and learned from what was lacking from their previous game on this map.
A lot of discipline here. A lot of hard work being put in to make sure that they don't really give out on what could be a map that haunts them once again. 11-11, it's time for Elevate to make a wish. They've dragged themselves all the way till here. Just 2 away from the finish line. As once again, their default is them sticking as passive as possible. Look at Markel. He doesn't expect this angle, doesn't even know he's having a look at it. And he might just find it, and Markel finds the first blood in a long time for RDA.
They have started to really understand how Elevate plays this slow. They are understanding that Elevate is holding all the way to the backside. Yes, it was very, very high risk. Flaring was ready for him. But first contact play, Markel has been phenomenal with that. His opening fires have been huge. Riza here slowly made their way onto A site. Talked about how B side gave them a little bit of a variety, but they've had some semblance of success on this side too. Finds Sube on the top side there, moves out of the way, will be completely stunned up, and Fixie capitalized on that with threes!
Oh my god!
Played so well with Jansen! We saw that happen on Haven, it's happening here once again, and Pudge, last man
30
standing.
seconds left.
We talked about a 1v3, a 1v4 just thought was a tall ask. But for Pudge, can he change his tall ask into something he can turn into his favor? Breaks vents, just to really draw some attention. So far away from the site itself.
Yeah, he's just gonna stick the save here. It
10
is absolutely
seconds left.
impossible for him to get back into this. And a round from RDA. What a setup. That was seemingly a little bit on the fly, I thought, but it worked out perfectly. They knew that it's gonna be the first contact for Sube. The minute he sees one, instantly the stun comes through, and they didn't even have time to dodge it. Because if they would dodge it, then Sube would get him. And if they wouldn't, well, they would get stunned up, and then comes the swing out from the backside. But everything started with this first pick. This first pick was the most important thing, because the minute they found that first pick,
Spike down.
instantly Elevate said, you know what? We cannot go B. We have to go A. Let's go A. Let's go A. And that's exactly where the setup was perfectly waiting for them. RDA, commendable, as now they head into what could be the final round, or are we going to see another overtime?
Be surprised if we do. Metal just to buy some time. Markel moves out of the way. Unturned. Up in hand. Even worried about that shot coming in from the other side. Nakia nearly gets him there. But Markel runs away with his life. Hunter's Fury gonna throw out. Just buy some time, buy some space. The rotations are here. Flat out already. Fixie just waiting for the right time to just completely throw his blades into someone's cranium. Plans safe here this time. Look at how many
Oh, that's so
utilities
good.
Red Kill had to dodge in order to successfully go for that plant. Here comes the Reckoning. Fixie quick on that follow-up. Plays off it quick as soon as he can. And now here comes the Kobe as well. He rushes up forward, not falling off the side. And finally RDA. They find the moment they needed. Pudge is here, so is Riza. Hunter's Fury answers back. Riza is here to buy some time, but they need to do more than that to be able to deny this. They get the defuse and Elevate, not able to capitalize on their comeback, and Rev Drift Arena are going to Grand Finals, and they finally climbed the hill, and it's just sad, forlorn faces for the members of Elevate.
Well, it is heartbreak, of course, for one team, because they climbed so far ahead. A comeback that's seemingly on the cards seemed to be a fairy tale moment, but they just watched the game fall, crumble apart on the back of a significantly well thought out retake. That was so well played. The utility first, that Sova ultimate, the Hunter's Fury to deny it, he got pushed all the way back. Next, Redco tried to go plant on the back of site where the aftershock pushed him away. He couldn't go further. Follow that up with a Reckoning from the Harbor, and at the same time, the perfectly timed dash from Fixie. He was stunned while he was planning. He knew he had to stick that plant, and that was it. The minute Fixie found that frag, it kind of just set in my mind, you know what, this is probably done. Because the other players of Elevate were so far back in towards that B main side. Even if that Sova ult would have connected onto one, he could have dodged it pretty quickly, and the other one could have gotten on the defuse because they already finished that half defuse. But ladies and gentlemen, where there's one winner, there has to be one loser. And here we have our finalist, the second finalist, RDA.
The Doctor had a dream. Talked about wanting to make a super team full of Malaysian players. And he does. Looks so good by them. The Doctor has played in 3 different regions, and he showed up in so many of their stats, so many of their style plays. It felt like the Doctor had always was 2-3 steps ahead of the curve, despite the fact that this map just came out. They haven't played this at all in competitive, in tournament. But they were able to fully show us that they have come here prepared. They were fully prepared to go all the way to the end.
Most certainly were. It's been a really eventful, best of 5. We've enjoyed it across multiple different maps, multiple different gameplays, multiple different stories being built up. Every one of them has revolved around a certain player in every map. And in the end, it was all about the team effort. Everybody from RDA came together to fetch this win. But at the same time, you cannot discredit what Elevate have done. Elevate have absolutely shown that they've got the rigor, they've got the hard work put in. They almost made it happen, man. But it just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah. Rift Arena. Rift Arena. A team that's just really been put together in just split 2. Previously, these players were playing, almost all of them were in separate teams. There are questions about this roster on how the chemistry was going to be, how well were they going to be playing together. But it looks like this is the perfect match, the perfect team. A player who is so young, a debut onto the challenger stage. Very young, hot-headed, sometimes there for the overheat. But his teammates are there to support him, to trade him out if need be. A 13-11. How close was that map? Despite the huge disparity RDA had built ahead of Elevate.
RDA did build up quite a bit of a lead. 8-4, they were at a point. They were even 10 and I believe they were 10-4 at a certain point. And then started to come back 5-6 rounds in a row for Elevate. They made their way all the way up to 11-11. And they tried to push it through. They tried to make a wish, but unfortunately, it just wasn't written in the books for them. The champions of the previous split will be bowing out here, as now a new and absolutely contentious team will be heading into Ascension 2024. Will these guys be able to handle what RDA bring to the plate, or will their upper bracket run finish with a flawless at the end of this VCL MYSG?
Markel with the MVP here compared to Riza. You could really tell how much Riza wanted it. See how much he tried to really adapt throughout the entire map, denying space onto mid-side, readjusting himself, whether it be on the mid-side itself or a little bit deeper. It's been, and honestly, it's just been massive from him to see all these calls, all these plays come through. But RDA, in the end of the day, it just felt like through map 3 all the way till the end, it was just straight up. It just felt good. You could tell that they were just really warmed up. They were ready for it. They saw the ending in sight. They were practically manifesting this the way they've been playing. Pure confidence on Abyss, in fact. Being able just to walk up. We saw that from Vixie, and we're seeing this from Markel with a 1.3 KDA, 22 kills in the bag.
An amazing performance from the entire team here. Every single map, there's been somebody stepping up for this team. And in the end, it had to be Markel, who absolutely killed it with that Clove today. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to a conclusion of who is going to be representing Malaysia, Singapore at the international stage. One of these two teams, Disguised or RDA, will be heading forward to Japan. But that is a story to be discovered tomorrow, one that will unfold tomorrow. These guys have made their way all the way completely, I would say dominantly, towards that grand final. This time hoping to best everybody in this region. But Tash, I want to know from you, what are you expecting tomorrow from these two teams?
I'm pretty sure that for DSG, especially toward the end of the tournament, they look a lot more confident. They are a lot more, I would say, decisive with how exactly they play. And if RDA want to be able to challenge that, they too might have that mindset. Too many of these games within Elevate has been a little bit too toe-to-toe, a little bit too scary if you think about it. DSG was able to sweep a comeback against RDA, sorry, against Elevate. So they have to really, really worry about the comeback potential from DSG as well. Regardless, as we head into the end of the night, this is the tale that MYSG has to tell. Coming into tomorrow, the grand finals, the winner who might or will be booking a ticket all the way to Tokyo, Japan for Ascension, DSG or RDA is the question. DSG, they tried so hard last season to get that first place spot, ended up in third. This time around, looking a lot better with a huge roster change. And RDA, a team that's just been formed in Split 2.
Yeah, RDA, they've shown promise. They've shown that they can make this work. And they're infamous for their 13-11 wins, overtime wins. It's another one added to their, tally book, this final map of Abyss. But tomorrow is probably going to be another set of these, unless, of course, DSG come in roaring once again with, another great performance. But hey, that's for us to find out later than sooner. And I really hope that both these teams have, come in with the set of mentality that we expect from them, for them to be completely calm and composed, no matter how low they go, whether they're 2 maps down or not. I hope that we see a great game of Valorant between these two teams.
Regardless, that will be the end of the lower finals between these two teams. Thank you so much for spending time with us. Regardless, tomorrow will be the day that you want to tune in. Same time, same place here in the Valorant MYSG Twitch channel. Don't forget to follow Valorant MYSG on all the socials to know what comes next. And for me, this is Tash, Bunny, as well as Universe, bowing out. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One